Community Development for Social Change. Community Development for Social Change provides a comprehensive introduction to the theory and practice of community development and associated activities, discusses best practice from global experience and links that to the UK context. The book integrates the realities of practice to key underpinning theories, human rights, values, and a commitment to promoting social justice. A range of practice models are described and analyzed, including UK models, popular education, and community organizing, as well as a range of practice issues that need to be understood by community development workers. For example, strategies to promote individual and community empowerment, challenging discrimination, building and sustaining groups, and critical reflection on practice. Finally, a range of case studies from the UK and overseas illustrates good practice in diverse contexts. These case studies are analyzed with reference to the values of community development, the promotion of social justice and the underpinning theories. It is an essential text for those on community development courses as well as for a range of workers, including local government, national and local voluntary agencies, and community-based organizations. Dave Beck manages the postgraduate programs in community development at the University of Glasgow. With more than 20 years of community development experience, his research interests are rooted in participatory approaches to thinking about and doing empowering practice for social change. He is a member of the International Committee of the Community Development Society. Currently, he is co-editor of the Radical Community Work Journal. Rod Purcell is a community development worker by profession. He also has an academic background, which includes Director of Community Engagement in the School of Education, and Head of the Department of Adult and Continuing Education at the University of Glasgow. He was a board member of the International Association for Community Development and chair of the UK Federation for Community Development Learning. Rod is author of several books and many articles on community development. Currently, he is co-editor of the Radical Community Work Journal. Community Development for Social Change. Dave Beck and Rod Purcell. About this book. This book is premised on the idea that we live in an unequal world, where power and resources are primarily distributed in the interest of the rich and powerful. Our experience shows us that community development is one way of building engaged and democratic organizations to create personal, community and social change that helps to redress the balance. To this end, a number of themes run through the book: understanding power and how it can be gained by individuals and communities, that to make change we first have to understand the world and how it is socially constructed. To do this we need analytical tools based upon proven theories that help us see the relationship between global trends and everyday life in our communities, and that community development practice is most effective when it is a thought-through and planned process built upon theories and strategies that work. We also need to recognize that although we are all subject to the effects of globalization, how this works out locally is variable according to history, culture, political and social systems. Community development is a global activity with many commonalities. However, its local tradition and practice on the ground can vary significantly. For example, practice in the USA and the UK has developed from different traditions, ideological perspectives, and significantly different social systems. This book is written from our perspective of working in the UK contexts and learning from other countries that share the same community development perspectives. We can, of course, and indeed must, draw on globalist experiences where this is helpful. In this book we apply lessons from the best of international ideas, North American practice, and the evolving practice models arising from Asian cities. The content for this book is derived from a range of sources. The starting point was the reworking of university-level community development and social theory teaching material that had been tried and tested with many cohorts of undergraduate and postgraduate students. We also made significant use of, and developed discussions from, our previous publications that explored some of the underpinning ideas and practice of community development, Beck and Purcell, 2010, 2013, Purcell, 2005, various journal articles. The majority of the material, though, comes from extensive use of the wider literature and research around social theory, concepts of power and community development models and practice from the UK, South America, Africa, Asia, and the USA. In addition, we have commissioned 12 UK and international practice case studies for this book. The book is divided into 6 thematic sections. Each section is comprised of chapters that take us sequentially through the key elements of the section theme. At the end of each chapter is a summary of key ideas, learning tasks for the reader and key references. Section 1, The Context of Community Development Work, explores the various contexts of community development practice. This includes the underpinning values and purposes of community development, human rights, inequality, an overview of globalization and neoliberalism, and an introduction to community development in the UK. Section 2, Underpinning Theories, is an introduction to key practice theories that are essential to understanding the main elements of working in the community. We discuss Gramsci and his ideas around power and hegemony. This is followed by an introduction to the ideas of Paulo Freire. We then explore what we understand the idea of community to mean, and finally discuss the notion of everyday life in communities. Section 3, Models of Practice, discusses various models of community development practice. We start with an overview of how practice is currently structured, why this is so, and its benefits and drawbacks. This is followed by considering direct action, which sits alongside various concepts of community development. We then discuss the US-derived model of community organizing, the innovative model created by the Slum Dwellers International Network, understanding the idea and usefulness of mapping and utilizing local assets. Finally, we offer an overview of how these apparently contradictory models can be integrated into an overarching concept of practice. Section 4, Practice Issues for Community Development Work, looks at key practice issues around community development. We consider some ways of understanding the community, how to promote and facilitate personal and collective empowerment, the idea of capacity building and capability, how to build community resilience, ideas and models of local leadership, inclusive and developmental group work, and, finally, how to evaluate practice. Section 5, Case Studies of Practice, is comprised of 12 case studies. Each study discusses an area of practice, looking at what was done, why it was done and what it achieved. The purpose of the studies is to provide a sense of how diverse practice can be, both in terms of areas of work, issues being explored, and models of intervention. Each case study has a commentary that links the study to key parts of the book. Section 6, Summing Up, brings the book to its conclusion. Here we sum up what community development can achieve, where community development is going, and how this might help us all achieve a better future. Dave Beck manages the postgraduate programs in community development at the University of Glasgow. With more than 20 years of community development experience, his research interests are rooted in participatory approaches to thinking about and doing empowering practice for social change. He is a member of the International Committee of the Community Development Society. Currently, he is co-editor of the Radical Community Work Journal. Rod Purcell is a community development worker by profession. He also has an academic background, which includes Director of Community Engagement in the School of Education, and Head of the Department of Adult and Continuing Education at the University of Glasgow. He was a board member of the International Association for Community Development and chair of the UK Federation for Community Development Learning. He is author of several books and many articles on community development. Currently, he is co-editor of the Radical Community Work Journal. Case study authors. Mike Barkley has a background in staff play provision and out-of-school childcare, but for more than a decade was the Place Efficiency Lead for Wrexham Council. Here he led on the completion of the local authorities' place efficiency assessments and implementation of associated action plans. With Ben Towell, Mike formed Ludicology in 2013 to provide advice, research, and training services to all those concerned with children's play. Working closely with the maintained and non-maintained sector, their work includes participatory research with children, research with adults, coordinating partnership working in support of children's play, developing play-centered policies and practices, and providing advice and guidance on how to create the physical and attitudinal conditions necessary to support children to exercise their right and need to play. Rehana Begum is a British-born, Bangladeshi woman, currently working as a Chief Officer and Company Secretary for Diversity Matters Northwest. She has served the local community for over 15 years in various capacities and has a passion for supporting and empowering others to achieve their full potential. Luke Campbell is an experienced community practitioner with significant experience in anti-racism education, challenging youth homelessness, and promoting social inclusion. At present he works as an associate lecturer, University of the West of Scotland, as an associate tutor, University of Glasgow, and is undertaking a PhD in social work, researching community resistance movements, University of Edinburgh. Trudy Cooper was a youth worker for 10 years in the UK, before becoming a youth and community work lecturer. Since 1991 she has led the youth work degree program at Edith Cowan University in Perth, Western Australia, and is director of the Social Program Innovation Research and Evaluation, SPIRE, group. As part of this research, she evaluated the social impact of an art centre that was established with funding from the state government of Western Australia to facilitate commercial production and sales of Indigenous Australian art. She also led a national team funded by the Office of Learning and Teaching to renew the youth work curriculum for Australian higher education. She received local and national awards for her outstanding contribution to learning and teaching, and in 2016 became an Australian Learning and Teaching Fellow. Yvonne Field has more than 40 years' experience of working with organizations, groups, and individuals in grassroots community organizations, frontline staff, senior management, policymakers and planners in local, national, and international government, civil society organizations and the corporate sector. Her strategic interventions and sphere of influence has been across the UK, mainland Europe, the English-speaking Caribbean region and South Africa. In 2014, she established a unique national African diasporal social enterprise which creates community spaces which support intergenerational leadership development, community enterprise, and social change. She teaches on the BA degree in Applied Social Sciences, Community, and Youth at Goldsmiths, University of London. Danny Gregory was a student just finishing his final year of his clinical psychology BSc, Hons, degree at the University of Worcester at the time of this research. He has an interest in the well-being and support for staff working in caring positions. Rick Gwilt is a highly experienced freelance consultant and writer, specializing in planning, governance, and bid writing. During the period of his case study he was working as the charity's interim chief officer. Nicola Hay has worked with several third sector organizations. She served as campaigns manager for Show Racism the Red Card Scotland for 3 years. Now an associate lecturer at the University of the West of Scotland, her PhD research investigates who is talking to Roma, Gypsy, traveller people about careers. Frances Howard is a lecturer in youth studies. She has recently completed her PhD investigating disengaged young people's experience of arts award programs. Her research interests focus on young people and the arts, and her current research includes socially engaged arts programs, young people's music making and well-being. She has previously worked in arts education and as a youth worker, continuing to volunteer for Nottinghamshire YMCA's Young Creatives Project. PJ Humphreys is Community Development Worker at Community++, and member, Community Praxis Cooperative. Ruth Jones is a Principal Lecturer at the University of Worcester and Founding Director of the National Centre for the Study and Prevention of Violence and Abuse, NCSPA. She specializes in gender issues and all aspects of gender-based violence and abuse. She has worked for organizations such as Women's Aid, Relate, the Sandwell Against Domestic Violence Project and Asha Women's Center. She has worked at the University of Worcester since 2001 where she has developed and delivered innovative and award-winning courses. She also designs and delivers training for professionals from statutory agencies, voluntary organizations, educational establishments, and the corporate sector, and is consultant to many projects locally, nationally and internationally. She has worked in the UK, India, Pakistan, the US, Fiji, India, Russia, Amsterdam, Cambodia, Malta, Bulgaria, Sweden and many other countries, and has contributed to media articles and radio/TV programs, most notably a panorama documentary on domestic abuse. Joanne Lewis is a senior lecturer at the University of Worcester and course leader for the youth and community work. She specializes in work with young people who have learning disabilities. She has worked for local authority youth service provision and third sector organizations in County Durham, West Sussex, and Worcestershire. She has worked as a university lecturer since 2007 in the School of Allied Health and Community at University of Worcester. Her interest areas and research include the pedagogy of teaching, reflective practice, adaptive working within challenging landscapes for youth and community workers, and broadening horizons for young people with learning disabilities. Martin Purcell is a senior lecturer at the University of Huddersfield. Having taught at various institutions in the north of England, he has been the Youth and Community Work course leader at Huddersfield for the past 3 years. He worked for 10 years at the Policy Research Institute, Leeds Beck University, where he evaluated a number of government-funded initiatives around community engagement, neighborhood management, and regeneration. His focus here was on the translation of professional values into community development practice. Martin has worked in community development in some of the most marginalised communities in Wales, Scotland, and the north of England for the past 30 years, and remains active in his local community. Tina Salter is Programs Director at the YMCA George Williams College in London, a specialist youth and community training college. She is a qualified youth and community worker and has also trained and specialized in mentoring and coaching programs for young people. In addition to lecturing and tutors, she also carried out evaluative research projects on behalf of youth and community organizations. She is also on the editorial board for Youth and Policy, an open-access online journal for youth and community workers. Clive Seeley is a senior lecturer in social policy and theory at the University of Worcester. He is the author of Social Policy Simplified. His research interests are poverty and social exclusion, and issues related to ideology and social policy. Prior to working as an academic, he worked as a community worker in a variety of settings, including posts overseas. His current specific interest is in ensuring engagement in social policy as a topic. John Stansfield is a serial social entrepreneur and senior lecturer in community development at Unitec Institute of Technology in Auckland, New Zealand. He has worked extensively in the NGO sector in advocacy and leadership positions and has campaigned on sustainable development issues for several decades. He is currently chair of the International Association for Community Development Education Subcommittee and is the president of the Aotearoa Community Development Association. He is deputy editor of WANAC, the Pacific Journal of Community Development. He holds a master's in international and intercultural management from SIT, Vermont, USA, with a major in sustainable development, a postgraduate diploma in NGO management and leadership from SIT, BRAC, Bangladesh, and a Bachelor of Social Work and Social Policy from Massey University, Palmerston North, New Zealand. Ben Tile has worked in early years settings, in management positions at 2 adventure playgrounds, as National Play Development Officer for Play Wales, as well as lecturing in the subject fields of childhood studies, play and play work in both higher and further education. Andy Turner is a community development worker with over 30 years experience in Manchester and Hackney, East London, where he lives and works. He is a trustee involved in numerous civil society organizations and has facilitated Voice for Deptford meetings since 2014. He is a lecturer on the BA Applied Social Science Community and Youth Work and MA Applied Anthropology and Community and Youth Work courses, is a researcher at the Center for Community Engagement Research and is currently completing his PhD at the Faith and Civil Society Unit, all at Goldsmiths, University of London. Peter Westoby is an associate professor in social science and community development at Queensland University of Technology, Australia, School of Public Health and Social Work, and a visiting professor at the Centre for Development Support, University of the Free State, South Africa. We would like to thank the hundreds of students who we have worked with over the past 20 years. Together we have debated, discussed, and honed the ideas found in this book. Our understanding of the theory and practice of community development would have been greatly diminished without those co-learners. We would also like to thank all of the colleagues, community groups, and projects that have helped us to see new ideas, shared amazing practice and shown us that community development works. We especially acknowledge the input and support of our friend and colleague Lynette Jordan, who has been part of the team from the start. Finally, we acknowledge the contribution of Paula Ullman, who inspired a generation of radical educators and greatly influenced our thinking and practice. Section 1. The context of community development work. In this section we explore the underpinning values of community development practice. We begin with, in the UK, the professional values for practice. The discussion then broadens out to explore ideas of social change and human rights. We then discuss how the belief in human rights operates at a micro level through anti-oppressive practice. The discussion then opens out to explore current debates about the impact of globalization and neoliberalism. Finally, we set the scene for the next section through analyzing the development of community development in the UK. 1.1 Values and Purpose of Community Development. Introduction. The purpose of community development is to work alongside people to establish a new social settlement, in other words, a world in which people, the economy, and the state interact with each other in radically different ways. The New Economics Foundation, CUD, 2015, proposes the following goals of this new settlement. Social justice: every individual has an equal chance to enjoy the essentials of a good life, to fulfill their potential, and to participate in society. Where well-being, equality, and satisfaction of needs are central to that understanding. Environmental sustainability: living within environmental limits and respecting planetary boundaries, ensuring that the natural resources that are needed for life to flourish are unimpaired for present and future generations. A more equal distribution of power: the formal and informal means by which people participate in, and influence, decisions and actions at local and national levels, and to challenge the inequalities of power between groups caused by combinations of economic, social, and cultural factors. Community development has a pivotal role in the establishment of such a new settlement. However, abstracted from a clearly understood framework of values and principles, community development is reduced to a set of practices that have as much potential to manipulate and exploit communities as it has to support its empowerment. In order to avoid this negative outcome, practitioners must develop a set of values and principles that ensures that their work helps people harness their individual and collective power in ways that make the world a more human, creative, and equitable place. It is important at this stage to make it clear that throughout the book when we discuss community development we refer to the various forms of practice found under this broad umbrella term. It therefore includes youth work, community-based adult education and other forms of practice that are participatory in their nature and have a goal of social change. The centrality of values and principles is clearly reflected in the various definitions of community development that cover the many forms of practice described above. For example, the National Occupational Standards for Community Development in the UK describe community development as a long-term value-based process which aims to address imbalances in power and bring about change founded on social justice, equality, and inclusion. Lifelong Learning UK, 2010. They go on to identify the core values of community development as social justice and equality, anti-discrimination, community empowerment, collective action, working and learning together. For the context of community development work, the International Association for Community Development, CRAG, 2004, facilitated a process whereby more than 100 community workers, researchers, donors, and policymakers, and representatives from government, civil society organizations and community groups, from 33 countries across the European Union and beyond, produced the Budapest Declaration, which outlines the importance of community development processes in the building of international cooperation and cohesiveness. Within that, they define community development as a way of strengthening civil society by prioritizing the actions of communities and their perspectives in the development of social, economic, and environmental policy. Within this declaration there is also a set of core values/social principles covering human rights, social inclusion, equality, and respect for diversity, and a specific skills and knowledge base. These, and many other, statements of values lead to a set of beliefs that are held about the processes and impacts of community development. Phillips and Pittman, 2008, 60, define those beliefs in the following terms. 1. People have the right to participate in decisions that affect them. 2. People have the right to strive to create the environment they desire. 3. People have the right to make informed decisions and reject or modify externally imposed conditions. 4. Participatory democracy is the best method of conducting community business. 5. Maximizing human interaction in a community will increase the potential for positive development. 6. Creating a community dialogue and interaction amongst citizens will motivate citizens to work on behalf of their community. 7. Ownership of the process and commitment for action is created when people interact to create a strategic community development plan. 8. The focus of community development is cultivating people's ability to independently and effectively deal with the critical issues in their community. The above statements and the values and beliefs that they represent lead to a set of practices which operationalize them. For example, the Community Development Society, CDS, outlines those practices as follows. Promote active and representative participation toward enabling all community members to meaningfully influence the decisions that affect their lives. Engage community members in learning about and understanding community issues, and the economic, social, environmental, political, psychological, and other impacts associated with alternative courses of action. Incorporate the diverse interests and cultures of the community in the community development process, and disengage from support of any effort that is likely to adversely affect the disadvantaged members of a community. Work actively to enhance the leadership capacity of community members, leaders, and groups within the community. Be open to using the full range of action strategies to work toward the long-term sustainability and well-being of the community. CDs, ND. However, it has long been recognized that community development happens in conflictual spaces. London-Edinburgh Weekend Return Group, 1980. Currently this situation is exacerbated by an increasing typification of the people we work with in communities in purely economic terms. In the context of increasing pressure on practitioners to follow agendas around employability and other prescribed agendas, it is vital that as a profession we have a clear sense of ourselves and that we are able to articulate clearly our values, principles, and professional commitments. However, our commitment to clarifying and adhering to a clear set of principles and values that are specific to our field of endeavor must not undermine our epistemological openness. As individuals and as a profession we need to recognize and celebrate different ways of knowing the complementary values and principles found in other forms of practice. The process of deconstructing or crossing those professional borders involves working within, and outside of, current discourse to create new ideas or alternative forms of knowledge. Giroux, 2005. This opens up the possibility for us to learn from different perspectives. It also opens up the possibility for productive partnerships and practice. Some examples of value statements that are complementary to those of community development are seen below. The Scottish General Teaching Council in its standards for registration, mandatory requirements for registration with the General Teaching Council for Scotland, GTC Scotland, 2012, outlines its commitment to social justice within the teaching profession. They define social justice as embracing locally and globally the educational and social values of sustainability, equality, and justice, and recognizing the rights and responsibilities of future as well as current generations. committing to the principles of democracy and social justice through fair, transparent, inclusive, and sustainable policies and practices in relation to age, disability, gender and gender identity, race, ethnicity, religion and belief, and sexual orientation. Valuing as well as respecting social, cultural, and ecological diversity and promoting the principles and practices of local and global citizenship for all learners. Demonstrating a commitment to engaging learners in real-world issues to enhance learning experiences and outcomes, and to encourage learning our way to a better future. Respecting the rights of all learners as outlined in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, gov.uk, 2010, and their entitlement to be included in decisions regarding their learning experiences and to have all aspects of their well-being developed and supported. It is clear to see the commonality of the expressed position of the teaching profession and that of community development. This reveals the potential for community development to bridge the gap between schools and communities in ways that are beneficial to schools, the families that use them and the wider community. This is a potential which, as yet, is generally underdeveloped. Similarly, we might find resonance in these statements from the Joint Statement of Professional Values from the Nursing and Midwifery Council and General Medical Council in the UK, where they state that doctors and nurses should listen to, and work in partnership with, those for whom they provide care. Work constructively with colleagues to provide patient-centered care, recognizing that multidisciplinary teamwork, encouraging constructive challenge from all team members, safety-focused leadership, and a culture based on openness and learning when things go wrong are fundamental to achieve high-quality care. Nursing and Midwifery Council, 2012. Again, we can see that there are some cultural similarities across these professions. Given that health and well-being scholars and practitioners are seeing the advantages of community development approaches and processes in the creation of individual and community well-being, there are great opportunities for creative partnerships that impact fundamental issues in people's lives. Of course, it is not only health and education that yields opportunities for collaborative work. An example of the kind of cross-fertilization that we can experience as we work across professional borders can be seen in the work of the Detroit Collaborative Design Center, DCDC, a multidisciplinary, nonprofit architecture and urban design firm at the University of Detroit, Mercy School of Architecture, dedicated to creating sustainable spaces and communities through quality design and the collaborative process. They work with community-based development organizations, local government, residents, private developers, students, and local design professionals to enhance local leadership capacity and to promote quality design. Using community development approaches, they respond to locally defined concerns whilst empowering residents and stakeholders to facilitate their own process of community planning, development, and building design. University of Detroit Mercy School of Architecture, ND. There is no such thing as a perfect community engagement process, reminds Christina Heximmer. You have to be very nimble. It is always changing, and there are always going to be different theories of planning and design. But at our core, what we try to do is facilitate conversations with the community. We try to be the pencil for ideas to help shape a community's vision for itself, so that decisions are less top-down. And in the end, it's way more exciting. From access to services, processes and visioning sessions to actual construction, DCDC builds capacity in community by valuing its partnership with community, says O'Leary. Finally, we need to consider the tensions that exist between the values that we hold and the values that may exist within different aspects of the communities we work with. There continues to be discussion within the community development literature about the need to be both non-directive and non-judgmental, Drake and Simmons, 2014. Whilst we understand the impetus for such an assertion, we remain unconvinced about the reality or even the desirability of such a position. If we have our own personal and professional values position, then we are bound to both direct and make judgments. For example, in a situation where one group of people is oppressing another group, it seems to us only right and proper that a professional worker would make a judgment in that situation and try to influence something more equitable. In any case, as Foucault and Sheridan, 1979, outline, we are constructed within a system of normative judgments whereby how we see ourselves and others is shaped by power. It would be very arrogant of us to believe that we are somehow immune to that process, particularly those of us who have undergone extensive processes of education. It is therefore incumbent upon us to be reflexive in order to be clear about what values are and what impact they have on our interactions with people. Key learning points: community development is a value-based practice. Its ultimate purpose is personal and social transformation. Values clarify our roles and help us define how we work with people. Common values offer us the basis to work across professional boundaries. Clashes of values can cause tension and bring us into conflict. 7. Learning tasks. Helping to clarify values in a group. In small groups, brainstorm the character traits or values you believe are essential to our democratic society. Using post-it notes, list each value on a separate sheet. Working in small groups, each group member in turn will present one value/character trait they feel is essential to our democratic society. The group will place the value/character trait into one of three categories: yes, we all agree this is important and that community development has a responsibility in promoting it; agreement, one or more individuals do not believe it is important from their perspective, or they do not believe that community development has a responsibility in promoting it but could live with it; lukewarm/moderate, one or more individuals do not believe it is important, and/or disagree that community development has a responsibility in promoting it; opposition/no agreement. The characters/values in each category are grouped based on their similarity. After groups are formed, each is given a name that summarizes the traits/values included in that group. Example: honesty, trust, integrity, truthfulness might all fit under the name integrity. After naming, the group will define and provide a short rationale as to why this value is important for everyone. Each small group will feed back a definition of one value/trait they feel is essential for community development to promote. The activity requires the groups to focus on what they agree on and not on areas of disagreement. 1.2 Social change. Introduction. Social change refers to significant changes in the ways that individuals and groups interact with each other and the culture within which those interactions take place. It includes the ways that things are done, and it also encompasses changes in the norms, values, and beliefs that are held within society. Weinstein and My Library, 2010. Social change can arise from a variety of sources, including technological changes, such as the developments that led to the Industrial Revolution. It can also be caused by major changes in populations, including the rise of urbanization. In 1950 only 30% of the world's population lived in urban areas. Today it is 55%, and it is expected to increase to 68% by 2050, UN, 2018. The social conflict and wars we are witnessing in the early 21st century are producing massive social change both in conflict zones and globally, through immigration and other issues. Finally, social movements produce social change. For example, the impact that the feminist movement has had in terms of democracy, reproductive rights, and employment. Hannum, 2016. Not all social change is planned, neither is it always positive, but one thing is clear: social change is an inevitable feature of our lives. The world is not finished. It is always in the process of becoming. Freire, 1998, 72. This process of becoming is a social one, relying on the individual and collective agency of people to shape and reshape culture, practices, and structures. It is not some abstract force that happens to us as individuals and communities, although it may feel like that at times. As agents of grassroots social change, our challenge is to work with individuals to create a sense of personal power and agency, to bring people and organizations together around common interests, and to build people power which can both create impetus for positive social change and act as a force to resist negative social change. How we theorize social change will inevitably influence how we practice, and much of our theorizing will rest on how we conceptualize power. In addition to Freire and Gramsci's insights on power and social change discussed below, it is useful to consider Foucault's insights, 1980, 1982, that power is distributed in more complex and contradictory ways than the traditional materialist paradigm acknowledges. Perhaps we need to understand the oppressor/oppressed dialectic that Freire discusses as more of a shifting set of relationships that is played out in the world, rather than a fixed position of certain individuals and groups. This allows us to understand the complexity of our current age and the real experience that people have of being powerful and powerless, the oppressed and the oppressor in different circumstance or different times. This complex dynamic also opens up a space for us to think about Foucault's second insight, that every site where power is exercised contains potential for resistance. It takes us away from thinking that only global change or the overthrowing of capitalism is valid in terms of achieving social change and helps us recognize the importance and the contribution that much more modest changes make to fundamental and sustainable social change. We suggest that the practice of supporting social change rests on two complementary foundations. First, the symbolic reconstruction of people's narratives, Ezzy, 1998. This involves a critical reflection on people's lived experience, uncovering both its history, the impact of that history and the processes that maintain present circumstances. It is from a place of new insights that a vision for a transformed self and a transformed future arise. Drawing from both Ezzy, 1998, and Freire, this is an intersubjective process, that is, both the analysis, and the agency that arise from it, are collective processes. However, analysis, transformed personal and collective narratives and a new sense of identity, positive though all that is, do not go far enough. Material changes in the processes and structures of the world, locally and globally, must match those symbolic changes. The development of a more empowered people must similarly be matched by the development of more receptive organizations and agencies. Having explored some of the thinking around social change, we now consider some of the themes and potential areas of focus within which practice can operate. Thin, 2002, explores 4 themes of social change that allow the worker to analyze their practice in terms of social change. They are social justice, equal opportunity and the achievement of all human rights, solidarity, cohesion, empathy, cooperation and associational life participation, opportunities for everyone to play a meaningful part in development, security, livelihood security and safety from physical threats. Any youth and community work practice which claims to be working for social change should be able to demonstrate specific impacts in some or all of the themes identified above. This typology gives a useful checklist by which you can assess the impact of your work. Not every project will achieve in all 4 areas, but if it is not achieving in any, can it still be considered to be affecting meaningful social change? 3 foci of social change. In order to deepen our analysis of social change, we must consider, not just a general sense of things getting better, but identify the distinct arenas of social experience where intentional change for good can occur. Legal change. One area of focus for youth and community work is in influencing law and social policy. There is a long tradition of community campaigning to change the law stretching back to the 1960s with the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, CND, and others. In recent years, community-based campaigns around environmental issues, equality in marriage for same-sex couples, anti-discrimination, human rights, changes in law and policy around asylum seekers have been to the fore. An example of this type of change is the Community Empowerment Act, Scotland, 2015, which came about partly as a result of the campaigning of land reform activists, Brunholtz Spate, 2015, and was shaped by lengthy consultations between government and a wide range of community organisations and other agencies. It aims to give more power to Scotland's communities to have their voices heard in decisions that matter to them, and to take action for themselves. Although the stated intention of the legislation seems to support the social justice dimension of social change discussed above, it must be understood in its wider context and its application in practice. It could be argued that these legal changes are a reflection of a broader shift from a welfare to an enabling model of state, which is seen by some, not as an empowering model at all but as a money-saving process within which the state relinquishes its responsibilities and delegates to other segments of the market and society. Mark Antony et al., 2008. It could be similarly argued that legal changes are only effective when people have the power to enforce them. However, O'Connor and Steiner, 2018, note in their early evaluation of the process in regards to participation requests that marginalist groups are not well supported in the process, meaning that they are less likely to benefit from the opportunities to have influence that are afforded by the Act. And so, whilst focusing on legislative change remains a valid focus for social change, it is problematic and cannot be expected to succeed on its own. Parallel developments in both awareness raising in the wider community and the development of power structures within communities experiencing injustice, which can then ensure that legislation is enforced, is also required. It could also be argued that certain forms of government or constitutions will result in social change. In situations where there are authoritarian states, the focus of social change could be the establishing of more democratic forms of power. Within the UK, a legitimate focus for social change that youth and community workers could be involved in is the development of more participative forms of democracy rather than representational ones. Much of the work around community planning, for example, would fall into this category and would seek to fulfill the social change aim of developing participation and solidarity. The role of community development is crucial in this arena where social policy is outworked in practice, since social policy often suffers from the distance between decision and implementation. I am sure we can all think of laws or policies which are good at the point of decision, but the implementation is carried out by people and organizations who were neither involved in the decision nor support its aims. They are able to amend it, ignore it, or fudge it sufficiently to rob it of any effectiveness. Youth and community workers are in a strong position to both work with the community to understand their rights and responsibilities and to support them to organize to exercise control of the social realm, work with agencies and policymakers, and ensure that what was planned happens. Economic change. The second area where youth and community workers can focus their efforts in achieving social change is what is broadly termed the economic sphere. These models of change are based on increasing economic resources in terms of actual money and free or subsidized housing, health, education, and childcare, etc., with a view to moving groups and individuals from a position of low resource and dependence to high resource and independence. Microfinance initiatives give access to credit to the world's poorest people, which they then use to establish businesses, take part in education, or improve their homes and neighborhoods. We can see from these examples that much can be achieved in terms of social justice, solidarity, participation, and security. However, the results of this approach are not always guaranteed. It is suggested that individuals, communities, or countries will be able to make use of these additional economic resources only if they have pre-existing productive potential. Coleman, 1971, 67. This is why the Grameen Bank focuses almost exclusively on working with women, since it is claimed that women make better use of small loans than men. Women have a better track record when it comes to repayment. Women are a huge untapped labor pool. Women have the right to access capital. Women who receive loans adopt healthier lifestyles and are empowered. St. 2014. Coin Street Community Builders, a not-for-profit development trust which since 1984, has had the responsibility for regenerating 13 acres of prime real estate on London's South Bank, formed as a response to the Greater London Council's development plan for the area in the 1970s. Over the years they have taken control of redevelopment and created affordable housing, recreational space, workspace, shopping, and leisure facilities for the use of the whole community. The project demonstrates that there is another way. All of what they achieved happened because of the coming together of interconnected elements. First, there were changed attitudes to authority within the area and the country, exemplified by the rise of the consumer movement, CND, and others. At the same time there were changes in planning legislation, which ensured that the public had to be consulted as part of the planning process. Finally, there was the social mix of the people involved in the campaign. These included local people, councillors, priests, planners, and community workers. The confluence of societal attitudes, changes in legislation and the availability of, and connections between, groups of people resulted in the community being able to take advantage of the situation that was there. However, not all situations are as favorable as this one. In conclusion, it seems that the immense possibilities for social change afforded by this approach can only be realized when they are based on a foundation of both the opportune moment and the mix of skills, experience, and networks within the organization taking up the challenge. The challenge for the youth and community worker is to be able to both read the signs of the times and assess the capacity for groups and individuals to act in any given situation. To paraphrase Alinsky, 1989, only take on the battles you know you have a chance of winning. Changes in individuals. Social change based on work that is directed at individuals is the final area to be considered. These are models based on the idea that social change is achieved by the aggregation of individual changes in beliefs, personality, or lifestyle. These approaches can be broken down into two broad categories, individualist and revolutionary. Individualist theories could be typified by an orientation towards achievement and a prioritizing of the individual over the group, family, and community. Social change is then affected by the aggregation of increases in individuals' human capital in the context of freedom from social constraint and requires a stable market within which to operate. Youth and community work approaches under this model would be typified by those focusing on the development of human capital and would include confidence building, training, and skills development. The logic of this approach is that the development of skill and confidence can overcome the culture of communities which might be typified by a lack of aspiration and limited expectation of meaningful employment. Increases in skills and qualifications would then lead to increased employment levels and more affluent communities. As a result of this, related issues of crime, drug taking and poor health would be improved. A criticism that could be leveled at this approach is that, if the intention is social change in a neighborhood, often what happens in reality is that individuals develop their confidence, skills, and qualifications and leave the neighborhood for a more affluent one. The result for a neighborhood is detrimental because inevitably it is the more able members of communities who are able to make best use of these provisions. This is not to say that community-based education and training programs are not valuable. Clearly the impact of such programs can be life-changing for the individuals involved. The problem does remain that on its own, it may not achieve a collective change within the community. The challenge is therefore to consider what parallel interventions may lead to change on a community scale. Perhaps it is useful to consider aspects of the other model of individual approaches, which may add an important dimension to practice. Revolutionary theories posit change within individuals through taking part in the revolutionary act. This could include community action and activism. It is the action itself that brings about the change. In contrast to the individualist view, it is commitment to the movement rather than individual development that is foreground, and so social change is brought about by the collective force of the revolutionary community group. Whilst not a revolutionary project as such, youth and community work approaches that have a strong campaigning focus can have some similar characteristics. Within these groups, members reconceptualize individual issues as collective issues. They are united in a common cause to effect change within society and their personal agendas are subsumed within the overall cause. Giddel et al. 2000, in their study of women's community development organizations, indicate the potential of participation in collective action to achieve individual and social change. The participatory structure of most of the CDOs in our study and the way the organizations built participation into their programs created a democratic space where community residents could both form ties with each other and develop as individuals while collectively working for the betterment of the whole community. 2009, 125. There is perhaps an inherent instability within this approach because of the special conditions required to maintain the collective identity of the community group. For example, an organization may be formed to campaign for improvement in housing conditions within a neighborhood. This will result in a variety of collective and individual actions which will precipitate individual and social change. However, when the particular issue is resolved, the group will either shrink dramatically in size or cease to exist. Challenges and tensions of social change. The work of Antonio Gramsci, 1971, particularly in his concept of hegemony, by which he means the political and moral leadership exercised by one group over another, points to an essential inertia that must be faced up to by those seeking to effect social change. Dominant groups in society, including fundamentally but not exclusively the ruling class, maintain their dominance by securing the spontaneous consent of subordinate groups, including the working class, through the negotiated construction of a political and ideological consensus which incorporates both dominant and dominated groups. Srinathi, 1995, 165. In this state people accept the prevailing order because they are compelled by current apparatus of state and economy to devote their time to making a living and because they cannot conceive another way of organizing society, since they have internalized the vision and culture of their oppressor. Freire, 1972. They therefore fatalistically accept the world as it is, thereby rendering meaningful social change difficult. Social change in this context is therefore counter-hegemonic. It is not change for its own sake, rather it seeks to replace an oppressive and dehumanizing social order with a just one. Counter-hegemony suggests much more than merely improvement of material conditions, it must also contain elements of critical education. Allman, 2001, and the building up of networks of alliances between social minorities in order to develop a different consensus of what society could be. The revolutionary forces have to take civil society before they take the state, and therefore have to build a coalition of oppositional groups united under a hegemonic banner which usurps the dominant or prevailing hegemony. Srinathi, 1995, 169. Within this collective process of social change, there is a role for exceptional individuals described by Gramsci as organic intellectuals. The mode of being of the new intellectual can no longer consist in eloquence, but in active participation in practical life, as constructor, organizer, permanent persuader, and not just a simple orator. 1971, 10. Brookfield, 2005, argues that only indigenous leaders can truly fulfill this function since they alone can understand the people, feel their passions and therefore represent their interests. However, I would suggest that youth and community workers by virtue of their organic connections with groups and individuals within communities have an important role in developing critical thinking and collective action in the pursuit of social change. They bring an understanding of processes of organizing and change, and theoretical ways of understanding social phenomena, which can prove invaluable in enabling community groups to critically reflect on their lives and to plan, execute, and reflect on action to change. I would argue that action which brings together local knowledge, global perspectives, and clear theory and analysis will have a greater chance of achieving positive outcomes. Even when a degree of success has been achieved, the battle is not over. Carroll and Ratner, 2001, suggest that there are two challenges to maintaining counter-hegemonic activity. These come in the form of colonizing and marginalizing moves by both capital and state. Often organizations that cause trouble will have their funding cut, will not be allowed representation on committees and will be generally marginalized. If this tactic does not work, colonizing and incorporation is attempted. Many movements that start with radical intentions end up being drawn into the system by being given buildings to run, staff to manage and service level agreements to meet, thereby diverting them from their original mission and robbing them of their power to challenge the status quo. In response to this, social action organizations must provide an ongoing basis for alternative formations of identity and community through a process of politicizing their constituents and transforming received identity scripts. They must also provide an ongoing basis for alternative modes of satisfying the needs and nurturing the capacity of their community. Finally, they must develop a repertoire of collective action that actively and visibly contests hegemonic relations and practices. In conclusion, Genuine social change is change that reshapes the balance of social power away from ruling elites into the hands of people who are marginalized in the current social order. It comes about through a process of critical thinking and collective action, which produces people with a new vision of themselves and their society and new organizations which provide an abbreviated experience of transformed relationships and a power base for political change. Ethical issues. Kelman and Warwick suggest that ethical issues must be considered in any social intervention, which they describe as any act planned or unplanned that alters the characteristics of an individual or the pattern of relationships between individuals. Kelman and Warwick, 1978, 3. They suggest 4 areas which must be considered: the ends served by the change, the targets at which it is directed, the means of implementation, and the assessment of the intended or unintended consequences. In each of these areas the worker must recognize the imbalance of power that could potentially result in their values and agendas being imposed on the community. As such, this would be an act of cultural invasion, Freyer, 1972, rather than an act of empowerment. There is a difficult balance to be struck between a non-directive approach, whereby the worker might as well not be there, to one where the community group serve to act on the worker's pet projects. Neither of these extremes is desirable. Rather, problem-posing approaches which allow both the worker and the community group to enter into dialogue about the nature of the problem, its causes and solutions, and appropriate ways to act to counter them must be sought. This process of co-investigation and collective action and reflection form the basis of an ethical and democratic approach to supporting social change. These are the approaches that this book explores. Key learning points. Social change is the key aim of community development. Social change involves social justice, equal opportunity, and the achievement of all human rights, solidarity, cohesion, empathy, cooperation, and associational life participation, opportunities for everyone to play a meaningful part in development, security, livelihood security, and safety from physical threats. Social change can focus on legal change, economic change, and change within individuals. There are several tensions and ethical issues which arise whilst acting as an agent of social change. Learning tasks. Microfinance, as seen in the work of the Grameen Bank, https://grameenfoundation.org. What we do is arguably one way of achieving social change. To what extent does this approach achieve social change? Are there any gaps? What can community development learn from this approach? 16. The context of community development work. 1.3 Human Rights: A Framework for Action. Introduction. There is a long-established connection between community development and human rights. In the 1940s, Saul Alinsky, 1989, understood his practice as a way to enable people to achieve what can broadly be understood as their basic human rights. They will have the power and opportunity to best meet each unforeseeable future crisis as they move ahead in their eternal search for those values of equality, justice, freedom, peace, a deep concern for the preciousness of human life. Alinsky, 1989, 28. Sen, 2004, reminds us that the ethical demands placed on us to uphold the freedoms that human rights discourse point to generate powerful reasons for action for us in what can be broadly described as the helping professions, whereas in some quarters there is the perception that human rights mobilization is best achieved by lawyers or professional policy advocates. Reichert, 2006. Ife, 2010, argues that, for a society to truly respect and value human rights, people must be encouraged to both exercise those rights, and accept their responsibility to act. This posits a vision of society where citizens are supported to be active contributors to civic life rather than passive consumers. It is within this understanding of human rights that we see a clear role for community development that has ideals of participatory practice at its heart. If we are to achieve this active citizenship and begin to realize human rights and social justice, community development workers, youth workers, and others must engage in consciousness raising and social mobilization at the local level. Libel and Harding, 2015. Human rights practice is carried out locally, nationally, and internationally, whilst standards are set at regional and international levels. This gives rise to the question of which standards we choose to accept and apply. Statements on human rights go back as far as the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, a foundational statement from the French Revolution adopted in August 1789. More contemporary examples are, the American Declaration of the Rights and Duties of Man, adopted by the Ninth International Conference of American States, Bogota, Colombia, 1948, on December 10, 1948, the General Assembly of the United Nations adopted and proclaimed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. On November 4, 1950, the Council of Europe adopted the European Convention on Human Rights, and the African, Banjul, Charter on Human and People's Rights was adopted June 27, 1981. Not all of these can be considered universal, applying to all cultures at all times, since, though these various pronouncements have similarities, they also have many fundamental differences. Given these competing claims for moral and political authority, we must have ways of ascertaining their validity within the historical and cultural context within which we work. Human rights both as a theory and as a social movement has been widely criticized. Marie-Bénédicte Dembour, 2006, 4, highlights 5 strands of critique of human rights theory. Realists intimate that human rights cannot be above or beyond the state but necessarily originate from, and are enmeshed within, the state. They reject the idea that human rights are natural, existing outside of social recognition. Utilitarians oppose the granting of individual rights regardless of the consequences for the common good, nor do they think it is possible for human rights to be absolute and/or inalienable. Marxists view rights as sustaining the bourgeois order and thus feeding oppression by privileging a particular class to the detriment of the oppressed majority. Particularists object to the idea that moral judgments can be made which hold true across cultures. They call for tolerance of practices that are not comprehensible within the dominant perspective and denounce what they see as the inherent imperialism of human rights that are not universal but the product of the society which has created them. Feminists, finally, attack human rights' pretense of equity and neutrality by observing that rights, which have generally been defined by men, largely bypass the interests and concerns of women. A further critique would be that the roots of human rights thinking and practice is that it is rooted in Western thought and that it therefore establishes Eurocentric political, economic, and cultural norms which it then seeks to impose on non-Western societies. Mutua, 2002. This gives rise to many concerns about the mismatch between competing cultural assumptions, a primary example being the centrality of the individual within the Western paradigm which is at odds with a more collective starting point in, for example, African and Asian traditions. The implications of this are explored in our discussion of rights and responsibilities below. Ife, 2016, identifies 3 traditions of human rights thinking and practice, see table below, and suggests constructed rights, which he contrasts to both natural rights and state obligations, as being one closely aligned with community development practice. Natural rights are in line with what Thomas Hobbes, 2008, discusses as the right of nature where each man, has the right to preserve his own life by any means, which, in his own judgment and reason, is most apt. Developing from that, John Locke, 2002, posits that the law of nature and reason demands that all are equal and independent and that no one ought to harm another in his life, health, liberty, or possessions. This position is perhaps best expressed by Thomas Jefferson, 1776, in the Declaration of Independence where he presents the statement of human rights. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles, and organizing its powers in such form, as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. A state obligations approach to human rights is one where the role of the state is seen as the central driver for defining and upholding the human rights of the citizen. Examples of this can be seen in discourses around human rights approaches to international development, Ham, 2001. The weakness of this approach lies in the state's inability or unwillingness to adequately ensure the rights of groups and individuals at a local level. It is similarly ineffective where the relationship between the state and the individual is an ambiguous one, that is, where people are considered non-citizens such as refugees and migrants. Finally, it puts the business of human rights in the hands of lawyers and other experts, thereby disempowering ordinary citizens. This leads us to consider the notion of constructed rights. Within the conception of constructed rights, human rights can be seen as something which is being constantly redefined, contested, and adjusted at all levels of society. Rather than being understood as a set of fixed and universal ideas, human rights are produced through our shifting understanding of what it means to be human and how we as human beings want to interact with each other. From this perspective, it is developing a culture of human rights that is important in human rights work, not just the passing of legislation and strengthening of legal mechanisms and forms of accountability, IFA, 2016, 76. Rights and responsibilities. Drawing on the tradition of constructed rights, we see that thinking about, and practice around, human rights is something which all citizens can and should be involved in, and that, as community development workers and youth workers, we are well placed to encourage and support both of those activities. We also see that passivity is not an option. Human rights are not something that are given, either by nature or the state, but they are the result of human agency. Therefore, both individually and collectively, we have both rights and responsibilities in this area. A society that respects and values human rights is one where people are encouraged to exercise their rights, and accept a responsibility to do so where they can. This is an active participatory society, on which requires citizens to be active contributors rather than passive consumers, and the promotion of such a participatory society has long been on the agenda of community development, IFA, 2016, 4. As mentioned above, the Western view of human rights invites us to consider those rights purely as the domain of the individual. However, human rights operates in that messy interaction between individuals and the communities of which they find themselves a part. The rights of the community impose certain responsibilities on the individual, and the rights of the individual cannot operate without others external to the individual exercising their responsibilities. This discussion about the relationship between rights and responsibilities is something that has been central to politics on both sides of the Atlantic. The reconstruction of the UK's Labour Party in the late 1990s, dubbed the Third Way, had a number of central concerns. First, it sought to develop alternatives to state provision and government control. This is reflected more recently in the Conservative government's policy Big Society, launched under David Cameron. Second, it sought to promote wealth creation by being fiscally prudent. This neoliberal agenda has continued through successive governments. Finally, it sought to rebalance the tension between rights and responsibilities, where a model of joint responsibility between state and citizen was envisaged, thereby fostering a culture of duty within strong communities. Driver and Martel, 2000. The Third Way has been widely critiqued, Jordan, 2010, for the establishment of a culture of individualism which makes people unable to recognize opportunities to act together, suggesting that this fragmentation will favor the better off and more experienced and therefore contribute to greater inequalities of resources and power. What then is our response to human rights in the face of the confusing and contradictory picture outlined above? First, in keeping with community development values, we must see human rights as a collective issue. Human rights become not so much a claim made by an individual or individuals, but a process and a structure for human community. From this perspective, all humans share a moral order and are subject to moral law. Gandhi, 2007, Purcell, 1997. Human rights, then, are collectively constructed, collectively understood, and collectively experienced. I cannot have my rights if you do not have yours, and hence they become our rights. Ifa and Fisk, 2006, 303. Second, also in keeping with community development values, we must see human rights as a bottom-up issue. This means that, rather than accepting an imposed set of standards devised outside the local community with its own values, culture, and history, any statement of human rights becomes a starting point for critical reflection and action. Finally, we must see human rights as praxis, not simple an idea to be considered or a set of actions to be undertaken by the powerful on behalf of the weak, but the site for combined critical reflection and action, which has its starting point as the experience of those who are robbed of their rights. As Jan Hancock puts it, moreover, the ideological pigeonholing of human rights as a hegemonic instrument rather than an arena of political struggle overlooks an important aspect of human rights as praxis, that is, as an instrument to challenge social power relations. Hancock, 2006, 2, and so if we are to understand human rights as praxis, we must rethink and remake that practice in the light of our current historical material conditions. Some of the newer tactics which are emerging include, engaging in rights-based impact assessments of policy, conducting budgetary analysis, and developing human rights indicators and benchmarks to measure the extent of effort a government expends to realize a given right. Libel and Harding, 2015. Increasingly there has been a focus on intergenerational rights, recognizing that human rights violations that happened in the past have an impact on the present generation, and in turn the present generation has a responsibility for human rights of generations. Human Rights, a Framework for Action 21. To come. This can be seen in many areas, but perhaps most clearly in the relationship between human rights and the environment. Key learning points: human rights potentially offers a foundation for community development practice. It provides a framework to discuss rights and responsibilities. A participative model of bottom-up human rights offers rich opportunities for us to shape practice that supports social change. Learning tasks: what are the advantages and challenges of using human rights as a foundation for community development practice? From what you have read, can you envisage any ambiguity or conflict arising out of using human rights as a foundation for local practice? What could you foresee as your role in this? 23. 1.4 Anti-oppressive practice. Introduction. Anti-oppressive practice is a key area of work for both community workers and youth workers, recognizing as it does the essentially unequal nature of society. It is the operationalizing of the workers' commitment to the value of social justice. To understand the individual acts of prejudice and discrimination, and the cultures and societal structures that make space for those acts, we must see them as a manifestation of hegemony as discussed above. We must recognize prejudice and discrimination, not only in terms of individual pathology, but also as socially produced phenomena which help to maintain the status quo of our unequal world. If that is true, then the locus of our interventions must not only be with the individual, as is the case with many forms of practice, but we must also seek to have an impact at the cultural and structural level. We will discuss this in more detail below. Challenging inequality and transforming social relations is an integral part of anti-oppressive practice. Knowing oneself better equips an individual for undertaking this task. Self-knowledge is a central component of the repertoire of skills held by a reflective practitioner. Moreover, reflexivity and social change form the bedrock upon which anti-oppressive practitioners build their interventions. Dominelli, 2002, 9. To quote the song from the musical Avenue Q, "Everyone's a little bit racist," Lopez and Marx, 2003, and part of our reflexivity as practitioners is to recognize that, and all the other forms of prejudice and discrimination that we are vulnerable to as human beings. This is an important first step in the process of helping other people to challenge their discriminatory and oppressive attitudes and behaviors. This area of work is challenging and difficult for people, and it is easy to make people feel judged, and put them on the defensive. They might then alter their inappropriate use of language and other practices only when they are in your presence. The result of this is an inability to authentically engage with the values and beliefs that people hold, and perhaps to get them to think about them in a different way. What we must do is create social spaces where people feel safe enough to honestly explore all aspects of who they are, including the ones that either they are uncomfortable with or that they recognize other people may be uncomfortable with. It seems to us that we live in an age where those spaces are very difficult to find. This has been exemplified in the UK during the referendum to leave the European Union in 2016. There was an unhelpful polarization of positions whereby people who wanted to vote to leave the EU were caricatured as being racist. This obstructive stereotyping closed down much of the possibility for meaningful debate amongst people with different positions. The upshot of this was that people were unable to discuss their ideas and concerns, for example, issues around immigration and its impact on jobs, housing, education, and health provision. In situations where people feel that they have no voice within mainstream politics, they feel forced towards more extreme positions. It could be argued that similar phenomena were seen within the US elections also in 2016. Community development is well placed to foster creative engagement around difficult issues since it builds on the relationships and trust that have built up through practice. This will only be possible if we are both open about our own individual struggle, and allow people to honestly explore what they think and feel. Within this dialogical safe space, we can co-investigate the phenomena of discrimination, how we are constructed by, implicated in, and are resisting it, and then explore how we might work together on ourselves and our world to eradicate it. A first step for us to become skilled practitioners in this area is for us to develop a clear set of definitions for the terms that we use within, since, as with many areas of practice, the terms used are contested ones. Not that we will develop final definitive definitions, rather, definitions are constructs of convenience designed to sharpen one's thinking. Observation, Gravels and Simpson, 2012. Let us start with prejudice, which is the basis for much that is oppressive within our society. Prejudice has been defined as an attitude based on judgment or evaluation, directed at a specific social group or its members and involving negativity, hostility, or dislike. Herrick, 2004. Jackson, 2011, takes this discussion further by suggesting that prejudice can be obvious or subtle, clear or ambivalent, passionate or dispassionate, and that involves stereotyping, is emotional, involves people's values and beliefs, and rationalizes inequality. In the end, she defines it as a disrespectful attitude towards or negative evaluative response to groups as a whole or towards individuals on the basis of their group membership. A term that is related to, and builds on, prejudice is discrimination. Since the 1970s, discrimination has been discussed as prejudice plus power, Beadall, 1972. Of course, we understand that everyone has some form of power at different times, and since we also have prejudices, it follows that everyone at some point is discriminatory in their actions. This does not always happen on a conscious level, but because prejudice is woven into the fabric of who we are, we act on the stereotypes and assumptions that we hold. For example, if you have a strongly pro-white pattern of associations, there is evidence that that will affect the way you behave in the presence of a black person. In all likelihood, you won't be aware that you are behaving any differently than you would around a white person. But chances are you'll lean forward a little less, turn away slightly from him or her, close your body a bit, be a bit less expressive, maintain less eye contact, stand a little farther away, smile a lot less, hesitate and stumble over your words a bit more, laugh at jokes a bit less. Does that matter? Of course, it does. Gladwell, 2006, 85-86. People often act out of unconscious bias rather than deliberately discriminating against people. This phenomenon is explored by Moule, 2009, in the context of recruitment practices. She identifies that this process of unconscious bias was in play even in people whose conscious intention was to increase the number of qualified minority employees that they employed in their organization. She observed that they were unconsciously rating the resumes from people with black-sounding names as less qualified. With other factors held constant, white-sounding names at the top of resumes resulted in 50% or more calls for interview than African American sounding names. In similar studies, the human resources managers who were involved in these processes were shocked that the results were contrary to their intentions. Bertrand and Mullainathan, 2004. And so, we can see that explicit bias can occur not only without the intent to discriminate, but also despite explicit desires to create a more just environment. Finally, we turn to the broader term of oppression. If discrimination is the process of treating individuals unfairly based on prejudice and stereotype, oppression takes account not only of the sum of direct and indirect acts of discrimination, but also of the structural dimensions of power and the way in which these are reproduced through daily social interaction. Central to this is the concept of identity. Identity is fluid rather than static, so that most people are likely to be both oppressors and oppressed, dependent on their circumstances or the context. Evelyn Veronica Almeida Garcia, 2017, explores this duality. My reality is that I am a mestizo from Ecuador, and in Ecuador mestizo is the dominant and preferred ethnicity. This duality makes me a person with unique characteristics. Characteristics that on occasion make me privileged and a person who commonly oppresses, exploits, and rules others with economic and social force. On the other hand, other situations make me a colonist person who is characterized by being self-depreciated, dependent, and masochist when I am in the position of Latino woman in the United States. 2017, 80. It is not helpful to think in terms of a hierarchy of oppressions, for example that to be black necessarily involves worse oppression than to be old. People have multiple identities. One person may be black, female, old, disabled, lesbian and have many other attributes. Any one of these may predominate in a particular interaction. All the various forms of oppression can be viewed as interlinked. Having laid that conceptual foundation, let us now consider what anti-discriminatory practice is, and how it responds to those issues. Anti-discriminatory practice is foregrounded in the National Occupational Standards for Community Development in the UK, Lifelong Learning UK, 2015. It seeks to strike a balance between celebrating the rich diversity of culture, race, and other varied aspects of our society with the need to challenge policies, practices and behaviors, which are inherently oppressive. They set a standard for practice where workers respect, value, support, and promote difference and diversity whilst rejecting and challenging any form of discrimination. Drawing attention to the informal educative nature of anti-oppressive practice, they encourage workers to support others to explore and challenge all forms of discrimination. It is appropriate that this takes place on a community level rather than abstracting the locus of defining discrimination and creating strategies for its eradication to agencies, external to the community. Only when this process is owned individually and within the culture of the community is there a real possibility of lasting change. Similarly, it is appropriate for this process to happen, not only with community members but also with other workers and agencies, recognizing the reality of the personal and institutional discrimination that has an impact on services and the communities that receive them. The National Occupational Standards also enshrine a multilevel analysis, encouraging workers to recognize that discrimination works at individual, community, organizational/institutional and societal levels. An implication of this is that, in addition to the individual and group work that community and youth workers regularly engage in, workers must find ways in which local people can engage in the development of policies and practices which actively support and value diversity. This analysis of practice draws on the influential work of Neil Thompson, 2012. He analyzes the impact of discrimination at the personal, cultural, and structural levels. Personal, P, level. This is normally concerned with an individual's views, particularly in the case of a prejudice against a certain group of people. For example, this could relate to a young person who makes racist comments. It is purely related to individual actions and you are likely to come into contact with this in practice. The P is located in the middle of figure 1.1, because that individual has his beliefs and ideas supported through two other levels. Cultural, C, level. This analysis relates to the shared values or commonalities. For example, shared beliefs about what is right and wrong, good or bad, can form a consensus. Structural, S, level. This analysis demonstrates how oppression is sewn into the fabric of society through institutions that support both cultural norms and personal beliefs. Some institutions, such as sections of the media, religion, and the government, can cement these beliefs. Anti-oppressive practice that operates on the level of the personal would draw on freewheeling approaches. As discussed above, the creation of safe, non-judgmental spaces are essential if people are to honestly engage in these difficult issues. The use of images, videos, and songs, for example, enable people to have these discussions mediated by objects. This then enables people to develop a critical distance between themselves and the issues they are looking at. In a sense, it depersonalizes their personal prejudices, enabling them to analyze and potentially change them. At the cultural level, a process of building bridging social capital, Field and Dawson Books, 2008, could be utilized as anti-oppressive practice. This is a process whereby groups of people with different beliefs, different experiences, and different cultures develop trust, norms of reciprocity, and a sense of relationship. This is most effectively achieved where bonding social capital is high. In other words, people must be secure in their own sense of identity, their history, and their place in the world. In some cases, that bonding social capital needs to be built before the work of developing bridging social capital can be undertaken. There are many examples of this practice found in the work done by youth workers and others in post-conflict Northern Ireland, Church et al., 2004, Jones, 2004. In this situation, the divide experienced by Catholic and Protestant communities was so deeply ingrained, that an extensive process of single identity work had to be undertaken before people had the confidence to go beyond their own community. At the structural level, a process of establishing a counter-hegemonic bloc is ultimately the only solution to structural inequality. The development of a new common sense, and a new understanding of how society functions, is the grand vision that we hold. Community workers are well placed to be involved in this project at a local level. Through the development of new technologies, at any point in history, developing networks both locally and globally has never been easier. Into this context, we are seeing the emergence of a potential counter-hegemonic bloc in the form of the World Social Forum, which represents today, in organizational terms, the most consistent manifestation of counter-hegemonic globalization that conceives itself as a struggle against neoliberal globalization. De Sousa Santos, 2008. Started in 2001, it takes the form of an annual international gathering of activists, NGOs, social movements, and others, organized as a cumulative process that seeks to identify convergence amongst the movements and explore the possibilities of communal actions and alternatives. The World Social Forum is an open meeting space for reflective thinking, democratic debate of ideas, formulation of proposals, free exchange of experiences, and interlinking for effective action by groups and movements of civil society that are opposed to neoliberalism and domination of the world by capital and any form of imperialism, and are committed to building a planetary society directed towards fruitful relationships amongst humankind and between it and the earth. Judith A. Hitchman, 2011, describes the World Social Forum as one that continues to provide a space for developing connections and dialogue across borders and differences. It may not be a space for action per se, but it does provide the basis for developing actions that reach beyond the few days of the forum. The forum takes a broad holistic approach to global issues, as demonstrated in the themes of their recent gathering in Montreal. Democratization of knowledge and the right to communication, culture of peace and the combat for justice and demilitarization, decolonization and self-determination of peoples, defense of the rights of nature and environmental justice, global combats and international solidarity, human and social rights, dignity and the combat against inequality, combating racism, xenophobia, the patriarchy and fundamentalism combating the dictatorship of finance and support for resource sharing. Migration and citizenship without borders, democracy, social and citizen movements, the working world faced with neoliberalism. Another example of encouraging practice that is facilitated by communications technology and supports counter-hegemonic practice is Beautiful Trouble, https://beautifultrouble.org/. They say that Beautiful Trouble exists to make nonviolent revolution irresistible by providing an ever-growing suite of strategic tools and trainings that inspire movements for a more just, healthy, and equitable world. In conclusion, not all anti-oppressive practice will address all three dimensions discussed above, but good practice recognizes the interdependence of each of them if we hope to achieve lasting change. Key learning points: anti-oppressive practice operationalizes the workers' commitment to the value of social justice. It both celebrates diversity and challenges behavior and structural injustice, prejudice and discrimination consciously and unconsciously oppress people. Anti-oppressive practice operates at the personal, cultural, and structural levels. Learning tasks. Oppression awareness, group exercise. Go around the group. When did you first experience or witness some form of oppression, racism, patriarchy, heterosexism, etc.? Using a strict time limit, tell your story. Discussion, ask questions, not challenge. Go around again. What is one thing you could do differently to have a more liberating outcome? 1.5 A globalist and changing world, the local impact. A global perspective. Our starting point for understanding community development practice is that of globalization. We live in an increasingly globalist world. No matter who we are or where we live, we consume goods, grown or manufactured from China, Vietnam, the USA, Europe, etc. Skype and FaceTime enable us to see and speak to friends, family, fellow workers, and activists almost anywhere on the planet. Refugees from a conflict zone perhaps thousands of miles away from where you live can arrive in your town. Tens of millions of economic migrants are on the move looking for a better life. What happens globally often has a wide-ranging impact on the local. Community development is about making the world a better place. To achieve this, we need to understand the global and local contexts of change. To fully explore the current state of the world requires a separate book. However, we need a few facts to continue this discussion. At the time of writing this chapter, January 2019, the world population is estimated to be around 7.4 billion people. Of this total, 51% live in an urban context, 78% have electricity, 87% have access to clean drinking water, 50% of children live in poverty, 48% live on less than $2 a day, 22% have access to a computer, 75% have access to a mobile phone, 30% have access to a computer. If we compare industrialist and developing countries, we can see the human cost of inequality. For example, the average life expectancy is 79 years for industrialist countries and 65 for developing countries. In terms of mortality for children under 5 years of age, the figures are 6 for every 1,000 births compared to 83 for 1,000 births. These figures, though, are not evenly distributed. Iceland has an infant mortality rate of 2 per 1,000 births, whereas Afghanistan/Sierra Leone/Liberia/Angola and Niger all exceed 150 deaths per 1,000 births. To counter global inequality, the United Nations promoted the Millennium Development Goals that ran between 2000 and 2015. The goals were: 1. To eradicate extreme poverty and hunger. 2. To achieve universal primary education. 3. To promote gender equality and empower women. A globalist and changing world. 31. 4. To reduce child mortality. 5. To improve maternal health. 6. To combat HIV/AIDS, malaria, and other diseases. 7. To ensure environmental sustainability. 8. To develop a global partnership for development. Overall, there was progress on all of these goals, but significant global and regional challenges continued. In 2016, the Millennium Development Goals were replaced by 17 Sustainable Development Goals with 169 developmental targets. The goals are summarized in Figure 1.2 below. It remains to be seen how much progress will be made in taking these goals forward. The aftermath debate. It may be thought that the Sustainable Development Goals only concern developing countries. However, those of us living in Western and developed countries should not be complacent. In 2008, the global financial crash changed the nature of Western economies. Manuel Castells describes the consequences of the crash as the aftermath. He said, "Aftermath is being made of attempts to preserve financial capitalism under a new, more exclusionary form. It is also made of the desperate reactions of people left to their own devices. But it is also constructed by people, in different cultures, that seize the moment to reinvent their lives in ways that are both more rewarding and more sustainable." Aftermath Project. The argument of Castells and his colleagues is that the financial crisis in Western countries since 2008 is both structural and multidimensional and marked a tipping point away from the period of economic growth and increasing state expenditure that has been the norm since the resolution of the oil crisis of the 1970s. The authors contend that we are now in a transformatory period similar to the late 1940s, where the Western world was reshaped through the Bretton Woods Agreement and the development of welfare states. Alongside the financial crisis is the loss of national competitiveness of Western countries relative to the growing economies in the developing world. In particular the BRIC countries, Brazil, Russia, India, and especially China, although the pace of growth in the BRIC countries has recently slowed, and Brazil in particular is currently facing serious economic difficulties. Perceived economic wisdom is that the loss of competitiveness has been due to state-generated bureaucracy and a loss of innovation and entrepreneurial spirit, partly at least, as an outcome of welfare expenditure. The solution is to promote a freer economy through supply-side changes and creating a more self-reliant culture. Castells argues that the resolution of these current crises will entail a financial retrenchment of welfare state policies and expenditures. This can be seen in the austerity budgets, with various degrees of severity, in many Western countries. In turn, this will lead to new economic and social cultures and movements with a redefinition of the role of the state. Implicit in this argument is a shift of activity from national government to more local structures. Such social change sits alongside other social trends, such as the decline of social capital as explored by Putnam, 2000, and the OECD, 2001, and the increasing individualizing of society under postmodernity. In an interview, Castells comments that, "Fundamentally this crisis has been about the destruction of the solidarity mechanism in society because that is ultimately what the welfare state is. And at the same time there has been in the last 20 years an increasing individualization of society. People see themselves as individuals. So the social institutions were solidarity networks, solidarity among people was dissolved. When the solidarity networks are dissolved, the institutional solidarity is not able to operate anymore. And when individuals don't have the cultural bound of solidarity and recognizing each other as being together in some form, then there is not only an economic crisis but a crisis of society. Of everybody against everybody. Of course we start with immigrants, minorities, but from there we move to someone else. Therefore from the lack of solidarity in the national societies we go to a lack of solidarity among people in the European context, which ultimately also means the possible dissolution of the European Union. So unless there is a reconstruction of solidarity ties and networks in cultural and social terms, rather than institutional terms, we go towards individualization of society, increasing aggressiveness, and also increasing destructive competition between nation-states that lead to the disappearance of any common project of living together in Europe at the moment when Europe is becoming marginal in the world." VPRO, 2011. In the view of Castells et al. 2012, there is little possibility of going back to the pre-crisis arrangements, and a new mindset is required of politicians and citizens to explore the possible alternative futures that are required. The rise of populist political parties in Western countries, usually, but not exclusively, right-wing and anti-migrant, is one of the current outcomes and challenges of this trend. In summary, the authors argue that the financial crisis has exposed the embedded nature and unsustainability of the long-term debt crisis in Western countries, that Western countries have unsustainable structural national deficits. International competitiveness of Western countries is in relative decline. The response to these issues will mean that the consequence of paying down the debt and reducing the structural deficits will be the decline in government expenditure, as percent GDP. This, in turn, leads to less state involvement in welfare and service provision and a general reduction of the state in economic activity. In time, this creates a momentum for innovation in both the economic and social spheres, developing new models of living and collective action. What might these models of living and collective action be, and do we need to completely invent new things, or are there existing ideas and practices that can be adapted? In the UK, for example, we can see these changes taking place. The economy has been growing and unemployment has been falling since 2008. However, many of these jobs are part-time or self-employed. Social programs are being cut, many welfare benefits have been reduced or frozen, with the consequential increase in food banks. A further consequence of these social trends is the political unrest of traditional working-class communities, who feel excluded from the apparent benefits of a Western economy and who feel threatened by cuts to social welfare and changes in local demographics through migration. These feelings were clearly expressed in the recent Brexit vote in the UK and the support for Donald Trump in the 2016 US presidential election. Development issues. As we have noted, an increasing proportion of the world's population live in what the United Nations terms mega-slums, a slum being usually defined as an urban area, usually having poor housing and limited services. Anna Tibaijuka, who was Under-Secretary General of the United Nations, said, "Make no mistake, we live at a time of unprecedented, rapid, and irreversible urbanization. The cities growing fastest are those of the developing world, and the fastest growing neighborhoods are the slums. We therefore have to use every means at our disposal to ensure a new urban era, characterized not only by glittering towers, commercial centers and highways, but also by livable spaces for the vast majority of our growing urban population." It is a shocking fact that roughly 70% of people in African cities live in slums. Urban poverty is now becoming a severe, pervasive, and largely unacknowledged feature of modern life. Huge numbers of people in towns and cities are suffering levels of deprivation that are often worse than those experienced by the rural poor. In some countries in sub-Saharan Africa, over 90% of the urban population live in slums. In Pakistan the estimate is for over 70%, and in India above 30%. Some of these communities are of immense size. For example, the Nezcalcoatza barrio in Mexico City has an estimated population of around 4 million. The Kibera slum in Nairobi is estimated to be anywhere between 200,000 and 1 million. Orangi town in Karachi is 1 million plus. Kaoltisha near Cape Town has a population of over 400,000 with 40% of its residents under 19 years of age. Given the scale of these communities, they often have their own economy and social systems. Dharavi in Mumbai, with a population estimated to be anything between 600,000 and 1 million, has a vibrant local economy based on recycling as well as traditional industries such as pottery. There are also well-developed community organizations and local support systems. As we see in Section 3 of this volume, there is an international network of slum/shack dwellers that represent the urban poor at a global level. Nevertheless, there are considerable issues facing the residents of developing world cities. The issues can be summarized as the collapse of existing public services, too many people, not enough money, unemployment and underemployment, the shortage of affordable housing, poor transportation, roads, pavements, buses, unsafe drinking water and lack of sewerage systems, crime and violence, poor education, welfare and health services, environmental collapse, corruption, continued inward migration, increasing ethnic and cultural tension. In developed economies, do these problems manifest themselves as well, albeit in different ways and on a lesser scale? If so, have they been made worse by financial restraints after the 2008 crisis? The answer to these questions will depend in part upon local circumstances. It may well be that urban communities in the Western economies can have more in common with developing world issues than might at first be thought. As our discussion of slum/shack dwellers international in section 3.4 will show, there is much we can learn from development practices and solutions created in the developing world. Key learning points: we live in a diverse globalist world. Nevertheless, diverse global forces act on local communities. The UN Sustainable Development Goals set the key global development agenda in the developed world. The 2008 crash has led to major changes in the role of the state with implications for communities. We can all learn from each other's experiences no matter where we live. Issues facing urban communities have commonalities across countries. Learning tasks. In the community where you live or work, explore the following questions. Has the community been significantly affected by a reduction of services since 2008? If so, in what ways has this affected the lives of local people? A globalist and changing world. 35. Do any of the issues facing developing world communities, summarized above, affect your local community? If so, in what ways? Has there been migration to your community, by people looking for work, by refugees/asylum seekers, etc.? If so, what have been the local consequences of this? Do the local effects of all of the above factors change depending upon age, gender, ethnicity, etc.? 1.6 Living under neoliberalism, challenges and opportunities. Introduction. Many of the current debates on the potential for community development practice in both developed and developing economies are often located within a discourse framed by the effects of neoliberalism. This is because many activists and academics see neoliberalism as the current dominant economic paradigm. As such, it has a major influence on government policy and expenditure, as well as influencing the broader social and cultural structure of society. Community activity, it is argued, takes place within, and is shaped by, the working of neoliberalism. Generally, this is argued to be a negative and limiting environment. Such discussion can become heated, often based on people's various ideological positions. You are either for or against neoliberalism/capitalism/globalization, etc. We suggest that effective practice requires a more thoughtful analysis of how the economy and globalization affects local communities. This discussion, adapted from Purcell, 2016, starts to unpack some of the issues around practicing community work in a neoliberal context. Our argument is that community development practice under neoliberalism has both advantages and disadvantages. From our previous discussion on values and purpose of community development, we have identified a clear commitment to promoting social justice, challenging oppression whether it is based on gender, class, ethnicity, race, religion, sexuality, etc. Promoting collective critical educational processes that enable people to reflect on and explore their lives, facilitating personal and community empowerment, the collectivization of issues, building powerful local organizations committed to social change, learning from the examples of community organizing and the developing world examples of shack/slum dwellers international. With this in mind, we need to explore what is neoliberalism, and whether it hinders, or not, radical practice, and what we might do about it. What is neoliberalism? According to Sodfio and Johnston, 2005, we live in the age of neoliberalism, and, as we have noted, this view is shared widely by many social commentators, including writers on community development. Living under neoliberalism. 37. However, the term neoliberalism is both contested and applied in a variety of ways. For some it is simply a relabelling of a market economy, For others just an unhelpful term that suggests something new is happening, when what we are experiencing is just the latest manifestation of globalist capitalism. Some people see neoliberalism as a meta-narrative lens through which all the ills of the world can be portrayed. For others it is simply a slogan or a term of abuse. In order to understand neoliberalism, we first have to make the distinction between the moderate political ideology of liberalism and the economic-focused label of neoliberalism. The difference is illustrated in Figure 1.3 below, from politicalcompass.org, where liberal politics sits in the bottom left quadrant and economic neoliberalism sits in the bottom right quadrant. This diagram sets neoliberalism as a free market economic model. However, this is a more recent definition of neoliberalism. In classical economics, neoliberals sat between laissez-faire free market capitalism on the lower right and state socialist economies on the upper left of the diagram. In doing so, neoliberalism was seen as representing a strong free market, but one that was, partially at least, regulated by the state to operate in the national interest. For a full discussion on this debate, see Harvey, 2005, Thorson and Lai, 2006. Robbins, 1999, has suggested that the neoliberalism of today is different from that of classical economics, and can be generally characterized as promoting the idea that sustained economic growth is the way to human progress. Free markets without government interference would be the most efficient and socially optimal allocation of resources. Economic globalization would be beneficial to everyone. Privatization removes the inefficiencies of the public sector. Governments should mainly function to provide the infrastructure to advance the rule of law with respect to property rights and contracts. For these goals to be achieved, a number of social and economic policies need to be put in place, namely, the dominance of a free market for all goods, services, and movement of capital. The implication here is for deregulation and privatization of government services. The reduction of government expenditure as a percentage of GDP, and the corresponding reduction in taxation. There is some debate about whether government expenditure on education, health, and infrastructure should be reduced significantly, as these services underpin economic development, educated and healthy workforces, and improved transportation of goods. In this respect, neoliberalism is still distinct from classic laissez-faire capitalism. The belief that wealth is created by the people at the top of society and this will trickle down to the rest of the population. Inherent in this approach is the growth of the super-rich and increasing income inequality. This position is justified by the argument that the poor will eventually become wealthier this way than if the market had been regulated. Promotion of the belief in individual and personal responsibility as essential for a fully functioning economy and society. This idea is linked to the reduction in welfare spending that is viewed as both disempowering and a disincentive to work. However, there is not necessarily opposition to minimum or even living wages. There has to be an economic incentive to work, and a certain level of wages in society is required to enable consumers to buy the goods being produced. For example, the present conservative and pro-neoliberal government in the UK has policies to make work pay and is substantially increasing the minimum wage. The overall effect of these policies on society is subject to much criticism from a number of perspectives. For example, the neoliberal economic system tends to concentrate economic power, and by extension political power, in the hands of rich individuals and unaccountable international corporations. Wealth inequality tends to increase both within countries and between countries. It has been estimated, for example, globalissues.org, that the richest 85 people in the world have more money than the total income of the poorest 3 billion people. Notwithstanding this, research for the World Bank suggests that the effect of taxation and welfare payments reduces income inequality disparity to a degree. How this works out will vary between countries, their individual tax and welfare policies, and their commitment to progressive and redistributive policies. The other side of the argument is that both the globalization of the world economy and the spread of neoliberal policies have led to sustained economic growth. Over the past 50 years, the world economy has grown on average 3.8% per annum. Allowing for the increases in population, growth has still been around 2.1% per annum, TANI, 2015. Consequently, the Millennium Development Goal to have the 1990 global poverty rate by 2015 was achieved by 2010. That is, according to the World Bank Poverty Review, 896 million people lived on $1.90 a day in 2012 compared to 1.95 billion in 1991. In addition, 2.1 billion lived on less than $3.10 a day, down from 2.9 billion in 1990. Obviously, these figures are still depressingly high, but it should be noted that poverty reduction tends to be greater in countries most connected to the global economy. It is undeniable that neoliberalism has also enabled the circumstances where hundreds of millions of people have been able to escape from poverty through the jobs created by capitalist investment. Any consideration of economic growth, a growing middle class and improvements in the annual income of working class households in China and India, for example, is evidence of this. Advances in technology, whether it be in medicine, communications, transport and, in some cases, for protecting the environment, have been produced because of the profit motive and the reinvestment of profits into research and development by global companies. Some opponents of neoliberalism argue that the state should own the key industries of the country and control the major services, and that reducing income inequality should be a prime objective of government. The argument is that state socialist economies will reduce inequality and raise more people out of poverty. However, it is generally the case that non-liberal states and/or state socialist economies have generally not achieved such improvements and often have their own poor record on the environment and poverty alleviation. In China, and to a lesser extent India, it is only when socialist economics was abandoned that spectacular economic growth was achieved. Those countries that remain outside of the globalist economy show little signs of growth and therefore are unable to take people out of poverty and increase state spending on health, education, and welfare. Apart from the economic/inequality discussion, there is a range of other criticisms aimed at neoliberalism. Writers on the radical side of community development have developed a generalist critique of neoliberalism. For example, Margaret Ledwith, 2011, argues, neoliberalism equals politics of greed, individualism lacks a common good, market replaces well-being, dominant ideology demonizes the poor and espouses a common sense of privileging the privileged, decontextualist practice politics of disposability. This is a strong indictment of the dominant economic system and its impact on society in general, and specifically its impact on the quality of life in poorer communities. We could usefully research the actual impact of the above on communities and our practice. However, we must be careful not to paint ourselves into a corner, where we feel hemmed in by an all-powerful and evil economic, social, and political system, with the implication that we are all powerless victims. In this context it is useful to refer to Gramsci, 1971, we will discuss his ideas in more detail in section 2. He explored how the dominant economic and social order creates a hegemony that shapes not only how society operates but also how the majority of people think. Paulo Freire, 1972, explained this process as magical or naive consciousness, where people become acculturated by the dominant discourse and fail to critically understand the reasons for their social position and what is in their best interests. Gramsci, 1971, argued that despite the embedded political and cultural power of the dominant order, it is possible to develop a counter-hegemony through people engaging in critical thought and becoming what he termed organic intellectuals. As we discuss in sections 2 and 3, the process of critical reflection developed by Freire, and the associated range of popular education approaches, for example, ActionAid, Reflect, Hope and Timmel, 1984, 1999, provides a way for community workers to help people understand the effect that globalization and neoliberalism have on their lives and to explore strategies for change. Is this focus on neoliberalism unhelpful? There is always the other side of the coin. To paraphrase the American radical community organizer Saul Alinsky, nothing is ever 100% or one-sided, as the real world is both complex and contradictory. Is it helpful to put neoliberalism at the center of our critique of society and label it as the root cause of the problems in our communities? Undeniably, neoliberalism is a major factor shaping the world, but if we just focus on neoliberalism, then we can easily overlook other critical factors and thereby limit our understanding of the world. What is being suggested here is that, with neoliberalism, alongside the negatives discussed above, there are positive outcomes that contribute to people's well-being. For many people, this has been their route to a better life. It is important we recognize these contradictions and not retreat into a simplified one-dimensional ideological position and forget to make decisions based on facts and critical analysis. Stewart commented, "Neoliberalism, advanced capitalism, globalization do not in themselves effectively describe the complexities of the situation we find ourselves in. The notion of a totalized system, of which everything is always already somehow a part, is not helpful, in the effort to approach a weighted and reeling present." Stewart, 2007, 1. Indeed, as Thorson and Lai, 2006, point out, neoliberalism itself is not a single integrated body of thought, and they question how useful it is to make it the main defining characteristic of a society. Furthermore, is it credible to believe, as some argue, that all governments do is simply implement policies to meet the agenda of neoliberal-driven corporations? To argue this is akin to believing that the world is run by a large secret conspiracy, in which all political leaders are implicated, regardless of their political affiliations. Perhaps it is more credible to suggest that governments have a tendency to promote the interests of multinational corporations because they generate jobs, income, wealth, and tax revenues, but that it is not the only consideration driving government policy. Obviously, how this works out will vary country by country, administration by administration. As noted above, some writers choose to analyze community work practice within a neoliberal context. To some extent this is helpful, as it makes the point that our engagement with the world as practitioners is mediated by economic structures and global processes, which in turn have a symbiotic relationship with government, social policy, social life, and the production of cultures within which we operate. However, this only takes us so far. Is community work really helpless to change anything if, as is often implied, neoliberalism is so monolithic? Is neoliberalism the only frame of analysis we should adopt? We would suggest the answer is no to both questions. In summary, the above analysis suggests that radical practice can operate within the, often considerable, social and cultural spaces that go with a capitalist liberal democracy. What this looks like will of course vary between countries and cultures. We are not arguing that neoliberalism is inherently a good thing. Like most areas of life, it can be both good and bad simultaneously. As we have noted before, the world is complex and contradictory. There are spaces and opportunities for radical practice within neoliberal environments, and there can be in socialist environments as well, as long as the state allows spaces for community-based creativity to flourish. As always, we are where we are, and living within a neoliberal context does offer us opportunities to develop radical practice. As Gramsci commented, the point of modernity is to live a life without illusions while not becoming disillusioned. To do so, we need to critically learn from the experience of our own local traditions of practice, as well as incorporate lessons from global practice. Key learning points. Neoliberalism is a contested term. We need to be clear what we mean by neoliberalism for local communities. There are both benefits and losses from the effects of neoliberalism once defined. Analyzing neoliberalism can be useful for understanding local communities. Neoliberalism cannot be the only framework of analysis for communities. The world is more complex than that. Learning tasks. In the community where you live or work, research how neoliberalism makes a positive contribution to the community. This could be through creating employment, creating local assets that could be utilized by the community, opening up opportunities for individuals, creating global links to other communities, etc. Research how neoliberalism makes a negative contribution to the local community. This could be through job losses to other countries, reduction in local services through managerial efficiencies, a reduction in potential community assets, etc. Such investigations could be developed as a co-learning project with local community-based organizations. 43. 1.7 Community development in the UK and how we got here. Background. Each country will have their own history that shapes the values, policy, and practice of community development. Here, drawing on Purcell, 2005, we illustrate a country's example of this process. Community development in the UK has a long history reaching back to the Victorian philanthropy of the 19th century, for example, the charity organization Society, which worked with the urban deserving poor, or the 30 university settlements based on the Toynbee Hall model of placing future leaders in poor communities to do good works and develop an understanding of poverty. Whilst being more sympathetic to the needs of the poor, and the social conditions within which they lived, the motivation of the settlements was also about reducing the possibility of civil unrest. During the interwar period there was a growth of government-funded interventions. The 1936 Housing Act and the 1937 Physical Training and Recreation Act led to the establishment of community centers in the new suburban housing estates. Partly, the program was intended to counter the growth and perceived political threat from the national unemployed workers movement. From 1945, the community center movement expanded, and a number of reformist legislations were introduced to supplement the development of the new welfare state. The most important was the 1944 Education Act, 1945 in Scotland, that led to the creation of the Youth and Community Service in England. In Scotland, the same process saw the creation of the Community Education Service after the Alexander Report in 1975. The Ministry of Education, 1944, booklet entitled Community Centers, makes clear the social and recreational agenda of the community centers as being a place where neighbors come together on an equal footing to enjoy social, recreational, and educational activities as members of groups following particular hobbies or on the basis of their common needs or interests in the same locality. 1944, 6. During the later phase of the British Empire, the Colonial Office had promoted the use of community development methods to incorporate the existing local ruling class into the colonial administration, help prepare the administration systems for independence, prevent the spread of communism, and protect the interests of British capital. From the mid-1950s onwards, community development workers were returning to the UK and shaping the development of local practice. This development was not without criticism. For example, Batten, 1967, commented, "The community worker does not attempt to decide for people or to lead, guide or persuade them to accept any of his sick own conclusions about what is good for them. He tries to get them to decide for themselves what their needs are, what if anything they are willing to do to meet them, and how they can best organize, plan and act to carry their project through." The 1960s and the CDPs. By the late 1960s Britain was entering a period of social discontent. Poverty had been rediscovered in a country where the Prime Minister Harold Macmillan had declared that we have never had it so good. Work by Peter Townsend, 1954, demonstrated the extent of poor communities. The Fabian Society, 1960, outlined the failures of the welfare state, and Titmuss, 1962, published an influential book Income Distribution and Social Change. However, it was the speech in 1969 by Enoch Powell, an ex-conservative minister, that forced policy change on the government. Powell in his Rivers of Blood speech said, "As I look ahead, I am filled with foreboding. Like the Roman, I seem to see the river Tiber foaming with much blood." In fact, he was arguing against the race relations bill that sought to prevent racial discrimination, on the grounds that it would enable immigrant communities to agitate and campaign against their fellow citizens, and to overawe and dominate the rest. Sadly, of the 43,000 letters sent to the press commenting on this speech, only 800 opposed what Powell had said. Powell predicted violence on the streets of English cities in response to continuing immigration. In this he was correct, as riots broke out in Notting Hill, 1976, Southall, 1979, St. Paul's, Bristol, 1980, and in 1981 Bristol, Handsworth, and Toxteth. These riots were not caused by immigrant communities dominating their white neighbors, but from continued discrimination against the ethnic minorities and, in some cases, aggressive policing. In response to the threat of racial violence and the challenge that poverty still existed in the UK, the government introduced a major initiative for community development. This was the Community Development Projects, CDPs. Like much of British social policy, the model comes from the USA, in this case an adaptation of the Community Action Programs for Juvenile Delinquency and the Model Cities program that promoted community action and local participation. The rationale behind these projects was that social and economic problems were not caused by structural problems in the economy, society, or political system. Rather, they were products of local circumstances and individual pathology that could be solved through localized small-scale intervention. For the background to this approach, see the discussion of Robert Park in section 2.1, What is Community, below. The Home Office described the projects as being a modest attempt at action and research into the better understanding and more comprehensive tackling of social need, through closer coordination of central and local, official and unofficial effort, informed and stimulated by citizen initiative and involvement. There were 12 CDPs based in Coventry, Liverpool, Southwark, Glencorrog, Batley, Birmingham, Canning Town, Cumbria, Newcastle, Oldham, Paisley and North Shields. Each project had a dedicated budget to fund both an action and a research team. The researchers would identify the local social problems, the community work team would organize the local community, and the different methods of intervention would be evaluation to identify what works for replication in other communities. The CDPs had diverse objectives, with practice and analysis reflecting the different ideological positions of their staff teams. As Green and Chapman, 1992, pointed out, the CDPs exhibited a number of weaknesses in practice and theory. Like many projects at the time, they ignored gender and race issues. They tried, and failed, to link community activity to trade unionism, and their analysis of community did not develop into a viable practice theory. Most critical of all was their failure to build political support for community development, enabling the government to eventually curtail the projects. However, the CDPs did produce a number of influential documents that transformed the understanding of community problems and what intervention could and could not achieve. The report, Costs of Industrial Change, CDP, 1977a, argued that poverty was caused by unemployment through business decisions taken elsewhere. As such, it is an early analysis of the effects of global capitalism on local communities. Whatever Happened to Council Housing, CDP, 1976, identified that the poor conditions on many estates were due to government decisions concerning housing policy and the housing market, rather than the fault of tenants. Gilding the Ghetto, CDP, 1977b, claimed that urban deprivation is not caused by the deprived themselves but rather that the problems of urban poverty were the consequence of fundamental inequalities in the economic and political system. The government's poverty program, in turn, was not about solving the problem of poverty but about maintaining the status quo and managing the poor. Broadly, the CDPs developed three approaches to community development, which are still with us in various forms today: amelioration, traditional response, radical response. Amelioration: the Oldham team was conscious of the impacts of the structural factors on community life. They accepted the view that only major socio-economic change could remedy some of the problems in the project area, and the corollary that within the local area many problems could not be resolved. The project team therefore adjusted its practical work program to the local context and to small-scale self-help ameliorative activities. Traditional response: action was designed to effect changes in the controllers of resources rather than in those who receive them. Typical of the ambiguity of this middle ground was the Southwark Project's rejection of conflict-based community action as a means of achieving its goals. Community action was seen as ultimately harmful in that it was sporadic, alienated to the decision-makers, and led to group instability. The way to achieve significant change at the local level was to increase access to, and democratic control over, the resources that were already available. Its goal was to radically change the organization of resources within the local authority, not to act as an outside pressure group. Radical response: the third grouping of local projects rejected previous definitions of community work and attempted to evolve new forms more fitting with economic realities, that is, to explore the interconnection between the problems encountered in the local project areas and the uneven nature of capitalist development. Rather than just accepting this as a given, or responding eclectically, these projects tried to develop, along with their input at the national level, effective local practices. Alongside the CDPs, there were more reviews, reports and legislation. The most significant of which was the Gulbenkian Committee Review of Community Work. Their report, 1968, commented that community work was essentially concerned with affecting the course of social change through the two processes of analyzing social situations and forming relationships with different groups to bring about desirable change. In short, community work is a means of giving life to local democracy. The report has much in common with the emerging ameliorative approach and identified three main strands of practice: neighborhood projects, interagency work, and research linked to social planning. It is from this document that the characteristic of much of today's practice has developed. The 1970s onwards. During the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s, community work in Britain was subjected to new social developments, the impact of feminism and race, co-option by the state and reduction in funding. From the late 1960s, feminism had an increasing impact on community development practice. Over the past few decades, feminism has reshaped both the community development agenda and how it is practiced. For example, the identification of local issues directly concerning women, as well as the recognition that women bear the brunt of dealing with housing and poverty issues. Feminist analysis and practice also confronted male assumptions and domination of practice. Gender relationships, the use of power within groups, and the understanding that the personal is political, confronted and eventually changed the patriarchal approach of many white male workers. Alongside the growth of feminist practice, immigration from Africa and the Indian subcontinent, particularly into English cities, pushed a range of ethnic and cultural agendas and perspectives onto the community development agenda. With the entry of the UK into the EU, and free movement of European workers, these agendas have broadened out to include the effects of substantial migration from Eastern Europe. As the Brexit vote in 2016 showed, the anxieties and hostilities around immigration and race are still with us and continue to present challenges for practice. Some community workers actively engaged with these issues, others saw feminism and race as a subdivision of the class system, and something that would be solved with the ending of capitalism. Other workers simply ignored these issues entirely. For other workers, the process of the work, how you engage with people, became more important than the product of the work, what you actually achieved. It has been argued that the result of these trends was that community development lost its way. Waddington, 1983, in a classic article commenting on the disorientation of many workers, said, "The plain fact is that many community activities, as we originally conceived them, have simply lost their point. Our current predicament is that we are no longer collectively quite sure of what we are trying to do or how to do it." Our emphasis. Barr's study in the early 1990s of community workers in Scotland identified much radical rhetoric amongst generally conservative practice with a confusion of purpose that reinforces Waddington's point. There is no reason to assume that there is currently more clarity about community development practice. In fact, community work has spent much of the past 4 decades trying to catch up with how to respond to the social and economic changes that had been driven through as a result of neoliberalism, globalization, or as policy objectives of the new right. Another complicating factor for practice has been the incorporation of community development by the state. Currently, community development is mostly state-sponsored through the central or local financing of projects and jobs. However, community development was traditionally an outlier activity and peripheral to the concerns of government. In the 1970s, many workers agonized over the duality of the job of being a worker of the state, but also working against the state. See London-Edinburgh Weekend Return Group, 1980. Such debates are less common these days, with workers narrowing the focus of their work to building and sustaining partnerships between relatively powerless community organizations and powerful state institutions. We can trace the incorporation of community development from the mid-1990s through its intermediary role in the single regeneration budget-funded programs in England, the partnerships in Scotland, and the peace and reconciliation money in Northern Ireland. Social planning is now a major state activity to promote the government's intervention in local communities, and community development has become central to this process. Thomas, 1983, defines social planning as the assessment of community needs and problems and the systematic planning of strategies for meeting them. This may involve participative mechanisms like community health councils, planning inquiries, and public meetings. It is intended that such inquiries and consultations will elicit priorities amongst problems and suggest preferred solutions. Perhaps the majority of community development workers now operate in the social planning context. The amelioration model dominates, with the worker forming and sustaining local groups and linking them to an ever-increasing array of local partnerships. Clearly, local partnerships promote changes for the benefit of the community, but as we discuss in Section 3, there are implicit questions around power, that is, individual and community empowerment, that does not get addressed within this model of practice. Running in parallel to the above ameliorative social planning process, but to a far lesser extent, is social enterprise. Research by Demos, a policy think tank, and Paul Purcell, 2000, suggests that the traditional structures used by social planners to engage the community have failed and that new radical approaches are required to free local creativity. Specifically, the usual methods of community involvement are criticized as failing to effectively engage people, stifling creativity and local initiative, promoting the idea of dependency upon public bodies often dominated by professional community activists who have limited accountability, descaling and disabling local people by expecting them to understand and respond to complex issues with inadequate support. Their still relevant argument is that successful regeneration comes not through the bureaucratic structures that community development has become embroiled with, such as partnership management. Instead, effective practice comes through mobilizing the creativity and resourcefulness of people on the margin. Social enterprises suggest this innovation comes from creative individuals and small social businesses that can cut through red tape and bring their individual skills to play, pulling the local community along behind them. There is some truth to this argument. Although, there are dangers of social enterprises doing things to and for the community, rather than with the community. There is no doubt, though, that much of present community development practice lacks creativity and innovation. As we argued in the globalization discussion above, we are living in times of reduction in social expenditure by the government. The near future probably requires us to develop new ways of doing community development with less reliance upon government funding and systems. These themes are taken up in Section 3, where we explore more effective models of practice. Key learning points: community development in the UK has evolved from its 19th century charitable origins. The evolution of community development has largely been driven by government social policy, created in response to poverty issues. 48. The context of community development work. 48. The mainstream of community development practice focuses on amelioration of social issues within small geographical areas. Current practice is heavily influenced by government and is largely driven by the consensual partnership model. Good community development practice will reflect and be sensitive to issues and ideas emanating from local communities, including perspective on gender and ethnicity. To be more effective, we may need to develop more creative and innovative forms of practice that are less reliant on state funding. Learning tasks. If you are not in the UK, Research the history and development of community development in your country. For everyone. How far does feminist ideology influence the nature and practice of community development locally? How far are the different local cultures reflected in community development practice? Section 2. Underpinning theories. Alongside the contexts within which community development operates, as discussed in Section 1, we also need to consider key theories that underpin practice. Exploring social theory could easily be a task for several books. Therefore, we have identified 4 critical theories that community development workers need to understand. First, we discuss what we can usefully understand by the term community. Second, we discuss the nature and application of power from the perspective of Antonio Gramsci and his writings on hegemony. Third, we explore the ideas of Paulo Freire and his insights into critical consciousness. Finally, we explore the nature of everyday life and how this is either liberated or constrained by the social construction of the spaces in which we live. 51. 2.1 What is community? Mythology and the power of statistics. Community is obviously at the heart of community development, but what do we understand by the term community? If we dig deep back into human history, people lived in small self-supporting groups. They relied on what we now call social capital, a close network of relationships based on trust and reciprocity, that is, the offering of support to others in need in the expectation that they will meet your needs in the future. They were, to adopt a current political phrase, genuinely all in it together. In the modern world we mostly live in diverse fragmented environments where, paradoxically, due to the numbers of people, we are often isolated. We, of course, have networks and relationships. However, these may not include many of our geographical neighbors, and may be based on family, friends, work colleagues, or people with whom we share an interest. Often our networks are dispersed and exclusive. Our family does not know our work colleagues, who in turn do not know our friends from school, who also do not know our friends in the sports team. Social planners have a different view of community from most people's everyday experience. Planners tend to run statistics and plot them on a map, draw lines around the distribution of data and call that a community. In Scotland, for example, the process has led to the creation of data zones based on a number of indicators such as income, employment, crime, education, health, etc. Community development workers are often deployed to work in data zones that are statistically underperforming. There is an assumption that the residents of this area have commonality of interest and they are a functioning community. People may live in close proximity to each other, but community is something else. We need to explore what community is and what it is not. Keith Popple, 1996, commented that the dominant view of community is an idealized one which always locates a golden age of clearly defined and secure neighborhoods in the historical period before the present one. In part this belief can be traced back to Ferdinand Tönnies, 2003, the German sociologist who, writing in 1887, developed the concepts of Gemeinschaft and Gesellschaft, the former referring to a close intimate society with groupings based upon family and neighborhood relationships that promote feelings of togetherness. This can be idealized as the pre-industrial rural village. In contrast, Gesellschaft reflects the more individually focused modern urban environment where people are engaged in multiple relationships driven by function, not geography. Nostalgia and mythology aside, the important development that underpins our current social planning practice comes from Robert Park at the University of Chicago. In 52 Underpinning Theories. 52. Particular, we need to explore Park's work on what he called human ecology, see Linder et al., 1996. Park also believed that traditional rural communities were based on small, stable, and face-to-face relationships. In contrast, community in urban areas only existed in residential neighborhoods, where interpersonal ties were loose due to the diverse nature of the residents' lives. Park was influenced by social Darwinism and thought that people and neighborhoods would be in competition with each other, and this led to a range of functional and dysfunctional social behaviors. The pattern of these behaviors could be mapped by the application of statistical methods. If you could identify concentration of behaviors, such as alcoholism, homicides, suicides, and poverty, the city administration could then concentrate its efforts to deal with these behaviors more effectively. There is of course an attraction to this approach. For example, it defines social problems as being localized rather than systemic. It suggests that it is the fault of people living in the hotspot areas, rather than wider social issues, and implies that concentrated local action can solve these problems. No need therefore, to ask more fundamental questions about the nature of society, distribution of wealth and power. Social policy in North America, the UK, and other countries has often been developed from this perspective. As we discussed in Section 1, the history of community development in the UK has evolved through the deployment of an area approach. The CDPs, for example, focused on 12 hotspot areas. The continuing response to poverty and social exclusion in the UK has been mediated through area strategies operating under a number of titles, areas of social exclusion, data zones, etc. The area approach can be defended on pragmatic grounds. The state is not going to fundamentally question itself and explore a systemic analysis of poverty. The best we are going to have, as discussed above, is the promotion of an ameliorative approach. There is also going to be resource constraints, so why not concentrate resources to the worst areas? Resources are deployed and social and environmental improvements are made. However, as we have noted, there is a problem here in relation to defining community. Social planners draw lines on maps based on statistics with some reference to physical geography and long-standing neighborhoods. But essentially these are artificial constructs that are labeled as communities, with the expectation that the people who live there do, or should, behave as if they were a functioning community. The current trend for gated communities, and the creation of urban villages, is another example of the myth that you can create community through social planning. This social planning practice leads to local government officials, and sadly many community development workers, referring to the community as if it were a homogeneous entity. Even worse is the selection of individuals as community representatives to sit on partnership bodies. These individuals may represent a community group or organization, but often they have no means of reporting back to the wider community or ascertaining the views of people they are supposed to represent. It is, however, administratively convenient. Community as culture. Anthony Cohen, 1985, points out that a functioning community is a product of culture, not a reflection of local government structures. He said community exists in the minds of its members, and should not be confused with geographical or sociographic assertions of fact. Or as Geertz, 1973, put it, man is an animal suspended in webs of significance he himself has spun. We should assume that Geertz did mean to include women here, but somehow overlooked saying so. Community, therefore, can only meaningfully be described by the people within it. Top-down definitions of community that see it in geographical or functional terms are: what is community? 53. Created by people outside the group, often for administrative convenience, and based on definitions that often may make little sense to the supposed community members. These top-down definitions treat communities as objects to be defined and organized. The self-definition of communities enables people to become subjects with greater potential for power over their lives. In the modern world we are all part of a number of, often disconnected, micro-communities. These micro-communities can be based on individuals within our neighborhood, family who may live great distances apart, friends from school, colleagues from work, parents of our children's friends, those who share a common leisure interest groups around politics, environmental action, LGBT, relationships on social media, and so on. These communities, whether they are based on geography or shared interests, are built upon a range of ritual activities. These rituals function as symbolic markers and are often reinforced through specific events and activities such as carnivals, fetes, galas, even health days and school events. Let's take a sports team as an example of a self-defined community. You can be a player, a worker at the club, a season ticket holder, somebody who watches the club on TV, or even someone in another country who has an emotional link to the club. If you feel that this team is part of your identity, you have self-defined into that community. The specific example we are using here is Celtic FC in Scotland. The club has a distinct history, being formed in 1888 with the aim of helping relieve poverty amongst the immigrant Irish population in the East End of Glasgow. Flowing from this is a range of symbolism, ritual, and myths, and buying into this helps to build feelings of belonging and community. For example, symbolic home, the ground at Parkhead is also significantly known as paradise. There are other symbolic places where ritual activities take place, including dedicated pubs and clubs. Underpinning mythology, being linked to Ireland, Irish republicanism, Catholicism, working class, even though you may never have visited Ireland or have Irish relatives. Shared history, Lisbon Lions, Jinky, Jock, Henrik, etc. If you know who these people are, then you are a part of the community. Ritual events, Old Firm matches where Celtic play their greatest rival, Rangers FC. Ritual dress, wearing the team colors. Ritual songs, singing You'll Never Walk Alone. Shared rhythmic muscular bonding, dance, crowd performance as in Stand Up If You Hate Rangers. Shared visual icons, flags, colors, levels of participation, season ticket, occasional attendee, TV watcher. Vague emotional attachment defines itself by a boundary, what it is not, Rangers FC. All functioning communities have some of these characteristics. By identifying micro-communities, understanding what makes them function, and what people feel they gain from being community members, the community development worker begins to understand the lives of people they are working with. Bringing together these micro-communities provides a basis for organizing, developing social capital and creating a wider functioning network of people. With community being a cultural phenomenon, it is influenced by a range of social and economic forces and utilized in various ways. The next discussion looks at how hegemony shapes culture. This is followed by an introduction to Freirine theory that explores how. 54 Underpinning theories. 54. Culture can create limitations to the way we see and experience the world. We then discuss the tactics people use to navigate their ways through the experience of everyday life. Key learning points. There is a continuing myth that communities functioned better in the past. Many so-called communities today are defined by planners on the basis of administrative convenience. Community is a product of self-identification with a group, based on culture, not by administrative structures. Communities function through deploying a range of cultural rituals and reinforcing activities. There is no such thing as a meaningful overarching community, we all live and function through our own set of micro-communities. Community development workers need to identify the various micro-communities to which people belong. They are the basis for building social capital and creating more integrated networks of people. Learning tasks. Identify both the geographical area and communities of interest of which you are a part. Do these micro-communities have anything in common? Do they have overlapping members? Think about two significant communities of your choice. Explore the following questions. What rituals and symbols are used to build community identity? Do they work? How could they be improved? In what ways does the community define its boundary? Give examples. Does it work? Is this boundary helpful? What is the official story of their community, and how far do individuals identify with it? How far is this story myth or fact? Where does power reside in defining and using concepts of community? 2.2 Gramsci/Hegemony and the Nature of Power. Introduction. In order to develop community development practice that is both effective and which aims to deal with root causes of social problems, rather than just the surface manifestations, we must have some sort of explanatory framework that helps us understand the way our world functions. From our perspective, the work of Antonio Gramsci is of great help in this respect. Gramsci was born in Sardinia, Italy, in 1891. He was active in the Italian Communist Party and was for a time its leader. In 1926, fascist police arrested Gramsci for his work against Mussolini and, despite his parliamentary immunity, he was brought to Regina Coeli, the famous Roman prison. At his trial, the prosecutor, who clearly understood the power of ideas, said, "For 20 years we must stop this brain from functioning." Whilst in prison, Gramsci spent much of his time rethinking and writing about many aspects of Marxism, developing a revolutionary strategy for social transformation in Western Europe. Mayo, 1999, 35. His main concern was to challenge the teleology embedded with Marx's analysis and explain why the Marxist prediction of a proletarian revolution had not happened. The core of Gramsci's ideas can be found in the book, Selections from Prison Notebooks, 1971, however, for the purposes of this book, we will concentrate on 5 central strands of Gramsci's thinking: the role of civil society, hegemony and counter-hegemony, tactics of change, and the role of the organic intellectual. Civil society. Gramsci was perplexed by the fact that the Marxist prediction that there would be a proletarian revolution had not come to pass and was driven to seek an explanation for this. Whereas it may be thought that social domination is something which emanates from the state or elites exercising their personal power, Gramsci points to the influence of civil society in creating relations of social power and maintaining them through structures and cultural practices that not only shape behavior but also shape our sense of ourselves, our aspirations and our moral standards. It is in this that he begins to see why the people did not spontaneously rebel against the contradictions between the powerful and the powerless within society. These aspirations and moral standards produced by civil society create a common-sense view of the world that supports the status quo. We will explore this in more detail under hegemony. And so, the term civil society is used to denote the civil spaces and institutions that lie outside the state and its direct political control. Whereas the state's influence is seen through the enacting of laws supported by the judiciary, the police, and the army, civil society exercises influence through a network of spaces, organizations, and agencies which include the economy, churches and other faith groups, the family, education, the arts, the media, etc. in a more diffuse and pervasive way. The interconnected nature of civil society can be seen by considering the case of education. In its relationship to the economy, particular forms of learning and knowledge are valued by business, and these then become the forms of knowledge that are validated by education. Whilst it is possible to step outside that system of learning, the economy punishes you by restricting your access to certain jobs and the money that goes with them. It is therefore in people's interests to go with the existing system. This may be strengthened by faith groups whose moral discourse supports obedience, compliance, and hard work. The media will produce material that reinforces, in a multiplicity of ways, a version of the good life underpinned by education and consumption. Finally, families, whose support is actively sought by schools, will reinforce the message that working hard at school is the only way to ensure a good life. Not that good connections with the economy and support from family and religion is essentially bad, but it does tend to valorize uncritically the system which exists, and which supports much of the inequality in our world. The interconnected nature of social phenomena as outlined above leads us to the recognition that in community development, our political action, by which we mean any participative action for reflection and change, cannot only have the state as its focus, since the state is not the only agent of social influence and control, but must reflect and act on the network of influences which are found within civil society, since in Gramsci's formulation, power is both centralized in the coercive apparatuses of the state and diffused across other institutional sites. Carroll and Ratner, 2001, 6. Hegemony. Gramsci develops the concept of hegemony, building on the earlier concept of ideology, and so we will start our examination of this issue there. In this context, ideology does not simply mean a set of ideas held by an individual or group, but rather it is the process of presenting a partial truth which masks an underlying reality and which advantages certain sections within society. According to Marx et al. 1974, ideology naturalizes, it historicizes, and it eternalizes. That is, ideological structures appear to be natural, according to the order of things. Naturalization, ideological structures appear to be the logical conclusion to an historical development. Historicization, there is an assumption that now that this natural state of affairs has been reached, things will be that way, barring regression. Eternalization. Lie, 2008. Ullman discusses it in these terms. Ideology or ideological refers to any thought, behavior, or even symbols that serve to distort our dialectical understanding of reality. Ideological statements refer to aspects of our reality that are real, and in that sense true, but only a partial truth or fragments of something we cannot fully understand unless we grasp it in its entirety. In this way they distort the truth and thus prevent us from fully comprehending a situation. In other words, they tend to frame our thinking within certain horizons or parameters. Ullman, 2001, 7. Brookfield offers us the simple definition that, when a belief seems natural and obvious and when it serves to reproduce existing systems, structures, and behaviors, it is ideological. Brookfield, 2005, 67. A useful tool for exploring practically the existence of ideological statements within our media is provided by John Lai, 2008. In the form of questions, these can be run against any television program, film, newspaper, or magazine, or indeed the text of this book. What are the assumptions about what is natural, just and right? What, and who, do these assumptions distort or obscure? What are the power relations? How are they made to appear as if they are normal or good? What negative aspects are excluded? Look for binaries, oppositions, good/evil, natural/unnatural, tame/wild, young/old. Which term of the binary is privileged? What is repressed or devalued by this privileging of one term over the other? What people, classes, areas of life, experiences, are left out, silenced? What cultural assumptions and what myths shape experience and evaluation? To demystify, pay attention to the particulars, the specifics, the concrete reality, with all its blemishes and contradictions. What enthymemes can you see in the logic of the text? In a general sense, enthymemes are statements which exclude the expression of key assumptions which ground conclusions, e.g. Karen studies really hard. She'll ace this exam for sure. Unspoken assumption, what it takes, all it takes, to ace an examination is hard study. How does the style of presentation contribute to the meaning of the text? Style always contains meaning. What utopic kernel, that is, vision of human possibility, appears to lie at the heart of the understanding of the ideology? The assumption is that there will be some vision of the good that drives that ideological perspective's imagination of the world. Lie, 2008. Ideology therefore frames our discourses about the issues in our life. It embeds within us a common sense understanding of our world. An example of this might be the way some marginalist communities limit the range of opportunities that they consider to be appropriate for them. For instance, the uptake of higher education within many working-class communities in the UK has remained stubbornly low, despite a range of initiatives from government to widen access. There are many factors why this is the case: unsupportive school environments, labeling of themselves and their community as deprived or failing, peer groups and families that resist, lack of community role models, etc. All of which lead to the people themselves believing and feeling that higher education is not an appropriate opportunity for them. This is a deeply regrettable situation. Not because higher education is necessarily the only credible option for people, but, if people frame themselves or are framed as non-participants in higher education without their having thought about the issue and come up with their own conclusion, then they are being limited by something other than their own ability. Gramsci understands that limiting factor to be the outworking of hegemony. Hegemony has been defined as the situation where dominant groups in society, including fundamentally but not exclusively the ruling class, maintain their dominance by securing the spontaneous consent of subordinate groups, including the working class, through the negotiated construction of a political and ideological consensus which incorporates both dominant and dominated groups. Srinathi, 1995, 165. The complicated network of institutions and organizations found in civil society and the state work together in a way that maintains the status quo. It keeps the powerful, powerful. As discussed above, the education system teaches people their place within society, stratifying people for particular roles and rewarding particular forms of knowledge and behavior. The media portrays our world in a way that defines a broad range of issues, including what we should aspire to, what it means to be a man or woman, who is valuable within society and who is not, and how we view insiders and outsiders. The economy privileges certain types of knowledge and behaviors and rewards them financially and with cultural prestige. The list could go on, but we see that, by constant repetition from a multiplicity of sources, strong cultural messages are embedded within people's consciousness. The effect of this is that they think and feel this common sense, internalizing cultural standards and values even if it shows them in a negative light. People then become self-policing, generally recognizing that it is in their own interests to go along with the way things are. Hegemony is constantly shifting and renegotiating in order to maintain consent whilst protecting the status quo. An example of this is seen in the tradition of protests at the global G20 summits. It is expected that there will be major protests wherever the G20 summit occurs and provision is made for that. However, this happens within very controlled boundaries. In examining the protests at the Brisbane G20 summit in 2014, where new legislation and policing tactics were seen as draconian, Legrand and Bronet, 2015, note that ensuring that individuals have an equality of protest opportunity is a new policing responsibility in the 21st century, 2015, 5. Seen through the lens of hegemony, this can be seen as strategies deployed to maintain consent. So long as people feel they have the opportunity to protest and have their voices heard, they are prepared to consent with the way the world is. They may not be happy with it, but they have the impression that they are able to influence through their action. Whereas these protests are powerful performances, which can at best give a sense of cohesion to social movement or at least give people a temporary sense of being part of something, it is clear that its impact on global capitalism is very limited. And so, hegemony gains consent without relinquishing power or challenging the status quo. However, when this general consent within society breaks down, more oppressive state apparatus can be deployed. The law, the police, and the army can all be deployed quickly to restore order. However, this is a difficult and resource-intensive position to be in, and so the state always seeks to return to the hegemonic position of consent. This has been seen in the various riots that have happened within the UK over the years. The pattern is as follows: civil unrest flares up and the police and army are deployed in the short term. In the longer term, youth work and community work resources are introduced to the communities where the unrest was apparent, giving the community the impression that the concerns are being listened to, but also providing diversionary activity which may be very useful but may also deflect from the central concerns which remain untouched. Counter-hegemony. Counter-hegemony addresses the need to break that ideological bond that exists between those in power and the rest of society and build up a counter-hegemony to that of the ruling class, the hegemony of the many rather than the hegemony of the few. We can note here that hegemony in itself is not necessarily an oppressive force, rather it is the form of hegemony that we see in operation at this point in history, since it is a hegemony that benefits the few at the expense of the many. In essence, the development of counter-hegemony has two fundamental aims: to weaken the hegemony of the dominant group and to build its own political culture within the spaces of the old society. The revolutionary forces have to take civil society before they take the state, and therefore have to build a coalition of oppositional groups united under a hegemonic banner which usurps the dominant or prevailing hegemony. Srinathi, 1995, 169. To have an impact we must see structural change and ideological change as part of the same struggle, changed thinking and changed action as part of the same process. This is important because hegemony is experienced as an internalized reality, which is both understood and felt. It is not just an abstract structure. Therefore, any attempt at developing an alternative society must locate itself in the cognitive and affective experiences of the people as well as within the sphere of organizing and political activities. The challenge then faced by organizations seeking to promote this form of social change is to build structures and approaches that enable people to develop alternative ways of thinking and acting in an unequal world. Carroll and Ratner, 2001, suggest that social action organizations must provide an ongoing basis for alternative formations of identity and community through a process of politicizing their constituents and transforming their received identity scripts. They must also provide an ongoing basis for alternative modes of satisfying needs and nurturing the capacity of their community to take action. Finally, they must develop a repertoire of collective action that dynamically and visibly contests hegemonic relations and practices. However, they warn that as groups begin to exercise power they face two challenges to maintaining counter-hegemonic activity. These come in the form of marginalizing and colonizing moves by both capital and state. In the first move, access to funding and places at the negotiating table are denied. If this fails and the organization continues to grow in power and influence, the state will try to mainstream the organization, paradoxically trying to give funding while at the same time neutralizing their effect through bureaucracy, policies, and constricting guidelines. Counter-hegemony is change that reshapes the balance of social power away from ruling elites into the hands of people who are marginalized in the current social order. It comes about through a process of critical thinking and collective action which produces people with a new vision of themselves and their society and new organizations which provide an abbreviated experience of transformed relationships and a power base for political change. It leads to increased levels of social justice, solidarity, participation, and security. The revolutionary forces have to take civil society before they take the state, and therefore have to build a coalition of oppositional groups united under a hegemonic banner which usurps the dominant or prevailing hegemony. Srinathi, 1995, 169. Tactics of change. Gramsci describes two forms of counter-hegemonic tactics, the war of maneuver and the war of position. War of maneuver is only possible when the state is off balance and rules by force and when its hegemony is weak or fractured. It is understood as a frontal attack whose main goal is winning quickly. As such it is unlikely to be appropriate or effective within 60 underpinning theories. 60. Well-established democracies. Examples of these approaches were seen during the Arab Spring where high levels of civil unrest were matched by states whose hegemony was fractured or weakened. The difficulty with this approach is that it fails to take seriously the challenge that the counter-hegemonic project is an ideological one, an intellectual and emotional one, and finally a structural one. The speed of action normally means that the ideological, intellectual, and emotional work has not been done widely enough across society. The upshot of this is that the only model that people have of power is the one existed before, since that has not been subject to critical scrutiny leading to alternative models. As Freyer, 2000, warns us, almost always, during the initial stage of the struggle, the oppressed, instead of striving for liberation, tend themselves to become oppressors, or sub-oppressors. The very structure of their thought has been conditioned by the contradictions of the concrete, existential situation by which they were shaped. Their ideal is to be men, but for them, to be men is to be oppressors. This is their model of humanity. 2000, 45. It is no surprise, therefore, when the structures that rise up to replace the old order turn out to be no better than those they replaced. This is echoed by Gramsci. How is it possible to consider the present, and quite specific present, with a mode of thought elaborated in the past which is often remote and superseded. 1971, 324. And so, we turn to the war of position, which is envisaged as a long struggle which happens across a broad range of institutions in civil society. The aim of this approach is the development of a different common sense through cultural and ideological struggle which takes place within an intricate system of political trenches, for example, newspapers, trade unions, cultural organizations, women's groups and community organizations. The revolutionary forces have to take civil society before they take the state, and therefore have to build a coalition of oppositional groups united under a hegemonic banner which usurps the dominant or prevailing hegemony. Srinathi, 1995, 169. Community development potentially has a central role to play in this process given its ability to work with marginalized groups of people in an informal educative process. However, since great emphasis is placed on localized forms of practice, the possibility of developing this social movement for change is minimized. However, the possibility to support the development of counter-hegemony remains but will only be realized if we stick to the fundamentals of good practice. First, we hold to a particular analysis. This is based on the understanding that the current system is oppressive, working for the few at the expense of the many. We recognize that people are subjects not objects, able to be active in their own lives, and that people are, at least in part, solutions to community issues, not just problems to be fixed. We reject the individualizing narrative that blames individuals for their situation whilst leaving structural issues unanalyzed and unchanged. Second, we have a unique approach to practice. We are committed to doing work with people and not doing work to them. We recognize that process and product are both important. This is a vital distinction in our target-driven age. Finally, we must hold our values, discussed above, which are predicated on a commitment to social justice. Based on those fundamentals of good practice, we have four interlinking processes. Working with individuals. This is the bedrock of youth and community work. The ability to develop relationships with people, to win their trust and to be a positive influence in their lives is essential to all forms of practice. But there are some essential dynamics that set the community development approach apart from other professional caring relationships. First, we always start with the lived experience of the people we are working with, not the agency agenda, not the funder's ideas, and not government policy. This both honors the capacity of the participants to think and act, and maximizes the possibility of true ownership and co-production of any subsequent work. Second, we engage in a process of re-seeing the world, in other words, making problematic the assumptions, the history, the narratives, and the barriers that limit the opportunities of the people we are working with. We have more to say on this in the chapter on free learning. Finally, we have as a central focus, the discovery of personal power. This is more important than goals around engagement, participation, or other externally set targets. If, after working with us, people do not realize and are capable of exercising more of their personal power, then we have failed. All of this is set in an attitude of optimism about people. Everyone has the potential to become more, and so we work actively with people to develop a vision of a different world for them, their community, and the wider world. Working with groups. The next, or indeed, parallel step is collectivizing those individual issues and personal power, which is achieved by forming and working with groups. Groups, in community development terms, are more than communal get-togethers. At their best, they are experiments in a new way of being. This could be understood with reference to group theory, Hyman, 1942. This identifies a normative reference group, which provides an individual with values, attitudes, and behavior patterns, and a comparative reference group, which provides an individual with alternative standards and points of reference. Where people find themselves part of unhelpful and limiting situations, community groups can act as a comparative group, where alternative ways of being, thinking, and acting together can be explored. It is possible that we provide a space where people can be heard and valued for their ideas for the first time, enabling them to create new knowledge and new possibilities, recognizing that they are strong on their own but even stronger together. Building power organizations. In the UK, practice often stops at the point of developing and working with groups, but that is not enough if we are to foster social change and lay the foundations of a counter-hegemonic movement. We need to develop power organizations. We discuss this more fully elsewhere, but essentially the overarching intention of both our individual and group work is the building of people power, where people collectively get active, make demands and develop tactics to address the issues of social injustice that impact on their lives. Developing networks locally, nationally, and internationally. Finally, once we have individuals who have discovered and are exercising their individual power, have groups that are exploring new ways of thinking, being, and acting together, and organizations that are exercising political power in their lives, we must continue the process of collectivizing. If we can agree that our world has become globalist and that many of the structural issues act at a global as well as a local level, any movement that seeks to develop alternatives must also act at those levels. One of the opportunities presented by the 21st century is the ability to communicate and link across the world in ways that have hitherto been unimaginable. We have the possibility to develop local/global networks, based on shared values and commitment to global social justice, and to develop a different common sense of what it means to be human, what the economy is, how we do politics, and how we ultimately humanize our world. The role of the organic intellectual. Gramsci saw the role of the intellectual as a crucial one in this process of creating counter-hegemony. He contrasts this new way of being an intellectual with traditional intellectuals, whom he saw as those who do regard themselves as autonomous and independent of the dominant social group and are regarded as such by the population at large. They seem autonomous and independent and possibly as irrelevant in the context of fundamental social change. He envisaged a new type of intellectual that would be intimately involved in these change processes. The mode of being of the new intellectual can no longer consist in eloquence, but in active participation in practical life, as constructor, organizer, permanent persuader, and not just a simple orator. Gramsci, 1971, 10. This role ties in with Freyr's notion of conscientization, where the starting point of critical elaboration is the consciousness of what one really is. Gramsci, 1971, 323. He envisages the criticality and historical perspective of the intellectual marrying up with the understanding and feeling of the people in order to develop a praxis for change. Finally, it rejects the prevalent individualist focus which education has taken on. So, rather than being concerned with the development of individual skills, knowledge, and understanding, the aspiration is for change on a societal level. As Smith, 1994, describes, their purpose is not necessarily individual advancement, but human well-being as a whole. 1994, 127. I believe that community workers, youth workers, and adult education workers are well placed to take on the role of the organic intellectual, navigating, with the people, that space between theory and practice, critical reflection, and action. Key learning points: the current social order, which disadvantages many, is produced by the action of the state and civil society working in mutually reinforcing ways. The process of hegemony creates a common sense whereby people consent to that given social order. Community development could be part of a social movement for change, supporting people to develop new ways of thinking, acting and associating. Because of the global nature of hegemony, fundamental social change must embody thinking, acting, and working together at local, national and global levels. Community development workers are well placed to support this thinking and acting at all levels. Learning tasks. Consider, are community workers organic intellectuals? If so, what might your role be at local, national, and global levels? Gramsci/Hegemony and the Nature of Power. 63. 2.3 Freyr and Critical Consciousness. Introduction. If we accept the fundamental premise that community development is not about service delivery but is a process of individual and collective learning for social change, then we must ask ourselves some fundamental questions about those educative processes. What is the purpose of learning? Under what circumstances and in what conditions do people learn best? What is the role of the educator? In what ways is that problematic, and what challenges do we face as educators? It is into this context that Paulo Freire speaks most clearly and is therefore of greatest use to the community development practitioner. However, it is imperative that we understand Freire's work as an approach, not just a method. An approach has a history, a set of values, a vision of a transformed world, and a set of ontological and epistemological commitments. It is to these underlying ideas and assumptions that we turn our attention. At its heart, the Freirean approach has two basic assumptions: the possibility of humanization and the historical reality of dehumanization. Freire's pedagogy is not merely concerned with the acquisition of skills and knowledge, rather, it is going for something much deeper, to enable people to become more fully human. He goes on to describe his understanding of what this true humanity looks like. For, apart from inquiry, apart from the praxis, individuals cannot be truly human. Knowledge emerges only through invention and reinvention, through the restless, impatient, continuing, hopeful inquiry human beings pursue in the world, with the world, and with each other. Freire, 2000, 72. He foregrounds this creativity and invention as being the ontological vocation of human beings, and it is this vision of humanity that drives the educative process. The obverse of this is the current, dehumanist, condition that humanity finds itself in. This is seen in every situation where creativity and invention are replaced by prescription, stifling and oppressing the human impulse to think and create. Again, the Freirean educative process is driven by a desire to strip out these negative forces both within the thinking of participants and in the social relationships within the educative process itself. More on this later. I consider the fundamental theme of our epoch to be that of domination, which implies its opposite, the theme of liberation, as the objective to be achieved. In order to achieve humanization, which presupposes the elimination of dehumanizing oppression, it is absolutely necessary to surmount the limit situations in which men are reduced to things. Freire, 2000, 93. And so, his vision of authentic humanity is made clear, as is his understanding of the world as it is. This gives rise to his analysis, and for the purposes of this book we will focus on three elements of that analysis: the constructed nature of the world, the constructed nature of our subjectivities, and the political nature of education. He offers a very clear analysis of the world, suggesting that all social phenomena are produced by the complex interplay of opposing structural forces: labor/capital, rich/poor, and oppressor/oppressed. These binary oppositions are seen by some as an oversimplification of the way the world works. That is undoubtedly true. However, this typology opens up a way of thinking about the world which is very helpful for us as community development practitioners. It gives us a way of thinking dialectically about our world, and therefore gives us an opportunity to understand not just symptoms that we deal with in our day-to-day practice, but the root causes of those phenomena. That the world is typified by inequality is very easy to see. The shocking truth is ably illuminated by Oxfam's 2017 report on wealth inequality. The wealth of the poorest half of the world's population, that's 3.6 billion people, has fallen by $1 trillion since 2010. This 38% drop has occurred despite the global population increasing by around 400 million people during that period. Meanwhile, the wealth of the richest 62 has increased by more than $500 billion to $1.76 tr. Just 9 of the 62 are women. Where Freire is helpful to us is in making the connection between that global level and our lived experience, the unequal power relations we see at the global level and replicated in every social encounter we have. To explore that idea in more detail, let us consider Freire's second area of analysis. That is, the understanding that people's subjectivities are constructed by the complex interrelationships between themselves and their material conditions, their environment, social conditions, and social relations. This can be more simply explained by the idea that people learn what they live. In community development, We may work with people who have experienced poverty, educational failure, and an environment where experts tell them how to think and what decisions to make. Their subjectivity, the sense of who they are and how they understand the world, is shaped by those experiences. People learn passivity and silence in the face of these forces. Freyr's pedagogy recognizes that, in order to change people's subjectivities, we must change their social reality. Of course, community development cannot transform people's social experience wholesale. It can, however, provide contexts where people experience being heard, being valued, and feeling part of a group where change is possible. Beck and Purcell, 2010. Paula Ullman, 2001, talks of this as being an abbreviated experience of transformed social relationships which are the foundation for genuine participation in change processes. It is within these contexts that people's confidence grows, their sense of personal power develops, and a desire for further, more comprehensive change can be fostered. Community development's emphasis on group work processes recognizes this dynamic, but we must reflect carefully on the processes within that group work and the impact that they have. As a worker in this process, we must recognize that we exist within these preset, unequal power relationships. Because of our status as workers, gained from organizations, education, and experience, we automatically hold a position of power, whether we like it or not. And so, part of our practice must be to struggle to transform those power relationships. Within many marginalized communities, people have grown to expect someone else to make decisions for them, to tell them how to feel and what to think. We, as community workers, enter into a relationship with the group that's already shaped by those pre-existing assumptions. Again, whether we like it or not, groups will defer to our perceived power, and if you want to change that situation, we have to be prepared to struggle. This leads us to Freyr's final area of analysis, which is an understanding that no education is neutral. It either domesticates and shapes people to function within the given social order, or it liberates people to be critical agents for change in their thinking, their practice, and their wider world. From this analysis, he posits two basic forms of education: banking education and problem-posing education. Banking education is described by Margaret Ledwith, 2011, 100, as an act of cultural invasion, involving the imposition of one's values, assumptions, and perceptions of the world on others, silencing and disempowering them. The roles within banking education are clearly delineated along the lines of power, with the teacher being powerful and the taught being powerless. The teacher has the power to define questions, to validate answers, and to prescribe processes. The role of the learner is to listen, remember, and repeat. The process of learning is, again, one that is decided in advance by the teacher. The knowledge that is to be transferred is researched by the teacher, whose role then becomes the efficient transfer of that existing knowledge so that learners can remember and accurately repeat that knowledge. Of course, as we have already seen, people learn what they live, and so the learners learn a number of important life lessons. They learn that knowledge is fixed and external to them, and therefore in order to learn they must be taught by experts. This is generally a pacified position, which is reflected in many other areas of life, creating what Freyr terms the culture of silence. By contrast, Freyr's problem-posing approach to education has a specific aim, that of helping learners to develop critical consciousness. This is a state where people see themselves and the issues they are dealing with in the context of their wider social reality and, through that deeper understanding, become capable of making change in their lives. As Jessen and Newman, 2004, put it, they cease to be objects and become writers of their own story. Before going on to consider the theoretical underpinnings of the problem-posing approach, let us explore Freyr's understanding of consciousness. Within Freyr's typology there are three levels of consciousness. First, magical consciousness. In this state people are passive and accepting of their lot in life. Their belief is that the situation is inevitable and unchangeable. This level of consciousness is typified by statements like, "That's just the way it is." People feel powerless to change their situations, they feel like the locus for control for their life is external to themselves. Where people have no belief in the possibility of change, change becomes very difficult. Having lost connection with their sense of human agency, they are forced to rely on the influence and energies of others and, in doing so, become passive. The second level of consciousness to which he refers is naive consciousness. In this state people recognize their personal problems but do not make the connection to wider social or structural issues. This level of consciousness is often typified by feelings of anger and frustration. People recognize injustice, feel that there is something wrong but also feel unable to do anything about it. This is potentially fertile ground for the community worker. In the UK, we are socialized to be suspicious and uncomfortable with too much emotion, especially negative emotion. And yet, emotion is often the engine that drives change. If people are angry, frustrated or afraid, they are more likely to seek an answer for the situation than if they are feeling perfectly calm. A skilled community worker can harness these so-called negative feelings as a springboard into critical analysis and action. The process of how this is achieved will be explored later. The final level of consciousness that Freire outlines is critical consciousness. In this state, people recognize that the situations they find themselves in are neither entirely of their own making nor the product of some invisible and unknowable forces, but they come to recognize that structures of society are unjust and the discrimination they produce affects them, the way they think and feel about their lives, and the opportunities that are open or closed to them. The intention of this approach is that this awareness leads to collective action for change, but there is a danger that the process gets stuck at the stage of analysis and is not translated into action. Both the skill of the worker and the energy of the group are required to ensure that this process has an impact on the real-life situations within which people live. The process which is at the heart of problem-posing education is that of dialogue, which Freire says lies at the heart of this process of humanization. Ledwith describes dialogue as horizontal communication between equals involved in critical inquiry. Ledwith, 2011. This horizontal communication is predicated on the transformation of two key relationships. First, transformed social relationships, teacher/learners and learners/teachers, and second, a transformed relationship to knowledge itself whereby all participants, both teachers and learners, become creators, rather than consumers, of knowledge. The relationship between teachers and learners transforms from a one-way process of information transfer, to a model of co-investigation. This is not to say that teachers do not teach. There is a powerful role for teachers to research existing knowledge and to present that to the learning group, but this is presented not as a finished article but as a starting point, a question to be explored, a problem to be solved. In this process, the thinking of group members and also the thinking as expressed in the knowledge object, existing knowledge, is collectively focused on what do we think, and where has that thinking come from. And so, embedded within this process is the possibility of the creation of new knowledge and recognition and the exploration of metacognitive processes. We think about our thinking, and in that process our thinking transforms. In this process the teacher knows the starting point and the process but not the end point of the learning, since that is produced by the co-investigation of the learning group. This is an exciting process but also a risky one, as it entails the teacher giving away that power to define and to control and opens up the agency of the whole learning group to explore, nurturing the critical curiosity of the group and deliberately making spaces within which to create new knowledge. This process of education has the potential for, not just individual change but transformation on a societal level, since, rather than passively consuming the received wisdom on any subject, it deliberately questions and challenges what is known and, as seen above, seeks to link transformed thinking to transformative action. Paula Ullman suggests that until society itself is transformed, dialogic communication and learning will remain counter-hegemonic. Ullman, 2001, 176. We can see then that the Freirean approach is not educational in the traditional narrow sense of the word but as a cultural process for change. And so, let us finally consider Freire's view on the role of culture within his pedagogy. First, he warns of the danger of an uncritical practice where no consideration is given to the relationship between learners and teachers and learners and knowledge as discussed above. He talks about such practice as being a form of cultural invasion. The impact of such practice is that people begin to see reality through the eyes of the invaders, accept imposed norms and values, see themselves as inferiors and finally become powerless. Cultural invasion is undertaken by well-meaning workers who do not have critically reflective practice. They assume that they understand the problems that are being experienced by the community and that they have a well-thought-out solution to those problems. They therefore see their role as persuading the community to see things their way and implement their solutions. This overlooks the fact that there are many ways to understand the issues and many ways to deal with problems. More importantly, it assumes that the values, views, analysis, and solutions of the worker are preeminent, dismissing people's expertise in their own life. Even if this happens to be true in a particular situation, people learn what they live. This top-down, prescriptive approach teaches them that someone else knows and they do not know. That external knowledge is valuable, and their knowledge is not. In short, they have learned to be more reliant and more disempowered, even if that particular intervention sorts out their short-term problem. These top-down forms of practice, which are repeated through politics, health, education, housing, and the rest, produce what Freire describes as the culture of silence. Within this culture, the world is named by others on their behalf. One example, which I currently find disturbing, is that of young people being described as needs, not in education, employment, or training. Mraz Davies, 2016. I find this particularly pernicious since the entirety of the young person's identity is summed up by what they are not. This pathological model of deficit typifies the cultural invasion, transforming creative, critical, multidimensional people into objects, into problems to be solved. It is little wonder that within this culture of silence people feel ignorant, become dependent and realize very clearly that their knowledge and insights are less valuable than that of experts. The cultural process which Freire suggests is more emancipatory and transformational is cultural action for freedom. Within this form of practice, culture is created through praxis, the integration of action and reflection. As Clifford Geertz, 1973, says, man is an animal suspended in webs of significance he himself has spun. I take culture to be those webs, and the analysis of it to be therefore not an experimental science in search of law but an interpretive one in search of meaning, and so this process of making culture is a collective exploration of our world and the many relationships we have to it, what that means and what we wanted it to mean. Let us conclude this chapter by considering 5 key qualities of the worker in these educative processes. 1. Personal decision to engage in a process of self-transformation. Since the educative process is no longer a one-way street, we must be open to our thinking and practice being challenged. This calls for humility and trust. It acknowledges the fact that we are people in process and that we require other subjects of knowing to aid us in that process. 2. Exercising authority but not being authoritarian. There is a delicate balance to be struck on this issue. Leadership which allows people to think and to function effectively in a group is essential, but leadership which dominates and stifles creativity is oppressive. This balance can be found through maintaining an openness and reflexivity within the group, since an examination of the relationships and the power within the group are always part of the learning. 3. Being directive but not manipulative. The Freirine process is, in a sense, a directive one, since it constantly invites people to reflect and challenge existing knowledge, their attitudes and assumptions, and the status quo. Similarly, it deliberately makes connections between individual experience and wider societal forces. However, it is not manipulative in the sense that it is transparent about its assumptions and intentions. Also, although the process is directive in that sense, the outcomes are within the gift of the group to shape. The worker does not know the end point at the start of the process, and so the power to choose and to shape remains with the group. 4. Balance the need for structure with the need for openness. Following on from the previous point, people are more able to think and to be creative within some sort of structure. The free-rein use of codifications and dialogue give clear structure but allow for the analysis of the group to shape the process. 5. Know that you do not know, or do not fully know. This is a fundamental characteristic of the skilled worker. It acknowledges the reality that all knowledge is provisional and dynamic and fosters the critical curiosity that is essential for energetic educational practice. It opens up the possibility of genuine dialogue since the questions posed are genuine ones. In traditional forms of education, teachers ask questions to which they already know the answers. Finally, it undermines the cultural norm that the expert knows all and being wrong or uncertain is a weakness. Not knowing is an essential precursor to searching for a deeper understanding. Key learning points. Community development is not about service delivery but about collective learning and change. Our current social order dehumanizes people. Community development enables people to connect with their agency and creativity through dialogue and critical reflection. People are prepared to act for change. Learning tasks. The free-rein approach supports people to move from magical to critical consciousness. Can you think of a time in your life when you felt powerless and that the situation was unchangeable? How did that change for you? How can that understanding help you when you are working with community groups? 2.4 Space and everyday life in communities. Introduction. As we discussed in the introduction to this book, effective community development is not simply organizing people into delivering community-focused tasks. Instead, it is a social change process underpinned by an educational interaction, which facilitates people reflecting on their lives and identifying changes they wish to make through collective action. In the previous two discussions we have identified the way culture, operating through hegemonic processes, shapes an understanding of how we see the broader society and our place within it. Freire shows us the importance of critically inspecting this received understanding and developing a more critical perspective. An essential part of this understanding comes from reflecting on the nature of what has become known as everyday life, and our personal response to this by deploying a set of tactics to get us through the day. Kathleen Stewart, 2007, describes it thus. Everyday life is a life lived on the level of surging effects, impacts suffered or barely avoided. It takes everything we have. But it also spawns a series of little somethings dreamed up in the course of things. Analysis of space. Purcell, 2012, suggests that the world has been divided into functional spaces, within which everyday life takes place. Lefebvre commented, "Space is a social product controlled by dominant classes and interests." Lefebvre, 1991. This includes everything from workplaces, schools, shopping malls, to community centers and domestic living spaces. The effect of this is that those who control space in an urban area also control what can and cannot happen. Lefebvre uses religion as an example. Without churches or spaces in which to hold religious ceremonies and promote its ideology, a religion cannot function. Purcell suggests the same principle holds true to private shopping malls as sites of consumption with restricted codes of public behaviors, gang territories in neighborhoods, and even what happens/does not happen within a community center. What happens and where it happens is an outcome of ideological conflict and, as Gramsci suggested, potentially a site of hegemonic/counter-hegemonic struggle. Increasingly this struggle manifests itself in virtual space through the internet, but the meaning of this for community development is a separate story. Everyday life. Since the 1960s, ideas loosely called theories of everyday life have been developed. These theories take Lefebvre's argument of the primacy of space as given, and explore how ideology, social control, and potential resistance may be played out through the lived experience in the everyday lives of ordinary people. The key ideas come from Michel de Certeau, The Practice of Everyday Life, 1984, but also include key texts by Guy Debord, Society of the Spectacle, 1982, Henry Lefebvre, The Critique of Everyday Life, 2008, and Raoul Vain-Igen, The Revolution of Everyday Life, 2006. Overall, these writings explore the postmodernist belief that in advanced capitalist societies social relationships are in decline, with face-to-face interactions being replaced by virtual friends, and our involvement with the world increasingly mediated by images from TV, computers, and publications that suggest that human satisfaction is a product of consumption. As such, our lives are becoming inauthentic. From a different ideological position, the work of Putnam, 2000, on the decline of social capital in modern society reinforces this argument. Or as Debord wrote in Society of the Spectacle, all that was once directly lived has become mere representation, 1992, Thesis 1. Raoul Vaneigem, 2006, who, along with Debord, was a key member of the French Situationist International, also explored the nature of everyday life. He argued that the way capitalism functions distorts the nature of social relationships. People's relationships and lives in general are overwhelmingly defined by the need to produce and consume, rather than interact with others in more socially useful ways. Vaneigem asked, what can be done to change this? A question that should also be relevant for community development workers. This is also a question explored by de Certeau. His argument was that institutions and government organizations in society always act in their own sectional interest. For a wider discussion of this, see Illich, 1995, 2005. These self-interests are promoted through the control of space, which promotes certain activities that favor the institution and restrict alternative actions. This process was termed by de Certeau as strategies. A strategy may enjoy status as a product of the dominant order, or be sanctioned by the powers that be. Michael Shapiro suggests that strategies belong to those who have legitimate positions within the social order and consequently are part of a centralized surveillance network for controlling the population, 1992, 103. This may be overstating the degree of coordination of strategies, although it can be argued that increasing control of the population is a clear outcome. Purcell notes that strategies can manifest themselves physically through the sites, space, of operations. Institutional strategies are also promoted through social and cultural products, for example, laws, language, rituals, commercial goods, literature, art, inventions, and discourse. In an urban area, the physical space and the activities of people within it will be controlled through a variety of direct/indirect and formal/informal strategies. Our lives and the way we perceive the world, through the way work, leisure, and our movement around the city is both organized and restricted, is shaped by the deployment of strategies. Tactics of everyday life. However, people are not simply passive. Within everyday activity there is an abundance of opportunities for ordinary people to subvert the rituals, representations, and processes that institutions seek to impose upon them, in effect, to make their lives more livable. De Certeau called these responses tactics. Given the individualist nature of modern life, tactics are often just fragmented and isolated. Tactics can be both functional or dysfunctional in terms of self-interest, and either positive or negative in terms of social change. Nevertheless, according to de Certeau, in any everyday activity lies an abundance of opportunities for ordinary people to subvert the rituals and representations that institutions seek to impose upon them, in effect to try, often in an unconscious way, to remake part of the world in their personal interest. Conquer Good, 1992, 82, described tactics as a performance repertoire of displaced, disenfranchised, and dominated people deploying improvisational savvy. Similarly, de Certeau saw tactics as often spontaneous and the seizing of a moment of opportunity. Individualist tactics therefore can take many forms and are often quite small, for example, taking a long coffee break or using the work computer to book a holiday. Tactics may also include emotional responses, the middle-age crisis, buying a motorbike, having a younger boy/girlfriend, or maybe sexual deviancy. Sometimes they are politically focused and can include street protests or boycotting goods. The 2016 Brexit vote has been described as an act of protest by people who feel themselves to be otherwise powerless in society. A similar argument has been used to explain much of the support for Donald Trump in the 2016 U.S. presidential election. Tactics may also include random acts such as parking illegally, flash mobbing, or simply spontaneously helping others, random acts of kindness. It could be suggested that collectivist critical consciousness will produce more positive tactical outcomes. If community development workers better understood how strategies operated, then they could work with people to devise tactics for developmental ends. Such an approach would have its challenges, as Conquer Good makes clear. Tactics resist systematizing and totalizing discourses because they are dispersed and nomadic. They are difficult to administer because they cannot be pinned down. 1992, 83. So, what can community development workers do to assist people with understanding how their lives are shaped by the modern world, and to develop a more functional repertoire of personal and social change-orientated tactics? A useful starting point could be to consider the manifestation of the global economy and culture in local everyday life and its effect on how we construct our identities. See, for example, Giddens, 1991. Another would be to explore the effects of the modern phenomena of the merging of work with the commodification of leisure activities. Slater, 1997. A third approach could explore the decline of the traditions of public life and its replacement by privatized activities in public space. Sennett, 2002. Transgression. Related to the nature of existing and potential tactics are acts of transgression, that is, the breaking of social norms and engagement in activities unacceptable to dominant social groups and organizations, and in conflict to the formal/informal rules of a particular space. De Certeau thought that everyday life works by a process of poaching, his word for transgressing, on the territory of others, recombining the rules and products that already exist in culture in a way that is influenced, but never wholly determined, by those rules and products. Transgression can take many forms, from the individual to the collective, from the socially dysfunctional to the functional. Transgression can also be a tactical expression of need and/or defiance by powerless individuals and groups. For example, individual transgressions could be graffiti on the side of walls. Is this vandalism or cultural expression? In some areas of the USA this is criminalized. In other areas graffiti artists are paid to paint positive messages about HIV prevention, safe sex, etc. Is young people wandering around a housing estate or hanging out in bus stops a social threat, or simply a tactical social act by people with nowhere else to go? On a political level, are acts of civil disobedience, such as blocking roads as part of an environmental protest, legitimate or not? We discuss this particular question further in Section 3. This raises the question of what forms of transgressions should community development workers actively support. Positive transgression? Which ones should they confront? Negative transgression? Are there situations where workers should collude with, or deliberately ignore, transgressive behavior? Should these decisions be made by the worker based on their own values, by the employing agency as hegemonic control, or by members of the community themselves, with the risk that this is one section of the community simply exerting power over another social/cultural/ethnic group? Key learning points: the world is divided into elements of space that are controlled by institutions and government organizations in their own interest. This process of controlling spaces is termed by De Certeau as strategies. How we interact, or are prevented from interacting, with these spaces shapes our understanding of the world and how we see ourselves in responding to the way spaces are organized. We developed a repertoire, of personal tactics. Tactics are usually individualist and can be personally functional or dysfunctional. Socially progressive or repressive tactics can often be transgressive, and again these can be personally functional or dysfunctional. Socially progressive or repressive community development can help people understand the effect of space, and facilitate the development of more function and socially progressive tactics. Learning tasks: identify a community space, for example a community center. How is this space organized, by whom, for what explicit/implicit purposes, whose interests does this organization of space really serve? How could this space be better organized for inclusive community development purposes? What is your repertoire of tactics? List them according to whether they are functional or dysfunctional, both for you and for the wider community. Are there tactics you would wish to change? Section 3. Models of practice. In this section we discuss a range of practice models. We start with an overview of practice as it is experienced in the UK. Next, we look at direct action, which provides a counterpoint to the dominant practice model. We then move on to explore 4 successful international models of practice: community organizing from the USA, the Slum Dwellers International (SDI) approach that is used in cities across the developing world, how to apply the ideas of Freire in practice, and the asset-based community development approach from the USA, widely used across the world. Finally, we attempt to pull many of these themes together and suggest a possible integrated model of practice. 78. 79. 3.1 Overview of current practice. Where we are now in the UK. As we discussed in Section 1, the majority of community development practice in the UK has evolved in the ameliorist tradition. That is, recognizing that many community problems are due to wider social and economic structural issues, and with increasing globalization this is ever more so. However, it is not the role, so ameliorists would argue, to challenge these wider issues. They are too large, too complicated, and anyway community development should be about bringing social stability, not promoting political unrest. Consequently, community development practice has tended to be focused in small community settings, or small groups within communities, and be concerned with making some aspects of everyday life just a little bit better. There are some classic texts of how to practice community work in this way, for example, Henderson and Thomas, 2001, Henderson, 2012, and 12 Trees, 2008. These books define the nature of community development practice for a generation of UK workers. In Skills in Neighbourhood Work, Henderson and Thomas idealized practice within closely defined geographical areas that were real or imagined functioning neighbourhoods. The goal of the worker was to establish and support small groups within these localities to provide mutual support, deliver a service, represent particular interests, liaise with the local state, or act as agents of the local state. These groups were usually dependent upon external funding, and often competed amongst themselves for whatever grants were available. This system of a multiplicity of small groups who are all broadly seeking the same end of improving community life, but at the same time in competition with each other for resources, has been defined as pluralism. The result of this is that the potential for community power is dissipated and community groups can at best expect to be in a client relationship with the local state. As we shall see later, the ideas of community organizing sit as a direct rejection of this model. The Skills in Neighbourhood Work model identifies 9 steps for practice. This is a process model where the worker systematically works through the following steps. 1. Entering the neighbourhood. 2. Getting to know the neighbourhood. 3. What next? Needs, goals and rules. 4. Making contacts and bringing people together. 5. Forming and building organizations. 6. Helping to clarify goals and priorities. 7. Keeping the organization going. 8. Dealing with friends and enemies. 9. Leaving and endings. 80 Models of practice. 80. In one sense, this is a very practical approach to undertaking community development work. The book, which is still a widely recommended text, is a great resource for an inexperienced worker asking themselves the basic questions such as, how do I get to know local people? How do I identify local issues? How can I create and sustain a community group? And so on. There's some strong arguments in favor of taking this neighborhood approach. It does reflect the reality that most community projects have a local focus, and that, as we have seen in sections 1 and 2, social policies are based on identifying small local areas of need. For some residents, the neighborhood is where they spend most of their time and is the location of their family and friendship networks. On the other hand, there are serious critiques of this approach. As we have said, the classic neighborhood model chooses to ignore wider social and economic issues such as globalization, structural inequality, climate change, and the distribution of power. It often has little to say in the debates about wider social changes driven by feminism, minority communities, personal and sexual identity, cultural change, etc. Being a process model of practice, it tends to ignore what many workers believe to be key theoretical ideas deriving from Gramsci and Freire, and, being too influenced by communitarianism, defaults to an implicit acceptance of the status quo. The neighborhood approach also ignores the divisive effects of having groups competing with each other, and promotes the idea that all geographical neighborhoods are, by default, a functioning community, or could be. Community planning. Over the past 20 years or so, this multiplicity of small neighborhood groups has been increasingly linked to the local state through the development of social/community planning and the creation of partnerships. Firmly in the model developed by Robert Park and Burgess, 2019, this model seeks to better manage local communities through an organized area approach. In particular, the community planning approach identifies small areas of need through the analysis of data sets, can bring together a wider range of key service providers, e.g. health, police, local government, housing, and gives local community representatives a seat at the table. In many areas, community planning is the system, and if a community group wants grants and support, it has to fit into the priorities and process of the local partnership structure. Like it or not, if you want to succeed as a small and relatively powerless community group, you need to be assimilated into the system. In some ways, the partnership model is a welcome development as it shares information and coordinates action. Local people's views are heard and may sometimes influence decision-making. There can be questions over who the community representatives are: representatives of the local tenant or residents association, long-standing community activists, friends of the local councillor, members of a particular political party, or simply individuals who have no constituency in the community. There are also questions of how the community representative knows what the various subgroupings of the community think about any issue, and how they report back and build in accountability. These questions can, of course, be overcome, but they are usually ignored. There is also the wider issue that not all players are equal. The police and health service, for example, have huge power and control over resources. They are not going to accede to anything that they fundamentally disagree with. Consequently, how much real power in decision-making do the community representatives really have? The answer, of course, given the nature of small community groups, is not very much. Community work and social systems. Of course, the ameliorist/pluralist/neighborhood work approach is just one of many ways of conceptualizing and developing practice. Let us consider other forms of practice, taking a snapshot of different global examples. One way to do this is to construct a frame of analysis within which we can analyze the different models. Purcell, 2016, views community development practice, in its widest sense, in terms of authoritarian/libertarian open system/closed system dimensions. He defines these terms as: authoritarian equals regulation, defined limits of action, government control; libertarian equals individual rights, autonomy of action, self-determination; closed system equals stable, controlled, predictable, reproducible; open system equals complex and diverse, allows new and creative approaches. In Figure 3.1 below, a selection of different types of community development are mapped against the authoritarian/libertarian, open system/closed system dimensions. The chart is intended to be illustrative and is not based on any detailed mapping of collected data analyzed through complex metrics. It is simply diagrammatic and used to illustrate the diversity of approaches. For convenience, the traditional UK model of community development, based on small and localized groups that we have been discussing, is placed in the center of the diagram. This is not to suggest that UK practice is the center of the community development world. Readers in other countries can populate the diagram as appropriate with their own examples. Purcell notes that generalizing about models of practice is always open to debate, as it can be criticized as oversimplifying. However, we need to start the discussion somewhere. Based on his research, Purcell offers the following explanation of why different models were placed where they are. Cuba, community development within Cuba is mostly the top-down delivery of activities to communities. It operates under the auspices of the state in quite prescribed forms. Tanzania, this example relates to rural activities that are formulated by the government as part of an overall development strategy. At the local level, community development activity is focused on mobilizing local village communities to meet specific targets set by government, for example, assisting in the construction of local school buildings. Communities are charged with deciding how to complete the task and have little effective input into what these tasks might be. South Africa, there is an extensive community development program in the townships. Much of this work involves the community development worker acting as an intermediary between local people and government policy and funding opportunities. Scottish CLD, community learning and development in Scotland is well developed in policy terms, and much activity is rooted into partnership arrangements with major resource holders. Often this is time-limited engagement with specific small-scale objectives. There is some freedom to operate within the overall policy framework. Ameliorative CDP, an illustrative example from the UK CDP projects of the late 1960s and becoming the major model of UK practice. The ameliorative strand recognized the structural nature of social problems but thought community development was incapable of responding to such challenges. Instead it concentrated on largely self-help initiatives. UK neighbourhood work, a traditional UK model of practice. It operates within a pluralistic analysis of society. Often very small scale, with a local focus and limited in scope, but can be flexible in what is attempted and how it is done. Radical CDP, the alternative model to the CDP projects. In this case it recognized the structural nature of social problems and looked to operate on a large scale for social change. It failed to achieve this, especially in its ambition to build effective campaigning links with trade unions. Popular education, based on the work of Paulo Freire and widely used in South America, Southern Africa, and the Indian subcontinent. Can be small-scale but very flexible in application and driven by the desires and needs of participants with the goal of transformative social change. Community organizing, evolved from the work of Saul Alinsky and is represented by the Industrial Areas Foundation and their international affiliates. This category also includes Acorn International as an alternative model. Seeks to build large autonomous community-based power organizations. Slum/Shack Dwellers International, an international network based in mega-slums. Seeks to build mainly women-focused autonomous powerful organizations dedicated to making the slum more livable and integrated into the wider society. Direct Action/M11, this example refers to the long British tradition of taking direct action for emotive causes, for example, on the environment. The M11 motorway protest in London was a noticeable example of large-scale opposition to urban road building. Purcell argues that this diagram illustrates the diverse nature of practice that is possible from top-down and closed systems to open and bottom-up alternatives. He suggests that, within the UK, the models of practice vary from quite limited in scope where community work is located tightly into a local authority program and policy framework, to potentially the more radical where there is some independence from the local state. Internationally, the countries where open/libertarian societies are prevalent, for example the USA, Western Europe, are more likely to have community work organizations developing a critical analysis of society and challenging accepted norms and structures. Many of these countries will be operating a neoliberal economy. We know from Gramsci that despite the force of hegemony that a modern capitalist state generates, it is still possible to engage in reformist and maybe revolutionary activity and build a counter-hegemonic opposition. Given the less than revolutionary aims of community work, Purcell argues that a neoliberal environment can be conducive to open, creative and power-challenging models of practice. Conversely, the closed/authoritarian approaches, in both capitalist and socialist countries, are most likely to constrain community work practice to being conformist and uncritical of the status quo, allowing little challenge to authority. In these contexts, the main community work focus is to implement government programs and policies. Purcell notes that some may argue that socialist countries through their opposition to neoliberalism are inherently radical, and therefore community work in these settings must therefore also be radical. This, of course, depends upon what your definition of radical might be, and the actual policies of the government. Despite the rhetoric of most governments, especially authoritarian ones, the outcomes can turn out to be weak on actually promoting the key objectives of community development such as social justice, challenging oppression, and promoting empowered citizens with independent powerful civic organizations. Purcell concludes that the more power the state has over civic life, the more closed the model of practice will be. In contrast, the less power the state deploys, the greater the potential for open models of practice. In the next discussions we look at more radical forms of work including direct action, community organizing, Paulo Freire, and Slum Dwellers International. Key learning points. In this discussion we have explored the current dominant model of community development practice in the UK, and found that the dominant model is based on producing ameliorative outcomes for small-scale community groups operating within a local neighborhood focus, that community development has been largely incorporated into a local state-led social planning framework, based on a local partnership model, that a snapshot of global practice models is built around an authoritarian/libertarian, closed system/open system. Analytical framework, that the more creative and people-driven models of community development are most likely to be found in open system, liberal societies, that more closed system, authoritarian societies are more likely to use community development-like activities as means of delivering top-down government policies. Learning tasks. Select a neighborhood where you live or work and map the community groups operating in the area. What do they do? How many members do they have? What do they achieve? What do they wish to achieve? What is their relationship to the local state? Are they dependent on third-party funding? What do you conclude from this? 3.2 Direct Action. Introduction. This book concentrates on the role and activity of community development in its various forms. Running alongside community development activity is, of course, a wide range of other forms of social and civic engagement, and political action. The range of activity is extensive from volunteering, care activities, befriending to, at the other end of the spectrum, political activity, which sometimes moves into direct action approaches. Community development workers need to understand why people resort to direct action, the values and principles of such activity, how it is organized and what it does and does not achieve. There will be times when community development workers or the people they are working with feel they have to resort to direct action methods. If you are promoting consensual ameliorative work, then this is less likely. If you are a community organizer, then direct action will be part of your toolkit. Direct action is an integral feature of contemporary societies. For example, the American civil rights movement gained much of its success through engaging in direct action. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. pointed out that he came to direct action through relating the work of Gandhi to Christian doctrine and the morality of confronting evil. He said that he was fascinated by the idea of refusing to cooperate with an evil system that promoted segregation and racial discrimination. King, 2011. Dr. King's idea of nonviolent direct action was based upon 6 key principles, which he outlined in his book Stride Towards Freedom. These principles can be summarized as: first, one can resist evil without resorting to violence. Second, nonviolence seeks to win the friendship and understanding of the opponent, not to humiliate him. Third, evil itself, not the people committing evil acts, should be opposed. Fourth, those committed to nonviolence must be willing to suffer without retaliation, as suffering itself can be redemptive. Fifth, nonviolent resistance avoids external physical violence and internal violence of spirit as well. The nonviolent resistor not only refuses to shoot his opponent, but he also refuses to hate him. The resistor should be motivated by love in the sense of the Greek word agape, which means understanding, or redeeming goodwill for all men. The sixth principle is that the nonviolent resistor must have a deep faith in the future, stemming from the conviction that the universe is on the side of justice. King, 1958, 2011. One of the current motivating forces for direct action is that mainstream political parties appear to have lost the ability, if they ever had it, to aggregate issues into coherent ideological packages linked to the aspirations of the diverse social groups that comprise contemporary society. The way governments operate tends to ignore minority views. Sometimes these minority groups can be extensive, and on occasion can become a majority. For example, the 2016 Brexit vote in the UK was driven significantly by white working-class voters in areas subject to post-industrial decline. People felt the mainstream parties had forgotten them. The vote to leave the European Union was a protest about remote bureaucracies, and the perceived threat to culture and way of life from immigration. This is not direct action in itself, but a sign that it might not be far away if large numbers of people continue to feel ignored. The 2016 presidential election in the USA could be analyzed in a similar fashion. Alongside the above points, there is the continuing trend for single-issue campaigns that are self-defined as the most important thing, compared to which all other social and economic issues become insignificant. Often, such campaigns are climate change/environmentally focused. If you believe that you are saving the planet, then most forms of protest become acceptable. Other examples of long-running, single-issue campaigns are pro-life protests, anti-hunting, and animal welfare. Such actions include blocking motorways and airport runways, to smaller actions that are designed to attract the maximum media attention. Due to the strength of feeling, there can be an all-or-nothing approach where compromise is seen as selling out. Sometimes the issues are closely focused, e.g. stop fracking in this area, where a success can be identified, or vague and therefore impossible to resolve. The Occupy movement would be an example of this. In 2011, protesters in London set up camp demanding a better world. The camp issued a statement, The Guardian, October 17, 2011, explaining their action and demands. 1. The current system is unsustainable. It is undemocratic and unjust. We need alternatives, this is where we work towards them. 2. We are of all ethnicities, backgrounds, genders, generations, sexualities, abilities and faiths. We stand together with occupations all over the world. 3. We refuse to pay for the bank's crisis. 4. We do not accept the cuts as either necessary or inevitable. We demand an end to global tax injustice and our democracy representing corporations instead of the people. 5. We want regulators to be genuinely independent of the industries they regulate. 6. We support the strike on November 30 and the student action on November 9, and actions to defend our health services, welfare, education, and employment, and to stop wars and arms dealing. 7. We want structural change towards authentic global equality. The world's resources must go towards caring for people and the planet, not the military, corporate profits or the rich. 8. The present economic system pollutes land, sea, and air, is causing massive loss of natural species and environments, and is accelerating humanity towards irreversible climate change. We call for a positive, sustainable economic system that benefits present and future generations. 9. We stand in solidarity with the global oppressed and we call for an end to the actions of our government and others in causing this oppression. Over the next few months the protest began to fall away as participants became disillusioned with the protest. This was inevitable, as organizations are kept alive through building on success. In this case the demands were either vague, how do you know when you have succeeded, or impossible to achieve as they are asking for global change. In February 2012, the camp was evicted. It is estimated, Bloomberg LP, April 23, 2012, that the camp cost London authorities over £1 million from monitoring, policing and legal fees. Although a wide range of issues was raised across the media, there was no discernible win from the occupation. It does illustrate that feeling strongly about an issue, and getting exposure in the media is not enough. To make real gains you need to have a tight organization and specific realizable demands. See the discussion on community organizing below. There is also the danger that direct action can move public opinion against your cause. The 2016 blocking of the runway at London City Airport by 9 protesters is a case in point. White climate change protesters, who had decided to support the London Black Lives Matter campaign, took the action. The protesters argued that climate change was racist in that it disproportionately affected black people specifically in London and generally in Africa. It was suggested that the airport was mainly used by business people engaged in capitalist activity. As capitalism is destroying the planet, the closing of the airport was therefore justified. The majority of public opinion appeared to be in disagreement, and it is likely the action damaged the prospects of the Black Lives Matter campaign in London. Direct action has a wide range of possible tactics. Gene Sharp, 1980, has identified 198 different tactics for nonviolent action. The Albert Einstein Institution has a summary of all 198 tactics online at einstein.org/nonviolentaction/198-methods-of-nonviolent action. These tactics can be organized into 6 categories of possible action. 1. Persuasion, speeches, letters, leaflets, lobbying, exhibitions, vigils, processions, public gatherings, walkouts, etc. 2. Non-cooperation, ostracism, boycott, strikes, stay at home, etc. 3. Economic boycott, consumer boycott, rent strikes, lockouts, embargoes, blacklisting traders, etc. 4. Strikes, symbolic strikes, group actions, industrial strikes, slowdowns, work rule, sit-ins, selective strikes of key personnel, etc. 5. Political non-cooperation, withholding support, refusal to comply, sit-downs, breaking unjust laws, legal delaying tactics, etc. 6. Nonviolent interventions, fasting, harassment, sit-ins, pray-ins, land seizures, work-ins, blockades, etc. These tactics have all proved effective at various times. However, as a main strategy of direct action is to involve the media, there is a constant pressure to innovate and undertake new forms of action. Repeating the same tactic can lead to boredom amongst participants and disinterest by media organizations. Running through direct action is a belief and a willingness to undertake civil disobedience. Such activity was famously defended by John Rawls, 1971, who defined civil disobedience as a public, nonviolent and conscious breach of the law undertaken with the aim of bringing about a change in laws or government policy. Do community development workers simply watch as their community members take such actions? Or do they personally join in, or absent themselves on moral/legal/pragmatic grounds? What criteria should workers use to help make such decisions? Referring back to the values and principles of community development is helpful here. However, such decisions are usually made as a reflection of the personality and ideological views of the individual practitioner. As the history of community organizing shows us, there are times when workers need to decide their position on such actions. If you are engaged in community organizing, then direct action will happen sooner or later. It is this form of activity that we explore in the next discussion. Key learning points: direct action is a continuing feature of civic and political life. A belief in the legitimacy of direct action can be based upon moral or religious doctrine. Direct action usually operates outside of community development activity, but there will be times when community development workers are potentially drawn into direct action. Direct action is usually based on single issues that participants believe to be of overriding importance. These issues can be local and focused, but can also range to the global and diverse. The tactics of direct action are often designed to attract high levels of media attention. Direct action can mobilize a public opinion either for or against your issue. Direct action is often viewed as a moral act. Learning tasks. Identify a local example of direct action and consider What was the objective of the activists? Why did they choose to use direct action tactics? Did these tactics work? Could the result have been achieved, or exceeded, in other ways? Do you consider these actions to be legitimate? If so, why? 3.3 Community Organizing. Introduction. Davis Merritt Jr. sums up the community organizing perspective. The only way for our community to be a better place to live is for the people of the community to understand and accept their personal responsibility for what happens. For practitioners in the UK, the above quote can be contentious. The mythologized view of the welfare state and benevolent local government has led to the idea that social problems should, and will, be solved by external organizations. As we have discussed above, our learned experience of community development in the UK is that communities are relatively powerless to tackle major issues. Often the failure to solve local housing problems, environmental issues, and unemployment lead to local anger, but seldom to the idea that if it is our problem then we have to take the lead in fixing it. The benefit from taking responsibility for our own problems is that the issue is more likely to be fixed, and in a way that works best for us. Community organizing is about this. To fix our problems we need to come together, organize, get the job done ourselves and in our own way. In doing so there will be significant gains in terms of personal, collective, and organizational empowerment. Saul Alinsky, the grandfather of community organizing, often quoted the slavery abolitionist Frederick Douglass, who said, "Power concedes nothing without a demand, it never has and it never will." Alinsky's point is that poor communities remain poor because they are discriminated against in a broad range of economic and social ways: jobs, housing, local services, political representation, etc. Just asking the powerful to do the right thing is not going to change the situation. The only way the poor and the oppressed are going to have a better life is through building their own collective organizations that will accumulate power so that marginalized people can claim their fair share of society. As Alinsky said, change comes from power, and power comes from organization. In order to act, people must get together. For Alinsky this was about making democracy work for everyone. These ideas are set out in his classic book Rules for Radicals, Alinsky, 1971. Community organizing in the way we use the term today starts with Alinsky in the back of the Yards area of Chicago in the 1930s. The Yards was the meatpacking district and the processing plants were the main employers in the area. The local community was poor with desperate housing and social conditions, with many immigrants from Eastern Europe. In association with local leaders, Alinsky built a coalition of local groups, trade unions, and the Catholic Church to form the Back of the Yards Neighborhood Council, BYNC. Over the years the BYNC has provided a range of services for local people, renovated local housing, supported trade unions' action for better wages and working conditions, and made demands on the Chicago City administration to improve its support to the area. Since the creation of BYNC, community organizing has evolved. There are now diverse models of how to practice community organizing both within the USA and across the world. For a fuller discussion see Beck and Purcell, 2013. A main form of community organizing practice, and the direct descendant of the Alinsky model, is the Industrial Areas Foundation, industrialareasfoundation.org. Currently, the IAF organizes in 23 states and 24 cities in the USA, and has affiliate organizations in the UK, Canada, Germany, and Australia. The IAF has an organizational model, the key features of which focus on campaigning on winnable issues, using the winning of issues to further build the membership and power of the organization, identifying and building local leadership, developing a network of communication throughout the community based upon personal contacts, promoting participation through people making decisions and taking responsibility for themselves and their community, using research to understand issues, planning effective actions to promote the issues, and evaluating and learning from campaigns. Central to the deployment of the IAF model are community organizers. These key workers build the organization locally by linking with existing local leaders and organizations as well as creating new forms of organization. Alinsky saw the community organizers as requiring a special set of characteristics that include curiosity about the world, an irreverence for existing structures and power systems, imagination for new ways of thinking, a blurred vision of what a better community might be like, a strong ego along with bucket loads of self-confidence, a sense of humor to get through the hard times, and what he called the need to be a well-integrated political schizoid. By this Alinsky meant that although campaigns are built on a 100%er versus 0%er approach, in reality most issues cut 52%er versus 48%er, and the goal is to be able to move into constructive negotiation and compromise when the time is right. As Alinsky commented, compromise always puts you ahead. Underpinning campaigning is a set of rules defined by Alinsky, 1971. 1. Power is not only what you have but what the enemy thinks you have. 2. Never go outside the experience of your people. 3. Whenever possible, go outside of the experience of the enemy. 4. Make the enemy live up to their own book of rules. 5. Ridicule is man's most potent weapon. 6. A good tactic is one that your people enjoy. 7. A tactic that drags on too long becomes a drag. 8. Keep the pressure on with different tactics and actions, and utilize all events of the period for your purpose. 9. The threat is usually more terrifying than the thing itself. 10. The major premise for tactics is the development of operations that will maintain a constant pressure upon the opposition. 11. If you push a negative hard and deep enough, it will break through into its counterside. 12. The price of a successful attack is a constructive alternative. 13. Pick the target, freeze it, personalize it, and polarize it. One of the criticisms of community organizing is that it is culturally specific to the USA and therefore the model does not translate well to other cultures. For example, some commentators, for example, Henderson and Salmon, 1995, suggest the focus on conflict does not work in the UK where, as we discussed above, the tradition is for very small-scale self-help organizations operating formally or informally under the hegemony of the local state. However, this is not the case as is evidenced by the success of the IAF affiliate Citizens UK, citizensuk.org, with alliances comprised of local organizations, faith groups, schools, universities, and trade unions operating across the country, for example, in London, Birmingham, Nottingham and Leeds. In Wales, the Cardiff Citizens and Vale of Glamorgan Citizens was formed in October 2014, via a founding assembly of 700 people representing more than 100 organizations. Now known as Citizens Cymru Wales, their current goals include tackling poverty and inequality through the promotion of the living wage, making local services accountable and responsive to the needs and views of local people, building a welcoming community that is supportive of people and open to immigrants and refugees, overcoming powerlessness through developing local leader, supporting young people to become socially active and promoting voter registration schemes. In London, community organizations negotiated an agreement with the 2012 Olympic organization to respond to local demands to make the Games community-friendly. This resulted in an agreement for 6 people promises. 1. Affordable homes to be provided for local people through a community land trust and mutual home ownership. 2. Funding to be set aside to improve local schools and health services. 3. The University of East London to be the main higher education beneficiary of the sports legacy. 4. £2 million to be committed for a construction academy to train local people for the coming construction jobs. 5. That at least 30% of the jobs created by the Olympics would be set aside for local people. 6. That the Lower Lee Valley area would be designated a living wage zone. There are, of course, other models of community organizing as well as the IAF. The most important of these alternatives is ACORN, Association of Community Organizations for Reform Now, established by Wade Rathke in 1970. At its height, ACORN had in excess of 500,000 members operating in more than 1,200 local chapters in over 100 U.S. cities. The main areas of work included voter registration, healthcare, affordable housing, and local social issues. In 2010, Acorn closed its U.S. operation after a fabricated sting operation by conservative activists led to the loss of core funding. Acorn International, acorninternational.org, continues to work in 16 countries including Argentina, Canada, India, Italy, Kenya, Mexico, Peru, and the UK, with a particular focus on mega-slums, for example, Dharavi in Mumbai and Korogako in Nairobi. John Atlas, 2010, has written a definitive history of Acorn, within which he has described the organizing model. When moving into a new area, Atlas suggests the following actions. 1. The community organizer analyzes the local demographics, politics, issues, and the current local leadership. 2. The organizer drives around the local area, the windshield tour, to get a feel of the area. 3. The organizer meets with local leaders and starts to build working relationships. 4. Acorn is primarily interested in building a new local organization of individuals coming together. In contrast, IAF is more concerned with creating a broad organization through creating a coalition of existing organizations. 5. The organizer and local leaders identify potential allies and enemies. 6. The organizer and local people undertake a program of door knocking to identify local issues that are important to residents and to sign up members. The objective would be to knock on every door over an 8-week period and sign up 10% of households. Membership dues are often a notional payment each month. The money would pay for the local organization, but also creates a sense of ownership and involvement amongst the members. 7. Within 2 months, local people should be standing up at local meetings and be prepared to take action on issues they have defined. 8. In areas that had multiple chapters, an executive committee should be established to coordinate campaigns. 9. The objective is to empower local people to take action on issues fundamental to their lives, not solve their problems for them. 10. Once a local organization is established, local people and the new emerging leadership would make the decisions and run the organization. The key feature of this approach is the speed in which the organization develops. All community organizing is based on the principle of identifying a local issue that can be successfully addressed quickly and easily. This positive result builds confidence and belief in local people that change is possible, and that the new organization is a route to this change. Success therefore builds the organization, which in turn increases the membership, enabling bigger and more complex issues to be tackled, so further increasing membership. Also central to community organizing is the development of local leadership. Alinsky usefully described a leader as somebody who has a following. This might be someone who holds an official position such as the chair of a local organization, a local person you go to for help with welfare benefits, or somebody with an extensive network of friends and contacts. These local leaders and those with leadership potential are trained, supported, and nurtured to take on ever more demanding roles and are the future of the organization. In North America, this emphasis on leadership is nothing new. In the UK, leadership training is comparatively rare. As we will see in Section 4, the UK places emphasis on capacity building, but this is mainly about training people to function as a committee member within a local partnership setting. Training people to become independent leaders of a powerful autonomous organization is not often on the agenda. As we have said at the start of this chapter, community organizing has taken many forms since the early days of Alinsky. One of the most interesting and effective organizations today is Slum Dwellers International. Much of their operating model can be linked to the principles and practices of community organizing. However, there is a distinctiveness about their organization, and this is explored in the next discussion. Key learning points: community organizing is about individuals and local communities taking responsibility for, and solving, local issues. Success is achieved through building powerful autonomous local organizations. Success leads to more members, a stronger organization, which in turn leads to more success and more members. Community organizations need to be prepared to fight vigorous campaigns to achieve their goals. However, most campaigns lead to negotiation and compromise. One of the main community organizing models is the IAF, which builds coalitions of organizations to maximize local power. Another model is Acorn, where individuals are recruited to build a new local organization. Identifying local leaders and building leadership capacity is central to successful community organizing. Learning tasks. Consider and discuss the following questions. How far are local problems the responsibility of local people to solve? Could you see yourself as a community organizer? What do you think of the 13 rules? If there was a local community organization where you live, would you want to join it? 3.4 Slum Dwellers International. Introduction. Slum Dwellers International, KnowYourCity.info, was officially launched in 1996. SDI, as it is generally known, is an international network representing the urban poor. The network brought together large-scale federations in 6 Asian countries, 4 African countries and 1 in Latin America. Currently the SDI network operates in Asia, Cambodia, India, Nepal, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Africa, Ghana, Kenya, Malawi, Namibia, South Africa, Tanzania, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Uganda, and Latin America, Brazil. There are also emerging initiatives in Indonesia, East Timor, Mongolia, Africa, Lesotho, Swaziland, Madagascar, Angola, and Latin America. Overall, SDI works in 478 cities across 32 countries and represents millions of people. SDI is active with the United Nations and the World Urban Forum. In some ways, SDI reflects the basic principles of community organizing. For example, emphasis is placed on recruiting broadly across the community. Large-scale direct action will be undertaken when required, with the ultimate goal of forcing state and city authorities to the negotiating table. However, SDI has its own set of guiding principles and modes of action, which makes it a unique and powerful organization. The lessons learned from successfully organizing large-scale and very poor urban communities in the developing world can be transferred to the developed world. SDI describes its guiding principles thus. 1. A voice of the urban poor and not a voice for the urban poor. 2. Daily saving by members is a mobilizing and developmental tool, creating accountability, self-reliance and financial and human resource management skills. 3. The participation of women and of the most marginalized members of slum communities is central. 4. Community learning and solidarity through horizontal exchange programs. 5. Incremental human settlement development. 6. Grassroots-driven gathering of information through surveys, enumerations, and settlement profiles. 7. Solution finding through negotiations and dialogue. 8. Community-based shelter training, including house modeling, community action planning and community design. 9. Small core groups of professionals to provide technical and financial support to federations. 10. Consistent engagement with local authorities through urban poor funds, enumeration data, and citywide development strategies. 11. International advocacy in order to strengthen local city-level initiatives. These principles are worth exploring in some detail, but first let us set the context within which this model has been developed and tested. Dharavi is a mega slum in Mumbai, India. It is a place both the authors know well, and is a good example of SDI practice. Dharavi has a population that is estimated to be anywhere between 600,000 and 1 million people. Local government services are almost non-existent. As there is only a minimal welfare system, everyone needs some kind of income to buy food, medicine, etc. There is, of course, a local economy running to meet the basic needs of the population. In terms of asset-based development, the few financial and environmental assets are balanced by the large pool of people and human capital. In the UK, for example, many community groups are small and operate within a generally well-serviced housing estate, city neighborhood, or rural community. To an outsider, Dharavi can seem chaotic, and UK community workers arriving in Dharavi are usually overwhelmed by the scale of the place. They are, however, impressed by the energy of the local people and the commitment and achievements of local community projects. If you can successfully organize in Dharavi, you can certainly organize in the developed cities of the West. The first SDI principle is being the voice of the poor. That is, local people and communities can and will speak for themselves. They do not need outsiders or experts to speak on their behalf. This point is also about owning your own problems and seeing your community as the major part of the solution. This is a very empowering position to adopt, and sits in contrast to the alternative of being a victim and/or dependent upon outside agencies or government to solve your problems for you. In the USA, for example, such a position is not unusual. However, in countries with more interventionist governments, the idea that the state/local state will/should solve these problems for you is an obstacle to effective organizing at a local level. Second, the SDI model engages directly with the poverty of the people and actively encourages women to save money. There are many benefits to this. There is money in the family to deal with emergencies, but equally important is the direct experience of making decisions and starting to take control of your life. It also recognizes that people will not become active in their community if they are weighed down by debt or worrying about how to feed the children. In the UK and Ireland there are similar experiences through, for example, locally based credit unions that help people to save and provide cheap loans. Promoting local savings schemes could be more widely adopted in the West. The third principle is that community organizations need to be built around women. This approach directly challenges embedded structural discrimination against women. It also recognizes that it is women who care for the children and who have to deal with many of the day-to-day issues that community organizations can tackle. It is claimed that in many communities men are often self-focused and disengaged from these struggles. Of course, men are involved in SDI organization, but the lead role of women is prioritized. Importance is also given to community learning. Knowledge and skill development, learning through action and reflection is embedded into practice. Learning from each other and sharing experiences across groups, communities, and in the case of SDI, across the network, underpins developing and extending effective practice. Community organizing has a similar practice of learning for action and structured reflections. Unfortunately, not all examples of practice take learning as important. In the UK there can be a thread of amateurism running through community work practice with small neighbourhood groups. SDI recognizes that the majority of their member communities have a population of tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. It is simply not possible to systematically rebuild these communities. The only practical way forward is through incremental development. For example, by improving local sanitation, extending electricity and potable water supply, improving health care, extending education, and making education equally accessible to girls. By moving forward incrementally as part of a long-term community-owned development plan, change becomes possible. Another underpinning practice is the collection of information and statistics about the local community. There are several reasons for this approach. When local people themselves investigate local issues, they become equipped and confident to make the argument for change. Organizations are then in a position to challenge state/city governments with facts from the ground. Local research uncovers wider social and economic problems that otherwise stay hidden. Myths about the community, such as the scale of immigration, can be effectively challenged. We could ask ourselves how well we, and our local community groups, really know the community. Simply living in a community is not the same as truly knowing that community. Like community organizing, SDI recognizes that change comes through negotiations and dialogue with power holders. It may take campaigning and direct action to get the other side to negotiate, but ultimately compromises can be found and, as Saul Alinsky said, compromise always puts you ahead. SDI represents slum dwellers, so shelter and housing are key issues. Like all community action, local people need to be in the lead in looking for solutions. It is clear that for SDI, local people take the lead and make the decisions in local organizations. However, Technical expertise is required to support community initiatives. For larger organizations, this expertise can be directly employed by the organization. In other cases, it is a partnership relationship with NGOs. However, decision-making and the power relationship need to be clear. Social change is a long-haul activity. Consequently, SDI is clear on the importance of constant engagement with state/city governments. As we said above, compromise puts you ahead, but that is just a staging post in a long campaign for continued improvements to make the slums more habitable. Finally, SDI recognizes the multiple levels within which they operate. Many improvements are the result of local action and negotiation. In other cases, external pressure and advocacy from the wider SDI network, NGOs and other actors may need to be deployed. International campaigning and work through the United Nations, high-level policy papers and publicity campaigns can all have a local benefit. There is a history, in the UK at least, of local groups fighting the city government without the help of the wider organization, and often without the support of other local community groups. Working out who else can support you and building a coalition of mutual support should be basic to everyone's practice. These SDI guiding principles need to be seen as the components of an integrated model. The model can be configured as shown in Figure 3.2 below. Key learning points. The SDI model is an integrated approach that has been developed in poor communities across the world. It offers us many lessons for effective practice. This is especially important in terms of the key role of women in development, the importance of stabilizing family finances, the role of community research, recognizing the importance of shared learning, skill and knowledge development, building a power base to make negotiations work, the role of experts and external agencies as support for community organizations. Learning tasks. For your country, and your local community in particular, think about the relevance of development work being led by women, families prioritizing savings, development work being underpinned by community research and knowledge/skill development, external agencies working for local communities, rather than leading local communities. Can you envisage which apply to the whole SDI model in your community? 3.5 Freire and Popular Education. Introduction. Following on from the chapter 2.3 in which we explored the theoretical underpinnings of the Freirean approach, this chapter looks at how this approach is operationalized in practice. Beginning with considering some basic ideas around participation, we will then examine the building blocks of transformational education. These are identifying the generative theme, developing codes, engaging in dialogue, taking and reflecting on action. Freirean approaches to education, which are variously described as problem posing, transformational education, democratic learning and animation, fall under the broader term of participative methods. The main rationale for participative methods is the belief that people themselves are best placed to know what their problems are and, with the right support, can develop the most appropriate solutions to those problems. It is, therefore, incumbent on workers to develop approaches that tap into that local knowledge and capacity for change. To do anything else is to impose external culture and values and, even for the best of reasons, further disempower the communities with which we work. As Paulo Freire puts it, one cannot expect positive results from an educational or political action program which fails to respect the particular view of the world held by the people. Such a program constitutes cultural invasion, good intentions notwithstanding. Freire, 1972, 93. As previously discussed, there is no such thing as a neutral position in formal or informal education, and therefore it has to be recognized that youth and community work is all about taking sides. Social justice is a core value underpinning practice, with the implication that we work with, and on behalf of, those experiencing injustice. As the great American community organizer Saul Alinsky commented, this means taking the side of the have-nots, those who are left out and overlooked. Alinsky, 1971. Workers, therefore, have to find ways to maximize the genuine participation of people in their practice. Social policy in the UK has developed approaches to community planning and regeneration which have purportedly had community participation at their heart. In the 1980s, the advent of enterprises like City Challenge and the Single Regeneration Budget were major policy initiatives that set the tone for all of the subsequent community planning initiatives. However, some evaluations suggest that the level of community participation was largely tokenistic. DETR, 1998, Rhodes et al., 2005. Rhodes et al., 2007, indicate that community representation tended to be tokenistic. Few projects were led by community groups, and those that were had lesser funding and a shorter duration than projects led by the local authority or private sector. This is no new phenomenon, as the classic analysis by Shelley Arnstein, 1969, reveals. Not everything which claims to be participative gives local people a genuine say in the issues that affect their lives. Often what is described by professionals as participation is simply information giving, or a consultation exercise where the community is presented with a limited range of predetermined options. Even where partnership structures are established, there are usually significant power and resource imbalances between the community and agencies. Genuine examples of participation where the community has equality are ones that attend to those imbalances. As a result, youth and community workers often find themselves in the situation where they are tasked with encouraging local people to participate in issues, services and events that have been decided and designed outside the community. These range from trying to get people to use the new one-stop shop, getting participants for pre-decided training courses, to persuading people to engage in local authority-led community planning processes. There are several implications which flow from this model of practice. First, the fundamental power relationships within the community have not changed. External bodies are still making decisions on behalf of local people, albeit with some marginal choices being left to them. Second, the worker has to supply large amounts of time and emotional energy trying to persuade people that these are issues and services that are important to them. This can lead to workers burning out and communities feeling as if they are being battered by regular waves on new policies and initiatives and becoming even more apathetic and hard to reach. This calls into question the sustainability of this model, both for workers and communities. Finally, if all of this energy and effort is going into working with issues that are not necessarily the community's main concern, it means that our practice masks these real concerns and further silences and disempowers the community. If we truly aspire to empowering practice, alternative ways of working must be found. In the rest of this chapter we suggest that the Freirine approach offers a way of working with communities in genuinely participative ways. Let us then consider the role of the worker in this alternative model of practice. As Peter McLaren puts it, we require a revolutionary movement of educators informed by a principled ethics of compassion and social justice, a social ethos based on solidarity and social interdependence. 2451. Unlike the work of Batten, 1967, whose response to the challenge of enabling people to take control of their own lives is that of non-direction, theorists such as Freire, McLaren, and Ledwith suggest an approach to practice which is underpinned by particular concerns and commitments. Ledwith, 2011, identifies 5 vital areas: a commitment to collective action for social and environmental justice, a process of empowerment through critical consciousness and participation, an analysis of power and discrimination, an understanding of the dominant ideas, and the wider political context and collective action based on this analysis which deals with root causes and not just symptoms. It is clear from this that the worker is not a blank canvas who, with no previous experience or values, seeks only to work with the community's agenda. Rather, they are intentionally agents of change seeking to encourage sustainable social change through critical reflection and collective action. This focus on collective action is particularly important at the early part of the 21st century because of the dominant ideology of the individual, O'Flynn, 2009, that shapes social policy and practice. Explanations of social problems center increasingly around individual pathology or family inadequacies. Putnam's work, 2000, also alerts us to the erosion of social capital in our postmodern world. The networks of formal relationships, trade unions, churches, clubs, and organizations, and the nuclearization of the family have meant that people increasingly face social problems on their own. In addition to this, we understand from the work of Gramsci et al. 1971, that the process of hegemony embeds the values and identity of the ruling class in the minds of those who are ruled. This renders the experience of people in marginalized communities normal, inevitable, and unchangeable. It also casts the response to social issues in the terms of the current dominant discourse. It becomes clear then that approaches to empowerment of communities must engage people in processes of critical reflection, otherwise they will inevitably respond to symptoms rather than root causes, and even the symptoms will be understood and responded to in the light of the dominant discourse of individual pathology. And so, the role of the worker in a model of practice, which leads to genuine empowerment, is this. First, to have a thorough understanding of the issues that are important to the local community. Second, to understand the wider social and political context that gives rise to those local conditions. Third, to develop processes whereby local people can critically reflect on their experiences in the context of the wider world. And finally, to support a process of collective action that aims to achieve personal and social transformation. To galvanize community action, the worker must first identify issues about which people have a passion and a willingness to take some action. Freire calls these issues generative themes. He identifies domination and liberation as the overarching or global generative themes that are expressed at every level within society. People experience them as boundary situations. An example of a boundary situation from community-based education is the very common experience of working with a group of community activists who, although intelligent and able, feel stupid and non-educatable. This understanding of themselves could have been produced by things teachers have said to them, failing in formal education, and believing when they are told by other members of the community that education is not for them. However it is produced, it feels like a real and insurmountable barrier that will effectively keep them from risking education, which further strengthens the barrier. Only when they begin to see an alternative future for themselves and are able to see the injustice of the education system that failed them and a society that is prepared to put them on the scrap heap, and get angry about it, do they have the ability to challenge that barrier. Freire describes this participative process between workers and the people as one in which they seek to investigate the generative theme. For precisely this reason, the methodology proposed requires that the investigators and the people, who would normally be considered objects of that investigation, should act as co-investigators. The more active an attitude men and women take in regard to the exploration of their thematics, the more they deepen their critical awareness of reality and, in spelling out those thematics, take possession of that reality. Freire, 1972-78. Traditional forms of practice do not start with the generative themes of the community, rather, they rely on qualitative and quantitative research methods to provide an evidence base for practice. The inherent danger in these approaches is that inevitably the workers' experience and value base will shape the issues focused on, and the questions asked will in turn shape the answers obtained and the action that results. For example, an organization which has been set up to deliver skills training to get people back into work may well carry out some initial research to identify what the community wants. It will, of course, ask training-related questions and get training-related answers. This will then justify the action they take within the community as being community-led. It is obvious that if you asked the same group of people different questions, you would get a very different picture of what the community needed. Often these studies treat local communities and the people within them as data sets to be analyzed. Needs are usually ascribed according to agency priorities rather than the openly expressed views of local people. The overall effect is to treat people as objects for analysis and organization, rather than subjects who have the right to self-determination. The Freirean approach seeks to reverse these power relationships and support local people to both define the needs of the area in which they live and the solution to their problems. Key to this process is the identification of generative themes. One practical way of identifying a generative theme within a community is by carrying out a listening survey. Listening in this context denotes a permanent attitude on the part of the subject who is listening, of being open to the word of the other, to the gesture of the other, to the differences of the other. Freyer, 1998, 107. The key skill in a listening survey is having an open mind. As Purcell commented, for this listening survey to work, it is important to adopt the Zen approach of expecting nothing. That is to be open to anything and any interpretation and not to approach with a mind fixed on particular sets of issues or an attachment to a specific course of action. Purcell, 2005, 239. A listening survey can be a challenging task as people's feelings may be contradictory and are seldom clearly expressed. Often a presenting issue, such as young people on the streets, may be a symptom that hides the underlying issues, for example, the lack of youth provision and difficult home environments. Hope and Timmel, 1999, outline the nature of a listening survey. Teams of workers, often made up of a mixture of development workers and local people, seek to identify the issues within the community about which people have the strongest feelings. The process is to find situations where people are involved in informal conversations, shops, bars, outside schools, waiting rooms, etc. And listen for the issues about which people are worried, happy, sad, angry or fearful. In particular, the team is listening for issues that relate to 6 themes that are common to groups of people living together. 1. Basic physical needs. 2. Relationships between people. 3. Community decision-making processes and structures. 4. Education and socialization. 5. Recreation and beliefs. 6. Values. The themes identified form the basis for the critical co-investigation that follows. As a first step, the grid below can be used to take initial issues and set them in the context of wider society. Developing codes. The next step in the process of a transformational practice is developing processes that enable people to question the social reality in which they live, with all its injustices and contradictions, but which they experience as normality. In Freirine education, this process begins by developing codes. A code is a concrete representation of people's lived experience, which is used in the context of dialogue to engage people in critical reflection and action in order to effect social change. They are not just the use of visual aids to generate discussion. They are the product of identifying a generative theme and carefully devising an image, a song, a play, a piece of text, or other experiences that will allow the group to fully explore and act on that theme. They pose questions, rather than give answers, as Ira Shore, 1993, 26, says, a process of questioning answers rather than merely answering questions. Through this process people cease to be objects and become writers of their own story. Jessen and Newman, 2004. The use of codes and what can be used as codes is limited only by the imagination of the worker. The strength of the code is that it accesses people's visual and creative resources and utilizes them to think deeply and solve problems. They are risky, of course, because the worker has no control over the end point. Groups actually do take control over their own destinies, even if it is only for a short time. It is, however, this experience of taking power that provides the motivation to continue the process of asking questions, making demands, and not settling for the way things are at present. Codes provide an emotional, enjoyable way of becoming active in your own life and the life of your community. For example, a group could be presented with photographs of housing conditions on their estate. This has the effect of enabling them to see again images that have become invisible to them. It is at this stage that the problem-posing method starts. A typical range of questions that the group might explore is: what do you see happening? Why is it happening this way? How do people feel in this situation? Whose interest does it serve? Who holds power in this situation? Is your experience the same or different to this? Are there any things happening economically or politically which are having an impact on this situation? Is there anything being done to improve this situation? Is there anything we could do to improve it? How might we do this? Who else could be involved? Hope and Timmel, 1999. The result of these discussions will be a critical understanding of the issue, personal awareness of the individual's relationship to the issue, understanding that the issue is experienced collectively, and an outline for a program of action. The role of the worker is to facilitate this process, to learn from it, but not to direct it. This suggests a democratization of learning, since the knowledge that is created, and the conclusions that are drawn, are not within the gift of the worker but are created by the group. It also indicates a shifting of power from the individual expert to the group. Not that this is an easy or automatic process, far from it. Because of the unequal social relations we all live in, we automatically default to our socially conditioned roles. It is therefore very common for workers to feel that they must have all the answers, and for the groups they are working with to defer to their expertise and look for direction and answers. These ingrained social roles must be struggled against if real empowerment is to be achieved. Engaging in dialogue. At the heart of this process is dialogue. Freire describes dialogue as a form of revolutionary communication. Freire, 1972. He is not describing a mere conversation, but an intentional process of communication set in a context of two transformed relationships. First, the relationship between teachers and learners, and second, the relationship between learners and knowledge. Educator and learners all become learners, assuming the same attitude as cognitive subjects, discovering knowledge through one another and through the objects they try to know. It is not a situation where one knows and the others do not. It is rather a search, by all, at the same time, to discover something by the act of knowing, which cannot exhaust all the possibilities in the relation between object and subject. Freire, 1976, 115. In order to achieve this transformation, the worker must understand the culture and community which is the social location of the learner, and then to cross the border in that way to act in solidarity with the learners, no longer seen as the other. Mayo, 1999. The starting point for this learning process is that no one fully knows, neither the teacher nor the learner, but that together we can discover new knowledge. This does not mean that the worker has the same role as the learner, but that they have complementary roles in the group, as the whole group both teaches and learns. As an example, a youth worker might want to discuss sexual health with a group of young people. In a traditional form of practice, what was to be learned would be decided by the worker. This could be the use of condoms, the nature of sexual diseases, and available health resources. The worker might then set up group discussions, videos, distribute leaflets, and arrange visits to other projects in order to enable the group to learn what the worker had decided were the important lessons for the group. We can see that in this model, the worker does not learn, only teaches, and the group learns. No matter how well-meaning, this is external knowledge imposed on the group from outside. For people to act on knowledge, they must believe in it, and this is unlikely to happen when it is simply the case of adults once again telling them what is right and wrong. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why sexual health amongst young people in the UK is so bad. By contrast, a transformational approach to the subject of sexual health would be qualitatively different. The worker, realizing she does not know all there is to know about the sexual health issues that are important to the group, would seek to know what young people understand, experience and feel about sexual health issues, as well as understanding the received wisdom about safe sex practices. These elements would then be explored by the group through dialogue. Within this, understandings and assumptions would be challenged in order to develop an authentic understanding of how people are positioned within the issue. The outcome of the dialogue would not be known, since it is developed by the group and not the worker. They might think that issues of identity and power are more central to them in making positive decisions about their sexual behavior. This might also include much of the information contained in the traditional approach, but the young people themselves would decide what was useful and how it fitted into their own understanding of the world. In this way an internal impetus for change is developed rather than the external imposition of the traditional approach. In the above example we see the second transformed relationship, the relationship between learners and knowledge. Within transformative education, existing knowledge is the starting point and is to be critically examined through the co-investigation of the learning group. Through this process of co-investigation new understandings are developed and new knowledge is created. Because this knowledge is created and owned by the group, it has power. Part of the effectiveness of this social approach to learning is its ability to enable us to analyze our assumptions, why we think the things we think. This can reveal the boundaries that block us from developing new ideas and new action. Taking and reflecting on action. The final phase of the Freire process is taking and reflecting on action. Freire said, functionally, oppression is domesticating. To no longer be prey to its force, one must emerge from it and turn upon it. This can be done only by means of the praxis, reflection and action upon the world in order to transform it. Understanding that the world is an oppressive place, or even making connections between personal circumstances and the structural forces that produce them, is fine as far as it goes, but as Marx said, the philosophers have only interpreted the world, in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. Marx et al., 2001, 170. Freire strongly warns against action without reflection equals mindless activism, acting without thinking, reflection without action equals verbalism equals blah. Freire et al., 1998, 68. Key learning points. Authentic practice is based on the genuine participation of the community. Workers must seek out the generative themes within communities in order to harness the energy and passion needed to achieve social change. Genuine participation will come about through engaging people in the critical examination of their lives and providing structures to support action on the themes that emerge. Community development is understood as a praxis, thinking and acting combined to achieve personal and social change. This approach to working with people acts as an antidote and stands as a critique of top-down approaches, which seek to ameliorate symptoms and pacify people, rather than empowerment, which leads to change. Learning tasks. With another person, visit somewhere where people congregate, cafe, pub, bus stop, school gates. Then, working separately. Listen out for issues that people are concerned, happy, or angry about. Summarize the issues. Make one suggestion for action. Compare your findings with those of the other person. Discuss. Imagine you have been asked to work on the issues of sexual health with a group of young people. Devise a code that would allow the group to explore the issue and come up with their own responses, rather than having answers imposed on them. What are the ethical issues involved in this activity and how would you deal with them? Key reading. Beck, D., and Purcell, R. 2010, Popular Education Practice for Youth and Community Development Work. Exeter, Learning Matters. Hope, A. and Timmel, S. 1999, Training for Transformation, 1-4. London, ITDG Publishing. This is, in many ways, classic text of popular education practice, providing a wide range of ways to both think about and practice popular education in ways that are accessible to youth and community groups. There is a variety of exercises that are spelled out in detail. As with all material, the worker should adapt to suit the needs of their particular group. Sheehy, M., and Warner, C. 2001, Partners Companion Manual to Training for Transformation. Dublin, Partners. This is a compilation of the exercises, processes and methods designed and used by facilitators over several years and drawing on experience of workshops in the north and south of Ireland, the UK, and across the world. 3.6 Asset-Based Community Development and Social Capital. Introduction. This chapter explores the nature of the resources available to communities. There is an assumption that well-heeled middle-class areas have lots of resources available, but poorer deprived communities do not. Indeed, in the UK this assumption has shaped practice to the point where many workers and community groups believe that unless they can acquire a grant, from the local state, lottery, etc., then little is possible. This is not to say that the right grant funding is unwelcome, as it can be of major significance. But there are dangers of chasing grants where the local organization simply does what funders want, rather than what the community needs. Or the community just does nothing because there is no grant. If we look, for example, at what is achieved in the USA by autonomous community organizations using a variety of resources, then a world of possibilities opens up. For example, the authors on a recent trip to Detroit visited a number of self-funded projects. One was a community laundry/coffee shop/English classroom based in an old industrial unit. Outside, an arts venue space was being developed. At the other end of the scale was an old car factory now being used as an income-generating storage facility, housing units for homeless people, and starter units for new community enterprises. Some of the case studies below also explore community-funded initiatives. In every community there is a range of resources that can be used for community purposes. Some of these are hard resources such as buildings and land, others are soft resources based around people, such as those who are in the existing local organizations. What knowledge, experience, and skills do they have, and what time do they have to commit to local projects? But more important than this is the nature of relationships between people, and the degree of trust and supportive networks that exist. These resources are generally known in the developing professions as assets, and for our purposes the approach is asset-based community development, ABCD. ABCD was pulled together as a working approach in the 1960s, see, for example, Kretzmann and McKnight, 1993, although, you can trace the roots back to Alinsky and his approach of building an organization of organizations in Chicago during the 1930s. The asset model. There are 7 types of assets, sometimes called capitals, that are either currently used, or could be used by the community. Assets can be labeled in different ways, for example, physical, usually buildings, but can be other structures such as bike tracks, economic, local businesses and what they can offer in terms of sponsorship, funding, investment either to enhance the community, new businesses/jobs, or specifically to support community projects. Environmental, parks, gardens, surrounding landscape that are used or could be used for community purposes. Institutional, the formal and informal ways in which the local community can influence external decision makers. This includes voting, lobbying politicians as well as organizing direct action. Human, the totality of what local people know, the skills they have and experiences they can share, including those who may work in the area but do not live there, local leaders and potential leaders. The most important human asset is time, to give to community activity either as a regular commitment or for specific events over the year. Regardless of income, education, skills etc., everyone can contribute something, and be able to commit time to building the community. Social, the relationships between people and how they interrelate to each other, see the section on social capital below. Cultural, how local people see themselves and their community. The belief in the possibility of change. As can be seen, this is a broad list. Often categories overlap. For example, a local business can offer physical space, expertise, and financial support if it is involved in community activity. An example could be a garden center supporting a local community-run environmental improvement project which may also have an impact on social relationships. If a community is exploring its needs and moving to a stage of planning action, using the reflection, vision, planning, action model, then it would be essential to map the actual and potential assets before undertaking detailed planning. In doing so, resources can be uncovered that had not previously been thought about, and the community avoids the trap of trying to achieve the impossible, or just sitting back hoping grants will be offered. The asset approach enables communities to develop realistic plans based upon what resources are available to them. This is important because it shows that local change is in their hands, and not dependent upon external bodies offering money. Asset mapping. Community asset mapping can be undertaken in a number of ways. What is essential is that it is undertaken by community members, and not by external experts. By involving community members, it becomes a group building, skills development, and knowledge creating experience for the community. One way of approaching this task is for the worker to facilitate the following processes. 1. Organize and brief teams, each exploring one of the asset headings. 2. Pool what people already know and what comes out of discussion. This phase usually identifies the obvious resources. 3. Walking the neighborhood to see what has been missed in the discussion. 4. Tabulating assets. It is important here to identify between existing community assets and potential community assets, with the latter annotated with what might be required to realize it as an asset. This can be done through lists or writing on a large map of the area. 5. Arrange a further collective discussion, which will uncover other assets and identify where specific assets headings overlap. Social capital. Of all the assets under discussion, social capital is perhaps the most important in terms of enabling community development to take place. Robert Putnam, in his groundbreaking work Bowling Alone, Putnam, 2000, showed how the decline in collective community activity, bowling and other group activities, due to TV and people spending more time at home, had undermined social relationships and the quality of life in Middle America. In the age of social media, where we increasingly live physically isolated lives, the importance of social capital is central to our quality of life experience. As Putnam said, social capital can be thought of as the glue that binds a community together. Arising from Putnam's work, social capital is normally described as the networks, norms, relationships, values, and informal sanctions that shape the quantity and cooperative quality of a society's social interactions. The degree of social capital in a community is usually determined by the interrelationship of a range of factors. The key factors are thought to be the impact from 1. History and culture. 2. Whether social structures are flat or hierarchical. 3. The family. 4. Education. 5. The built environment. 6. Residential mobility. 7. Economic inequalities and social class. 8. The strength and characteristics of civil society. 9. And patterns of individual consumption and personal values. The mix of the above factors works to build or reduce social capital in community-based networking relationships in three main ways: through bonding social capital, e.g. amongst family members or ethnic groups, bridging social capital, e.g. across different ethnic groups, and linking social capital, e.g. between different social classes. Overall, if the operation of these processes leads to trust between individuals and groups, then people will work with and support each other, through reciprocal actions, and the level of social capital will be high. If these factors undermine trust, then the possibility of mutual interaction and support declines and social capital will be lower. Where there are high levels of social capital, people will 1. Feel they are part of the community. 2. Feel useful and be able to make a real contribution to the community. 3. Participate in local community networks and organizations. 4. Pull together for the common good in floods and bushfires. 5. Welcome strangers. 6. All help out with something, but no one will do everything. However, if there is low or no social capital in the group, neighborhood, or community, it will be less likely for those people to work together for the common good. If there is no social capital present, the causes may be that the human capital required for social capital's core building blocks is absent, e.g. self-esteem, trust, communication skills. There are inadequate levels of material well-being, people are struggling for survival. There is inadequate physical infrastructure, such as places to meet, public spaces, telephones, newspapers. The human, economic, and physical infrastructure prerequisites are present, but there have been no opportunities to develop the networks and interconnections between people. Community development workers need, therefore, to understand the level of social capital in the community. If social capital is high and there are many functioning networks in the community, organizing will be easier. If there is low social capital, then work will need to be done to start building trust between individuals and groups before mutually supportive community activity can be achieved. Key learning points: it is important for community development to recognize that in any community there will be a range of assets that are either community resources, or have the potential to be so. Identifying these assets is a skill-sharing/bonding community activity. The most important asset is social capital, as it is the building block upon which community trust, cohesion, development, and quality of life is built. The success of community development is built on identifying and effectively using community assets. Learning tasks: undertake an asset mapping exercise where you live or work. The scale of the exercise depends upon how many people are involved. Be mindful to follow the procedure below. Identify the obvious resources under the 7 asset headings. Walk the community to identify new assets. List the assets and identify if they are an existing or potential community asset. Think through a range of uses to which these assets could be deployed. Undertake a social capital assessment within a community. A simple way to do this is to conduct a survey, door to door, or interview people in the street. Sample questions to ask are: in an emergency, could you rely on a neighbor for help? Do people in the local community support each other, or do they keep to themselves? Does your family live locally? Do your friends live locally? Are you a member of any local groups, formal/informal? The purpose of the questions is to produce a snapshot view of the degree of trust between people, if a neighbor's help in the time of need can be expected, and the degree of interconnectedness in the community. 3.7 Integrated Models of Practice. Introduction. In this chapter we take stock of where we have got to and pull together the, sometimes diverse, models of practice. As we have said, our aim with the book is to equip practitioners, whether they are paid, or unpaid, workers, local activists, or concerned citizens, to develop their own toolkit of theories and practice from which they can build appropriate and effective community groups and organizations. Our integrated practice models is a suggested way to implement an effective community development strategy. It is based on 9 steps, built around 8 key questions the workers need to ask themselves. The steps are: 1. Knowing your values and core purposes. The first questions are: why are you doing this work, who are you doing it for, and are there ulterior motives at play? If you are a paid community development worker, then your employer is likely to be sending you there for a predetermined purpose. What is this purpose and how does it fit with the values we set out earlier? If you are an activist, you may have a freer hand in what you do. Basically, are you working for the community and reflecting their expressed needs, or for somebody else's agenda? Can you combine the 2 agendas in a meaningful way? The purpose of community development is clear. It is about social change, social and collective empowerment, and helping people to have a better quality of life. These goals link to wider issues around anti-discriminatory practice, human rights, etc. 2. What is the community? Before we can effectively work in a community, we need to understand it. But we have to recognize that a community is a fluid and diffuse thing. Let us consider a housing estate where people of different ages, occupations, education, and possibly religion and ethnicity live together. It would be very rare for everyone there to hold the same opinion about anything. If we look carefully enough, we can see diverse networks, family and informal groupings where interests, experience and opinions, on certain areas, are shared. In reality, the world is composed of numerous micro-communities, and the job of the community development worker is to understand this diversity and see where commonalities exist and can be created. Not everyone can or will be involved in community activity. What should the aim be for community involvement? This of course depends upon the nature of the community and what you want people to be involved in. For a neighborhood housing area, an achievable goal would be for 30% of the population to be involved in some kind of community activity in a year. This is an ambitious but achievable target over time. 3. How everyday power is deployed. Communities exist in socially constructed space. That is, everything concerning the community, the buildings that have been built, how they are used, who owns them, what people live/work there, who is not there, age/gender/ethnicity/etc., what people do and do not do, all happen in a socio-economic and cultural context. Underpinning all this is the distribution of power. Some people are able to make decisions on how this space operates, most people do not. It is necessary to think through hegemony, how it plays out locally, and the potential for counter-hegemonic development. For everyday life strategies and tactics, as we have discussed, power is not monolithic. Deserto, 1984, describes how people with power develop strategies to control things in their own interests, what he called strategies. In contrast, people develop daily tactics to make life more livable. As a local worker, you need to understand the main tactics being deployed. Are they functional, in that they make people's lives better, dysfunctional, individualist, or do they have the possibility of being utilized for social change? 5. Knowing the community's needs. You now know the diverse networks in the community, the distribution of power and the key players, and how people respond to living there through their daily tactics. How do you build on this knowledge to work with local people to identify what they wish to do? Sometimes this is easy. For example, a child on their way to school may be injured by a car. As a result, there are local protests about speeding traffic. Sometimes, though, the presenting issue is not the actual problem. A classic example is the often complaint about teenagers roaming the streets causing trouble, and the expressed possible solution of extra policing. However, the actual problem is more likely to be the absence of youth facilities, leaving young people nowhere to go in the evenings and weekends. The positive response in this situation is focusing on the needs of young people, not forcing them off the streets. Identifying the needs of local people involves various processes of interactive inquiry. There are many techniques that can be used, and some are more effective than others. The most effective involve time and effort. First, it cannot be stressed too much that just relying on professionals talking to each other about local needs, asking questions on Facebook, questionnaires, or simply guessing, are failed strategies. Effective techniques always involve personal engagement with local people. We discuss these techniques elsewhere in the book, but to summarize, these involve listening surveys, where you hear local conversations or engage individuals in discussion over a cup of tea, knocking on doors and talking to residents, working with local groups to map the local area, identifying things they like and things they want to change, local people taking photographs as a photo voice exercise, accompanying local people on a psychogeographic walk. Once you have collected this data, you need to engage in a facilitated process with local people to explore what this means to them. If you have properly engaged with local people in the data collection process, you will have a lot of people wanting to be part of this discussion. This facilitated process could usefully follow the Freirine model and explore the RVPA model. In this model, generative themes are developed from the data, and linked codes using images/text from the data are created. The first phase of discussion is one of reflection, where people think about what they like/dislike about living in the area. The second phase is about a vision of how the area could be, and the specific things, objectives, you want to achieve. The third phase is one of planning what to do to implement the vision. The fourth phase is taking action on the plan. Because local people have been fully engaged throughout this process and have generated the vision and plan themselves, they will be fully motivated to take action. Once action is completed, the RVPA cycle starts again, building on what has been achieved and learned from the completed process. 6. Assets, local resources, and leadership. This section is linked to mapping the community and planning for action, but is worthy of a separate comment. As the communities in which we work are often poor and under-resourced, it is important to make an accurate map of local assets that can, or might, be deployed for community development purposes. It is common for community organizations to rely only on their own resources and ignore the wider assets and resources that exist locally. Engaging with local assets should be part of the planning/action phases. It is worth remembering that the biggest asset in poor communities is local people. The question to be explored here is one of mobilization, knowledge, and skill development. This can take some time and effort to work through, but is worth it in terms of individual and collective benefits. A key question is one of leadership. This is discussed more fully in Chapter 4.5. As we know, the community development worker is an advisor to community groups, they are not leaders of those groups. This is true informally as well as formally. Avoid being the community development worker who pulls the strings of a community organization. Saul Alinsky helpfully described a leader as somebody who has a following. Often this following is informal, and based on the person's knowledge, experience, and personality. Community development workers should identify actual and potential leaders and work supportively with them to develop skills and confidence. 7. Organizing models. In the planning process, there needs to be thoughtful consideration of how the existing or emerging community organization wants to organize itself. This decision should be based on what is appropriate to most effectively meet the planned objectives. The default position is usually what local people are used to. In the UK, this is usually a committee/office bearers model. There is nothing wrong with this when used appropriately. However, a collective model or less formal models can sometimes be useful in the right circumstance. Below we identify the key options for organizing in the community. 1. For large-scale campaigning, the traditional community organizing model of the IAF is proven to work. As we have noted, its democratic structure enables the involvement of diverse groups and individuals. Alternatively, the SDI model offers a distinct women-led approach to large-scale development. 2. For building large neighborhood organizations working on diverse issues. The distinct model developed by Acorn provides a ready-made way of quickly building a democratic organization, and moving swiftly to the action phase. 3. Working with smaller groups involves its own challenges, and the forming, storming, norming, performing process discussed in Chapter 4.6 is helpful. Additionally, the free-rein process provides a more intensive approach to working with groups. Both of these models can be applied within the larger operation of the IAF, SDI, and Acorn models. 4. Combining the above. Sometimes it is appropriate to create hybrid models, for example, free-rein groups exploring the experience of mental health, which feed into a larger campaigning structure. What is important is to see all of the above models as templates that can be adapted according to local circumstances. 8. RVPA approach to planning. Although this was originally developed for working with the free-rein model, it is important to systematically work through a version of the RVPA process as appropriate to the organizational approach that has been adopted. The stages of the model are: 1. Facilitating people to reflect upon their lives, the nature of the community, what they like and dislike. 2. To develop a vision of what they want their lives to be and desired improvements in the community. 3. To plan how these desired changes can be implemented, in the context of the available resources for change as identified through asset mapping. 4. To take action to deliver the plan as appropriate for the organizational model being used. RVPA is a circular and repeating process. The identified plan is used to build the monitoring and evaluation framework. The evaluation process becomes part of the reflection stage for the next cycle of visioning, planning and action. 9. Monitoring and evaluation. In any development activity, monitoring and evaluation is essential, otherwise it is impossible to know if the objectives are being met, and what is to be learned from the work. Many community development organizations fail to properly identify what they are trying to achieve. They simply talk about working with young people, supporting the elderly, or fighting poverty without defining clear and realizable objectives. This can be through poor advice from the community worker. Although, if you don't define objectives and don't measure achievement, then you can never fail. Defining objectives is part of the vision phase of development. In the planning phase you set out the monitoring and evaluation plan, and monitoring is implemented as part of the action phase. The final part of the action phase is the evaluation. The data from evaluation becomes part of the new RVPA cycle. In the case studies discussed in Section 5 we can see various ways where some of these steps have been utilized. In the commentary to the case studies, we discuss how the integrated model could be of assistance to the work in hand. Key learning points: the art of community development practice is to work with many dimensions at one time. The worker needs to remain constant to the values of CD, and be able to analyze the community through applying social theories. From this analysis, a range of practice models can be selected and applied. What is essential is that the worker is flexible and creative in making these choices. Learning tasks: select a piece of community development work. Work through the 9 steps outlined above. Compare your findings with the current practice. Section 4. Practice issues for community development work. In this section we consider some of the broader issues that impact upon practice. Firstly, we return to the question of community, and with the help of psychogeography and photo voice techniques, explore how we can better understand the reality of people's experience. We then move on to some core issues around creating a better community, how to promote empowerment, and thus build capacity, capability, and resilience. Underpinning all these activities is the requirement for effective local leadership and community groups. We discuss how leaders and groups can be facilitated and sustained. Finally, we discuss the importance of having a monitoring and evaluation framework. Without such a framework, it is impossible to truly know if what we are doing in the community is effective, what works, and how to improve practice. 120. 121. 4.1 Understanding the community: psychogeography and photo voice. Introduction. Fundamental to working successfully in the community is developing a detailed understanding of the community itself. As we explored in our previous discussions on the nature of community, it is important to recognize that there is no such thing as an overarching community where everyone has the same experience, sees the locality in the same way, and expresses the same views. The reality is that we work with multiple small micro-communities that reflect diversity in life experiences, needs, and desires. The question we discuss here is how to begin to understand this diversity and complexity. Traditionally, community development workers tended to rely on area profiles, often compiled by local agencies, as their source of local information about the community. Usually, these profiles are statistical documents and often provide detailed information collected against a number of social and economic indicators. These area profiles seldom undertake broader asset mapping, and are more concerned about statistically identifying deficits in the community than exploring potential resources for change. An exception to this is the SDI approach, where community members are directly involved in developing local statistics that reflect the needs and experience of local people. For example, we might know from an area profile that there is a high number of lone parents and elderly. But what does this tell us? Being a lone parent or being elderly is not in itself a social problem. The day-to-day experience of elderly people might be okay, or it might not be. What are the needs of local elderly people, and how do we find this out? What we need to do is to explore people's experiences, needs, and wants through dialogue with them. This is not the same as completing a questionnaire or asking people off-the-cuff questions about the community. To facilitate people thinking through what they experience, and what they want, is a process. As we explore elsewhere, popular education approaches built around listening surveys, codification, and discussing generative themes provide a robust approach to this end. The community organizing/acorn approach of knocking on doors and engaging people directly is another effective way of both understanding community needs and starting to directly involve local people in the process of change. In this section, we focus on 2 further methods, psychogeography and photo voice, which can be used to explore the nature of the community. They can be used separately, together, and in conjunction with popular education of community organizing work. Underpinning the above methods is an understanding that the spaces within which we live and work are not neutral. The street, shopping malls, workplaces, schools, community centers, etc., are controlled by somebody with a clear purpose, and therefore is also a reflection of power and ideology. We explored this more in the above section on space and everyday life. Photo voice and psychogeographic exploration are helpful in understanding the nature of spaces that dominate and, to a varying extent, control our lives. Psychogeography. One of the ways of getting to know the community is to walk around it at various times of day and on different days of the week, to see who is around, who is not there, what is happening, and to feel the vibe on the street. This has to be done on foot. Acorn uses the windshield tour, but walking is more effective. You have to tune your senses to hear the sounds of the street, and see the detail of what is there. This takes effort, and you have to forget about anything else and concentrate on what is. This author has written extensively on this approach. Purcell, 2012. There is a long social history to the seemingly simple task of walking around and looking at what is going on. The classic description of this activity is known as being a flâneur, that is, a stroller and observer of modern life. The term was first used in the late 19th century and is attributed to Baudelaire, 1995, in reference to the new bourgeois class who spent much of the day watching life from the comforts of a Parisian café. In the 1930s, Walter Benjamin, in his classic Arcades project, Benjamin, 1999, gave the flâneur a Marxist makeover, and the surrealist André Breton practiced strolling along the streets of Paris as a way to reframe the mundane aspects of everyday life with something marvelous, that is, to learn to see and experience in a different way. In the late 1950s, again in Paris, the Situationists further refined walking around. Guy Debord, 1955, created what he termed psychogeography, which he defined as the study of the precise laws and specific effects of the geographical environment, consciously organized or not, on the emotions and behavior of individuals. For Debord, life in the city was always exciting and challenging if you were alert enough to see it, to feel it. It is psychogeography because walking down the street impacts on your physical and mental state. He said city life was characterized by a sudden change of ambience in a street within the space of a few meters, the evident division of a city into zones of distinct psychic atmospheres, and the appealing or repellent character of certain places. Debord, 1955. This may initially sound a dubious statement, but if you have ever walked down a dark and empty street late at night and felt rising panic, or sat in a city park on a sunny day watching your children play and felt really happy and content, then you know what this means. Our modern and increasing practice of walking around with headphones blocking out the local environment shuts us off from the immediacy of experiencing the city. These focused walks are generally known as drives, and they are a tested technique to engage with an urban area, and interrogate the nature of space. Community development workers can usefully get to know an area more deeply through undertaking a drive. It is also very useful to undertake a drive with local people. By facilitating the walk with open questions, local people can re-see where they live, and this opens up discussions of what people like, what they do not like, and begin discussions of what they might want. For a successful drive, several preconditions are necessary. Sensitizing questions, as listed below, need to be set out before the walk. It is important that people focus on the questions as well as being open to seeing, hearing and feeling experiences as they walk. Avoid chit-chat, using mobile phones, headphones and distractions. Suggested sensitizing questions. 1. Who owns/controls this space? 2. Is it public or private space, or mixed? 3. How is the space used, e.g. to include people, who is included and why, what are they doing? 4. How is the space used to exclude people, who is not there, why? 5. How is this space experienced according to different class/gender/sexuality/ethnicity/culture/age, as appropriate? 6. Are there signs of transgression? 7. What is the ideological nature of this space? Does it promote hegemony, and if so, how? What is normal/acceptable behavior? 8. Can you see institutional strategies of control? 9. Can you see individuals or groups using tactics as defensive/offensive responses? 10. What psychogeographic issues arise from the above, for individuals, for various groups/subcultures? 11. Is there a community development response to these issues? Photo voice. Photography is used extensively in community development work to document a place, situation, or activity, as a campaign tool, to produce promotional activity, as part of a community arts program, and in this case as a method of exploring a community or social question. There are three main ways of using photography for such developmental activities: photo elicitation, photonovella and photo voice. To fully explore these three methods is beyond the scope of this section, but a short summary is useful as there can be confusion over the various methods. For more detailed discussion see Purcell, 2009. Photo elicitation was originally developed by anthropologists to record social and ritual events. The resulting photographs are then explored with participants to trigger discussion about the activity under question. The method has become widespread in development work, for example, in memory retrieval with elders, ethnic identification with children, and as part of program evaluations. In photo elicitation, the photographs are usually taken by the worker on subjects of their choice, and relate to an issue that has often been decided by an external agency. Local people are often the object of someone else's study, rather than being in control of the process. In contrast, the photonovella approach moves the power balance back to the participant. People photograph an aspect of their lives that is important to them. Hewerworth, 2003, explains that a key component of the photonovella process is dialogue, where participants show their photographs and talk about their significance and meaning. This grounding of the real images in real experience makes the photographs infinitely more valuable than a set of images created by outsiders. Photo voice was developed in the USA by Wang and Burris. For a broader discussion see Wang and Burris, 1997. The first project was with homeless men who were given cameras to document their lives on the street from their own perspective. The resulting photographs were used as publicity and campaigning material. The key point was that the photographs made the situation of the men visible and very public. In addition, it gave a mechanism for the men to speak about their experiences and needs, and provided a mechanism to engage politicians. The role of the workers was to support and facilitate, not lead and direct. In contrast to photo elicitation, photo voice enables people to be in control of a development process directly related to their expressed needs. In their article, Wang and Burris identify the various stages of a photo voice project as conceptualizing the problem and devising the initial theme, conducting photo voice training considering ethical issues in photographing people and communities, defining broader goals and objectives, taking pictures, codifying issues, themes, and theories, facilitating group discussion, critical reflection and dialogue, reaching policymakers, donors, media, researchers, and others who may be mobilized to create change. Like much of community development practice, how the project is set up can determine the success or otherwise of the endeavor. Most people's experience of photography is about snaps of family, selfies, and holidays. To suggest photographing where you live, or more challengingly, aspects of your life, can feel difficult. Choices need to be made between handing out cameras, or using mobile phones, as both have their own advantages and disadvantages. Talking through what is being asked and showing examples of where a community has used photo voice before is an important part of establishing the project properly. Training workers in how to run a photo voice project is useful. It is not just handing out cameras to people and hoping for the best. Photo voice is a powerful method if applied correctly. It can stand alone and provide an effective way for people to reflect critically on aspects of their lives and the community. It can be used to supplement a psychogeographic drive. It is also a useful tool as part of a popular education program. Key learning points. For effective community development work, it is important that the worker understands the complex and diverse nature of the community within which they practice. As we have stressed throughout this book, it is also important to facilitate local people to critically reflect on their lives and where they live. Psychogeography, going for a planned structured walk, and facilitating discussion around sensitizing questions, can lead to a greater understanding and reseeing of the community. Photo voice is another approach and complementary to reseeing the community, and creates a body of material that can be codified and discussed as part of a popular education program. Learning tasks using the guidelines for a derive: go to a place you have never visited before and undertake a derive of around 2 hours, using the above guidelines. Do not read about the place or look at it on Google Street View before you go, as this will undermine the impact of the first encounter with the space. 4.2 Promoting Empowerment. Introduction. There is no doubt that empowerment is a contested term. In the past few years we have seen empowerment promised through yoga. Empowerment is about having the ability and confidence to turn towards and really feel the moment deeply. Tomlinson, 2018, taking on debt, with one credit company claiming they had empowered 880,000 customers by lending them money with an interest rate of nearly 50% or APR, and through using makeup. Empowerment takes shape in many forms, and makeup is one of those forms. Zubair, 2016. A recent conversation we had with a community worker reveals the confusion that exists even in community development practice. He stated that he had recently been doing empowering work with a carers group. It transpired that this group had been set up by the local authority to provide a place where carers of children with disabilities could have some respite and engage in social and educational activities. The funding for the child care workers, hire of the premises and putting on the program for the carers came from the local authority. However, due to pressure on local budgets, this funding was being withdrawn and the community worker was sent in to support the group. His plan was to empower them by helping them to form a committee, draw up a constitution and make them responsible for raising all the required funding. His view was that this was empowering practice because the group would now be fully in charge of their group. What he did not seem to see was that the decisions had all been imposed on the group. They were losing the very elements of the group that made it useful for them, and they had gained additional pressure and responsibilities in their already difficult lives. This type of approach is not uncommon. Many movements which start with radical intentions end up being drawn into the system by being given buildings to run, staff to manage and service level agreements to meet, thereby diverting them from their original mission and robbing them of their power to challenge the status quo. Beck and Purcell, 2010. So, as community development practitioners, whose main focus is developing empowered individuals, groups, and communities, we need a clear framework with which to understand what it is, and a sense of what elements need to be in place to support community empowerment. Empowerment. Put simply, empowerment is a process through which people and/or communities increase their control or mastery over their own lives and the decisions that affect their lives. Mock Arya, 2005. It produces a community that is confident, resilient, energetic, and independent. It is well networked. It has a high degree of social capital. It is confident enough to imagine a better future for itself and is in a position to take control of that future. It has. Promoting Empowerment 127. 127. The breadth of vision to be able to enlist others and other agencies in helping it to deliver its ambitions. Elliott, 2014. In 2018, the International Association for Community Development reaffirmed community development as a process where people concerned with human rights, economic, social and environmental justice act collectively to change societal circumstances. With good processes determining good outcomes, community development will continue to address power imbalances and strengthen the capacities of rights holders to define, claim and realize their rights by holding stakeholders to account. Supporting and valuing the diversity of communities, community workers will continue to address the causes and consequences of marginalization and oppression on the basis of key factors including but not exclusive to, gender, race and class. IACD, 2018. We understand that an empowered community will demonstrate individuals who are creative, confident, questioning and critical groups that are autonomous, supportive experiments in transformed social relationships, a strong community infrastructure, policies, agenda, and spending shaped by, or at least with, the community processes which recognize and challenge the structural nature of inequality, a demonstrable shift of power from the haves to the have-nots. Moving on to consider the elements which must be in place to support empowerment, Ledwith and Springett, 2010, 20, drawing on the work of Fay, 1987, suggest 4 interconnected theories which must be in place if workers are to effectively practice in an empowering way. These are theories of false consciousness, crisis, educational action, and transformative action. Using these as a template, we now explore the elements of empowering practice. False consciousness. This begins to respond to questions around why people accept the situations they are in or the explanations that they are given for those situations in an uncritical way, often thinking that their circumstances are natural, inevitable, and unchangeable. In general terms, if people believe that change is impossible, they are right. Only when there is a belief in the possibility of change, can change happen. The role of the worker, then, is to make problematic the situation and to open up new ways of thinking. We talk in chapters 2.3 and 3.5 about the use of critical pedagogy to support people in this process, but there are many other ways of supporting this process. On an individual basis, peer mentoring can be effective. People from similar situations who have become more empowered, act as an image of what is possible, but they can outline possible strategies for change, identify potential barriers, and offer personal support through the change process. On a collective level, there are 2 ways this can be tackled. 1. Drawing on the thinking of Alinsky, 1971, achieving small victories supports personal and group empowerment. This is discussed in more detail in Chapter 3. 2. Seeing examples of excellent practice can challenge existing thinking and offer new ways of operating. This can be achieved in several ways. First, by visiting successful projects and discussing their 128 practice issues. 128. Origins and development with participants. Second, new technologies have opened up the potential for groups to collaborate and share practice throughout the world. Finally, there is an important role for workers to locate and share research, case studies, and evaluations of models and approaches that are successful. Making these types of resources available to people helps to share the collective learning of our field. Dealing with entrenched bias and prejudice is also an element of this aspect of practice, since this acts as a barrier to collective community development and empowerment. One way of tackling this is seen in the long tradition within youth work of setting up exchanges between groups of young people from different countries and backgrounds. Being immersed in a different culture makes people aware of their assumption and norms which have been held unquestioned until then. Being exposed to different ways of thinking and acting contributes to the development of common values of freedom, tolerance, and non-discrimination. EU, 2018. Crisis. There is a strong narrative in our times that states that the causes of our various crises within our communities is due to the individual pathology of people who are in some ways lacking and defective. Therefore, overstating slightly, the crisis in schools is due to pupils not engaging properly, the crisis of poverty is due to people not developing their skills and not making the most of available opportunities, and the crisis in health is due to poor individual decisions. What comes across clearly is an explanation which is based on deficit and focuses on the individual. Kretzmann and McKnight's, 1993, classic critique of the deficit-based approach has given rise to an asset-based approach to community development. Matthey and Cunningham, 2003, identify a variety of steps in developing an ABCD response to these local crises. These include collecting stories of community successes and analyzing the reasons for success, mapping community assets, forming a core steering group, building relationships amongst local assets for mutually beneficial problem solving within the community, convening a representative planning group, leveraging activities, resources, and investments from outside the community. Whilst it is acknowledged that an asset-based approach enables community members to work productively together and to challenge a poverty-influenced mindset, enabling them to more effectively take responsibility for their own development by both utilizing their own assets and drawing in assets from outside the community, Nell, 2018, this approach has also been criticized. MacLeod and Imejulu, 2014, suggest that highlighting the role of the community has the unintended consequence of removing the state as a primary actor in social welfare, thereby privatizing public issues such as inequality, poverty, and discrimination. We argue that ABCD has an important role to play in the empowerment of communities, but that in order to maximize that possibility, it needs to operate within a context where people reflect deeply on both the local manifestations of injustice and their structural causes. Educational action. We hold that community development is essentially an educational activity where people learn as a praxis, thinking and acting together to achieve individual and social outcomes. We discuss this more fully in our chapter on freerine education, but let us briefly revisit some central aspects that are key to supporting empowerment. First, all good practice starts with people's lived experience. It is tempting to start with a program or an issue, particularly if the worker is being funded for a particular purpose, but it is essential to resist that temptation and locate any intervention in how people see their world, what issues they think are important, and the ways in which they want things to change. This ensures that issues are not being imposed on the community and increases the levels of commitment and ownership to the process that people will have. Second, education in this sense is collective. Social epistemology, Goldman and Blanchard, 2018, uncovers the collective nature of meaning-making. We learn what we know and who we are through multiple social interactions. If people learn a sense of powerlessness and passivity through their lived, social experience, then empowerment must similarly be learned through a collective social experience. Paula Ullman, 2001, describes this as an abbreviated experience of transformed social relationships, an idea borrowed from Boggs, 1978, by which he meant the embodiment of the particular forms of social relations, the process of decision-making, the emerging of alternative cultural understandings, and the creative human experience, all of which are the aim of a social movement. In other words, people whose daily experience has told them that they are powerless, ignored and reliant on others to help them, explain their lives and give them answers, are given an experience of how it feels to be listened to, have an influence over the decisions which affect them, and how working with others increases their ability to effect change. Third, education is always political. It either domesticates or liberates. It either shapes people to fit into the world as it is, or it supports them to question and challenge and remake their world. Finally, it supports empowerment. Authentic educational experiences should result in shifts in power, a stronger sense of personal power, greater interconnections between people resulting in greater influence over the decisions that affect their lives, and moving of power from the haves to the have-nots. If some of these features are not developing out of our work, we must question the extent to which we are engaged in empowering practice. Transformative action. All of the above must find its expression within an overarching theory of transformative action. We draw on the work of Gramsci to set that framework. First, the role of the worker as organic intellectual, a permanent persuader and organizer, working with people in praxis, constantly thinking and acting. Second, acknowledging that hegemony will tend to maintain the status quo and will favor the powerful. Third, that counter-hegemony is a meta-strategy, a strategy that recognizes the interconnectedness of all systems. And fourth, that civil society is the sphere within which to develop a groundswell for change. An empowering worker. Finally, empowering practice is carried out by empowering workers. At the end of the day, it is not policies or strategies or agencies that make the difference, it is workers who have a clear set of values, a commitment to a more just world, the ability to analyze complex issues and contexts, and the skills to work with all kinds of people. The CLD Standards Council, 2019, identifies some of the ways in which an empowering worker must practice. The worker must analyze and understand power dynamics and decision-making processes, use community action as a means to achieve change. Be inclusive and involve the wider community, interact within and across communities, participate in decision-making structures and processes, campaign for change, identify and manage community assets. Multidimensional construct. In order to grasp both the power and the nuance of empowerment, we must recognize it as a multidimensional construct or an aggregate construct. Aggregate constructs are conceptualized as functions or composites of dimensions which form into more general concepts. Peterson, 2014, and so, in order to understand the overall concept of empowerment, we must disaggregate it into its component parts. Drawing on Drysdale and Purcell's, 1999, typology, we could construe those component parts as being: personal empowerment, positive action, development of community organizations, power relationships and participation. Personal empowerment. Hussein, 2010, 107, draws on the work of Zimmerman to highlight three interrelated components of personal empowerment. 1. An intrapersonal component. This is concerned with issues around self-efficacy, control, motivation, and competence in a particular domain. 2. An interactional component. This is concerned with the development of awareness, skills, and competence, which may be specific to one domain or transferable across various life domains. And 3. The behavioral component. This is concerned with involvement in more collective activities and organizations and the development of strategies and solutions that respond to life events and issues. All of these components operate on the level of the individual and are concerned with their increase of human capital and personal efficacy. Whilst this personal dimension of empowerment is important, it lacks crucial collective dimensions. First, it fails to recognize the socially constructed nature of people's subjectivities. If we are, at least to some extent, the product of our social environment, then our empowerment will come as a result of us exorcising changes within that social environment. Second, it fails to recognize the social and political power of collective action. People are disempowered not just because of personal traits or personal choices, but because they are the products of a disempowering world, expressed through politics, economics, and other forces within society. To only focus on the individual is to locate the blame for disempowerment within the individual. This victim blaming takes the focus off the structural changes, that is, the changes in social power that need to come about to produce a more just world within which people are more empowered. Positive action. This component of empowerment is concerned with the development of a fair and just community. It builds on a collective view of humanity which is in keeping with the concept of Ubuntu, described by Michael Onyebuchi's, 2010, as an affirmation of one's humanity through recognition of an other in his or her uniqueness and difference. And if we belong to each other, we participate in our creations, we are because you are, and since you are, definitely I am. As Starrett, 1994, puts it, isolated individuals working for themselves are but half-persons. One becomes whole when in relationship with another and many others, 1994, 195. In contrast to much of our neoliberal-inspired social policies and welfare provision, this goes beyond a concern with efficiency, where people are seen as a means to some larger purpose of productivity. Within this area of work is the exploration of identity, including class, race, gender, culture, sexuality, etc., with a view to developing a deep understanding and confidence in one's own positionality, thereby becoming more accepting of the other. An example of this type of practice can be found in the single identity work carried out by some practitioners in Northern Ireland as part of the process of developing community cohesion in a context typified by sectarian divides. Church et al. 2002, describes single identity work as engaging individuals singularly from within one community to discuss, address, and potentially challenge the causes of conflict, with particular emphasis on skills and confidence-building measures. Single identity work most commonly, but not always, occurs when cross-community contact is untenable due to fear, suspicion or physical threat. One particular strand of this approach is the respect for diversity. In this, the stated intention is that the single identity work happens either as a precursor to, or in parallel with, cross-community work, and that, in particular, has an important role to play in initial introductions and explorations, identifying common issues and building sustainability and supporting mutual confidence, honesty, and respect. Church et al., 2004. Additionally, the collective development of equal opportunities statements, policies, and practices could also support this component of empowerment practice. Development of community organizations. This component of empowerment is concerned with developing an organized community. Saul Alinsky, 1971, said, "All change means disorganization of the old and organization of the new." Empowerment, with the central idea of power, is closely linked to ideas of organization. People may well have developed their confidence, knowledge, and skills, and they may also have explored their identity and culture, but if there is no structure within which to express that, in the impact of that learning and development is greatly diluted. Effective and legitimate organization within communities is based on locally initiated and locally owned research processes. An excellent exemplar of good practice in this area is the work carried out by Slum Dwellers International, SDI. The enumeration processes, which are one of their central rituals, provides both a comprehensive understanding of the needs and resources within the community and produces information which provides the basis for negotiations and agreements with power holders. The work of SDI is explored in more depth in Chapter 3.4. Within empowered communities, activities of individual organizations respond to clearly researched community needs but, and perhaps more importantly, happen within the context of networks and alliances. This approach opens up the possibility of developing holistic ways of tackling community issues, ensures that resources are best used and the effort is not duplicated, and, to return to an Alinsky-inspired view of the world, makes possible the development of people power. Collective action across multiple issues, involving multiple organizations, can form the basis of an organization that can speak on behalf of the community, shape the agenda, shift the power, and hold policymakers and decision-makers to account. Power relationships and participation. This component of empowerment is concerned with developing an influential community. It comprises three interlinking elements: development of organizations that are open and accountable, the development of a political literacy, and the development of strategies of influence. Community organizations and community groups, at their best, are experiments in new ways of being. They embody what Paula Ullman describes as the abbreviated experience of transformed social relationships. It is here that we experiment with new ways of thinking and acting and relating to one another that are more humanized and more empowering. This is the indispensable foundation for making any claims on the wider instruments of society. It could be said that we live in an age where the level of political literacy has decreased, where political debate has been reduced to slogans, and political decisions are made on the cult of the personality rather than a thorough analysis of the issues. An important role for community development is the reclaiming and remaking of spaces for discourse and debate. In this age of fake news, it is all the more important that people have the opportunity to develop, not only an understanding of the issues but a means of critically investigating them. How and why decisions are made, who makes them, and how they can be influenced are all central questions in processes of social change. Finally, how do community workers support communities to influence change? If we accept that what happens locally is fundamentally influenced by what happens globally, then we will have to discover ways to influence both locally and globally. Through ease of transportation and the development of information technologies, making connections with like-minded individuals and organizations across the world has never been easier. This has the potential to make influence at the local and global level similarly easier. We have seen the beginnings of global resistance in the form of anti-globalization and Occupy movements. However, connecting at the global level is likely to be successful only if it is part of the overall process described above. Critiques and concerns. Having outlined possible dimensions for empowering practice and considering some of its transformational power at every level from the individual to the global, there still remain some fundamental concerns for community development practitioners. As a response to these, Inglis, 1997, suggests we do away with the term empowerment altogether and use rather the term emancipation. Empowerment involves people developing capacities to act successfully within the existing system and structures of power, whilst emancipation concerns critically analyzing, resisting, and challenging structures of power. 1997, 4. Whilst I am unsure if emancipation is any less susceptible to misinterpretation or co-option, keeping a clear focus on analysis, resistance, and challenge is essential to any process of understanding and application of the concept of empowerment. This constant defending and defining of what we mean is indeed part of the process of empowering practice, since there always exists the capacity of the dominant class to recuperate concepts like empowerment, adapt them to social demands, and thereby transform them into so much hollow, nominal, and empty terminology. Lancashire, 1993, 164. Key learning points. Empowerment is a contested term. It is built on interconnected processes of individual and collective analysis and action. Empowering workers must have clear values, analysis, and highly developed skills. Empowerment is a multidimensional concept that interweaves personal empowerment, positive action, development of community organizations, and power relationships and participation. Learning tasks. Identify an organization in your area that claims to do empowering work. Analyze it in terms of personal empowerment, positive action, development of community organizations, power relationships, and participation. Where are the gaps or areas that are weak?